Scotland, for northern England as well, particularly in any sheltered spots. And then Saturday itself looks, for the vast majority, dry and bright. A few exceptions, some mistiness lurking around the coast of West Wales and the southwest perhaps, as well as the east of England. And cloud building in places, particularly central and southern Scotland, northern and eastern England. A few showers where that happens. But for the vast majority, it's looking dry, it's looking bright, and where we get enough sunshine, temperatures into the low 20s, particularly in the south, I think mid to high teens further north. Sunday's looking very similar, plenty of sunny spells, some outbreaks of rain in the far northwest of Scotland, otherwise dry for many, and similar on Monday.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you, or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello, good morning. You're watching GB News. I'm Patrick Christie's, and no, this is not To The Point. It is our election results special.
It's been a tough night for the Tories, with several key councils falling to Labour, including Margaret Thatcher's favourite, Wandsworth. But there are early signs that Keir Starmer hasn't done as well outside of London, including the Red Wall, as he'd hoped.
Yes, indeed. Well, for the next 6 hours, we're bringing you the latest results. This is UK Votes 2022 right here on GB News. But first, let's get the latest headlines with Rhiannon.
Thank you, Patrick. It's 10 o'clock. Your top stories from the GB Newsroom. Results are coming in from the local elections, with the Conservatives suffering losses in 3 symbolic London councils: Westminster, Wandsworth and Barnet, all now in the hands of Labour. Elsewhere, Labour has also gained Southampton from the Tories, but lost Hull to the Liberal Democrats. Dozens of Conservative councillors have lost their seats across the country, with some blaming the Prime Minister for the Partygate scandal and the cost of living crisis. Conservative Party Chairman Oliver Dowden says Labour hasn't done enough to show it's a serious contender for government.
It's a difficult set of results, particularly in London, and you've highlighted some of those. But equally, we've made gains elsewhere, whether that's Hartlepool, Nuneaton or Thurrock. And this is against the backdrop, as you say, of us being midterm, all those kind of headlines. I think when you take all of that, it doesn't demonstrate that Labour has the momentum to get into government.
Well, that is Keir Starmer says the results show Labour has made huge improvements.
This is a massive turning point for the Labour Party. From the depths of 2019, we're back on track now for the general election, showing what the change that we've done, the hard change we've done in the last 2 years, what a difference it has made. And, you know, Cumberland, very important win last night in key constituencies for the next general election. Same in Southampton. Many more results to come today. But I just want to thank our brilliant team.
Well, voters in Bristol, meanwhile, have decided to abolish its directly elected mayor following a referendum 10 years after first implementing the post. They chose instead for the city to be run by a cross-party committee system. The leader of the Green Party group said the measure was introduced to create a more open decision-making system. A senior Ukrainian official says a new attempt is underway to evacuate civilians trapped in the Azovstal steelworks in Mariupol. Earlier, the Ministry of Defence confirmed that Russian forces have continued their ground assault for a second day. President Volodymyr Zelensky says the plant's still being shelled and that hundreds of civilians are inside.
Currently, Russian shelling and the assault on Azovstal do not stop. But civilians still need to be taken out. Women, children. Many children remained there. Just imagine this hell. There are children there. More than 2 months of constant shelling, bombing, constant death nearby.
Well, Major Chip Chapman, former head of counter-terrorism at the Ministry of Defence, says taking Mariupol would represent an important victory for Putin.
I think it will and Putin will probably declare a victory anyway ahead of the 9th of May Victory Day, so that he's got something to sell on that day. That is that he has raised up and gathered in the Russian people. He's prioritised those in the Donbass and the Crimea. He's enlarged his territory, and he's got that land corridor which Mariupol represents. That's its significance.
Oxford University is offering a fully funded graduate scholarship scheme for Ukrainian refugees. Application and course fees will be waived for 20 master's students. They'll also receive a £7,500 grant to support living and study costs. The average house price increased by more than £3,000 last month. Halifax reports property values went up for the 10th consecutive month, the longest run of continuous gains in 5 years. A typical UK home now costs over £286,000, nearly 14% more than this time last year. The owner of British Airways has recorded a heavy loss in the first 3 months of this year. The International Airlines Group has announced pre-tax losses of more than £900 million. It's being blamed on passenger numbers impacted by the Omicron variant of coronavirus. British Airways do say, though, that they expect to be profitable in the second quarter of the year. The long-duration crew that left the International Space Station yesterday have splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico.
So there's our first view of Dragon Endurance making its re-entry to planet Earth.
Thermal cameras caught the moment the 3 Americans and 1 German returned home this morning after 6 months in space. They had to be assisted from the capsule after spending so long in a weightless environment, but they did manage a wave for the cameras. That's your news update. I'll be back in half an hour with the latest headlines. Now, though, let's return to our election results coverage. UK Votes 2022 with Gloria and Patrick.
Good morning. The time is 10:06. Welcome to the GB News UK Votes 2022 election special.
Yes, well, results have been pouring in throughout the night, and the story so far, anyway, appears to be that Labour has gained seats across London, but is still struggling in pro-Leave red wall areas in the north of England.
And the Midlands.
And the Midlands.
In London, the Labour Party has gained historic victories in Wandsworth, Barnet and Westminster, with Westminster going red for the first time since the council area was created in 1964.
Yes, as someone who's about to move to Westminster, I'm delighted at the hike in council tax. But there we go. Anyway, Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer has claimed the results so far are a massive turning point for Labour, despite failing, really, to make much of a breakthrough in the north.
The Lib Dems have made progress too, taking Hull City Council from Labour in what's been a good night for the party.
Well, let's take a closer look at these results now, a deep dive, if you will. So Labour have gained 3 councils so far to make that a total of 37. The Tories have lost 6, and they're down to a total now of 18. The Lib Dems have gained 1 to make it 4.
And looking now to councillors, Labour so far have 1,200, the Conservatives are on 540 and the Liberal Democrats have 259.
Yeah, we'll be bringing you the live coverage of results in your communities. Our team of GB News reporters are all around the country, and some of the councils, of course, that have seen the biggest shifts to Labour, and others as well, where the Tories have clung on.
Joining us in the studio throughout today's special programme is David Cowling, our GB News elections analyst. We'll turn to him in just a moment. But first, let's get some snap reaction from our political editor, Darren McCaffrey.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
Morning.
I think it's fair to say it is pretty much a mixed bag, as in it's not the most devastating night for government, but it's not a great night. In fact, it is a bad night. I've lost over 100 councils. No one was even suggesting, like, in the last couple of days.
I'm just hearing that we've got a little bit of an issue with your mic. No, it's all right. We'll get back to it. But, yeah, it is interesting because I think a lot of people were thinking that the Tories were going to get an absolute spanking. That hasn't quite happened.
Well, hopefully you can hear me now, OK?
Can
you hear me now? Hopefully you can.
Absolutely.
You can. Marvellous.
Yes, we can.
Good. Good. Yeah, I was just saying that, so kind of on the whole, not a great night for the Conservative, a bad night for the Conservative Party, but not as bad a night as some had kind of expected. But losing Westminster, for example, no one had predicted that. I don't think even the Conservative Party, when they were briefing that this was not going to be a great night, were predicting that. But they've held on in many seats, particularly in the North and the Midlands. Has it been a great night for the Labour Party? You know what? Again, it's a real mixed bag. Yes, they've had success in London, but they've again, not done terribly well elsewhere. In fact, I think the share of the vote is going to probably be down outside of London. So can Keir Starmer really, as he's tried to do this morning, claim that the party is on course to victory? Almost certainly not. I mean, in the sense that Labour would have to overturn such a large Conservative majority. They should be doing much better than where they are at the moment. Real winners last night, in many ways, the Lib Dems, they're back. After a pretty torrid 10 years, in the sense that they're starting to claw their way back into local government. They're up, they've won Hull City Council, so they'll be quite pleased. And they, I think, for many Conservatives in the south of England, are the real concern, that they will chip away at seats in the south east and the south west. And just very finally, I think one of the most notable stories of the night that no one's remarked on is the people of Bristol have voted to get rid of the mayor. They've decided, you know what, we've got enough politics in Bristol. We don't need this extra person. And so in a referendum, they decided to abolish the post altogether.
David, let's turn to you.
Well, I thought as we have quite a long session ahead of us, it might be helpful if I started by saying what elections were up, what happened last time when they were fought, and what we should expect this time. Yesterday, about 6,800 council seats were up for election in 200 councils across Britain, about 1,200 each in Scotland and Wales, and around 4,400 in England. The Scottish and Welsh seats, none of which have yet been to be declared, and that's an interesting caveat to much that we'll be talking about, because for the moment we're talking about England. Those were fought in 2017, and the English seats were fought in 2018. 2017 was a good set of results for the Tories. In Scotland, the local elections were weeks before the general election of 2017, when the Conservatives chewed up the SNP and spat them out. And the Nationalists in that election lost 21 of their 56 Westminster seats, 12 of them to the Tories. And in the locals, the Tories gained about 161 Scottish seats. In Wales, there was a swing of about 6% to the Conservatives. Labour lost councils, the Conservatives took Monmouthshire and about 80 seats. So that's great for the Conservatives in 2017, but not so good now when they're having to defend those seats in a much tougher political environment. 2018, when the English seats were last fought, was a score draw. Very few seats changed hands, and that was rather impressive in itself, as government parties tend, as we know, to get thumped in local elections. What do we expect this time? Well, what were we expecting this time? Well, the opinion polls suggested the Tories were really into damage limitation. I think the situation is changing as we speak, but nevertheless that was the expectation. The vultures already circulating over Downing, circling over Downing Street, and Mr Johnson clearly must hope for as small a number of losses as possible so as not to excite his backbenchers. His worst fear will be to be caught in a pincer between heavy Labour losses to Labour and heavy losses to the Lib Dems. If that were to happen, and there doesn't seem to be much evidence of that at the moment, then he really would be in for some serious trouble. And Labour really does need a decisive win, not to be just one of a pack of parties competing for Conservative scalps. That's a problem because in England, before the polls opened, Labour were defending about half the seats that were up anyway. But they do need to win big if they're to stand any chance of winning the next general election. Excuses for why you don't do well don't really deliver landslides. And the Lib Dems, they need to show they're politically relevant across Britain, not just successful in isolated pockets around the country. And the SNP needs to emerge strong in order to boost Mrs Sturgeon's campaign for a second once-in-a-lifetime referendum.
Can I just briefly add to that, because you're right in saying that we've kind of only really talked about England this morning, and where it is much of a mixed bag for the Conservative Party and Labour. It must be said, in Scotland, it's looking like actually it's going to be a very good night for the Labour Party, in the sense that they probably will be. I think it's looking like they're going to be the second party, so they will unseat the Conservative Party as the kind of main unionist opposition, council level, of course, to the SNP. And that is quite significant because Labour, obviously, if they do want to win power in Westminster, they need to start winning back parts of Scotland. That's not been the case for a very long period of time now. And I think it is also a reminder that while kind of Partygate and Boris Johnson's unpopularity does not seem to have hit the Conservative Party in many parts of England, I think in Scotland, where, of course, many of them called for him to resign a matter of months ago, it has actually had an impact.
Yeah, indeed. Well, look, loads of you have been getting in touch in the inbox, gbviews, gbnews.uk, and I've got to be honest with you, the vast majority at the moment is saying that you didn't really want to vote for anyone. You kind of held your nose as you went into that polling booth. Make sure you get in touch if you feel like it, then do let us know who indeed you did vote for. A mixed bag, Keir Starmer claiming that he's fundamentally changed the Labour Party. I suppose you could say that's true. We used to know what they stood for, now we've got no idea. Boris Johnson, of course, his unpopularity not really cutting through, and the Greens managing to convince some people, at least, that we're going to simultaneously burn and then freeze to death.
Well, here at GB News, we like to focus on stories outside of London, but we can't ignore one of the most important results this morning here in the capital. Labour have seized control of Wandsworth Council after a 44-year run with the Tories in charge. Let's speak to GB News London reporter Alice Porter. Alice.
My goodness me, I mean, it is a beautifully sunny day here, but in Wandsworth, but not for the Conservatives, sadly. For them, I mean, to lose Wandsworth, which has almost been a kind of iconic seat for them, really. I mean, they've held it for more than 40 years. They've pursued a low council tax policy, which has, up until now, been very, very popular with voters, but obviously not anymore. I mean, where did it go wrong? I think is one of the questions we have to ask. I mean, if we look at the sort of demographic in the area, I mean, 75% of people voted to remain. We have a government in power that is very much tied to Brexit, and I think that has been a very key factor for voters, as well as issues to do with Partygate and the cost of living. But it's not just Wandsworth that I think where the Conservatives have had a significant blow. I think Barnet is very interesting as well, because they've held control of that for 20 years and never held a majority in Barnet before. They have now, and I think what Keir Starmer has been saying today was very significant. He was saying, we've changed Labour. Now, Barnet has a very high Jewish population, the highest in the country, and back in 2018, of course, under Jeremy Corbyn, there were all sorts of concerns raised with Labour's handling of allegations in relation to anti-Semitism. But it does seem now that a change in leader, with Keir Starmer now leading Labour, that has made quite a big change there in Barnet. And then, of course, as he was saying there, to lose Westminster as well, which has been held by the Conservatives ever since that seat was first created. So this is an enormous blow to the Conservatives in London.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Our London reporter there, Alice Porter. And another huge loss for the Tories, of course, was Westminster. And Tom Harwood is there now to give us an indication of how the parties are reacting to the picture, not just there, but right across the UK. But first, Tom, what's happened where you are?
Yes, this has been a pretty extraordinary first 12 hours since those polls closed last night. We haven't yet got all of the results across the country, of course, and most particularly we are not yet getting any results in from Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland either. But looking at the political reactions so far to what has taken place, everyone has their own story. To some extent, every party can point to areas where they have done well. The Labour Party is jubilant with its victories in London, really significant victories that no one could deny, particularly as everyone has been mentioning. Wandsworth, Westminster, Barnet, really clear victories there for the Labour Party that probably have some pretty significant parliamentary consequences as well. However, the Lib Dems can also point to likely big successes in the southwest. The Greens are doing quite well in leafy suburbs of England, and indeed the Conservative Party holding on and indeed advancing slightly in some of those areas in the north, in the less metropolitan areas of the country. Many Conservatives arguing that this is a better than expected result outside of London. Indeed, the Labour Party going backwards slightly outside of London too. So a really mixed picture developing across the country, but obviously more results to come. They'll be dripping through over the coming hours. It does seem to be that the idea of an imminent call for the head of the Prime Minister, as some were expecting a week ago, as MPs had been discussing for the previous few weeks. There'd always been this idea that the local elections would be this sort of crunch point where all of the mess and the politicking in the building behind me in the Palace of Westminster over the last 4 months, it was all supposed to come to a head, to come to a crunch once we'd got past these local elections. Well, we're past these local elections, not by a long way, but we're starting to see the dust settle. It doesn't yet feel like there's a significant move for the head of the Prime Minister. The Conservative Party may well have done just about enough for the Prime Minister to survive this.
Tom, thank you. We'll speak to you throughout the day, of course. Now, Sunderland remains in Labour control after a late surge of support towards the Tories.
Yeah, well, the city has been a Labour heartland for decades. However, in recent years, support for the Labour Party in the pro-Brexit area has dwindled, making it a legitimate target for the Conservatives. And our North East of England reporter joins us live now. Rachel, how are you?
Good morning. Yes, it's been a Labour stronghold since the council began in 1974. Councillor Graham Miller has been at the helm since 2018, but the stronghold has been dwindling over the years. They have lost seats. They Labour lost 10 seats in 2019 and 9 seats in 2021, so it was a worry that they only needed to lose 6 seats to lose control this time round, but they did hang on. The Conservatives have done some heavy campaigning up here. The big guns have been here. Prime Minister Boris Johnson, Chancellor Rishi Sunak, and Sir Keir Starmer has been up twice to try and balance that out. One Labour MP has said that the Tories threw the kitchen sink at Sunderland, aware that they could take it over. Well, early this morning, very early this morning, I spoke to Councillor Graham Miller about his victorious night.
You do not often get the leader of the party of government, the Prime Minister, plus the Chancellor, plus as many of the Conservative Party as you can get in a councillor's ward when they've got a hashtag Get Miller Out campaign, seriously, and their Dirty Tricks Brigade joining in as well. So I've had all of that and I've beat them all and I'm still here and I'm still winning, Boris. And we've shown that people in Sunderland are looking at voting Labour again with the swing in the polls that we had in the city yesterday. So it's very unusual, and you've got to ask what it says when the Prime Minister's brought into my ward to be a mere councillor, because that's all I am, and they don't win. They just don't win. So I'm delighted we showed them a bloody nose in my ward, and long may it continue.
Yep, 34% turnout. People in Sunderland are fairly politically aware. Obviously, they're the indicator for the Brexit vote in 2016. But there are huge interest in the economy in this area because the biggest employer is Nissan. People are very aware of what's going on in terms of investment in green energy, which is also something that's contradictory because people are also so concerned about the fuel crisis and the cost of living. So should we be putting so much money in green energy? Although it's good for this area, it is also an area that's struggling with that. So there is a balance. Another thing that Councillor Miller said this morning was that he believed Partygate did help him. And the opposition leader at Sunderland Council, Anthony Mullen, he's been very critical of the government and the national picture and how that's been affecting local policies and politics. Now, the council seats as it stands now, 41 Labour, 18 Conservative, 14 Liberal Democrats and 1 Independent. That's the latest from Sunderland.
Rachel, thank you so much. Speak to you later.
Good stuff. Right, OK, well, look, joining us in the studio throughout today's big election special is David Cowling, our GB News elections analyst. I think it should be guru, really. We should have increased his job title. Do you want a guru? You can be our guru. There you go. OK, well, we'll turn to him in just a moment. Of course, Darren McCaffrey joins us as well. Who better? Now, Darren, interesting stuff this, because I think a lot of people were thinking that Boris Johnson, Partygate, etc., cost of living crisis, his big green agenda, would deliver the kind of kicking that I normally get on a big night out. But it's not happened, has it?
It's not. No, it hasn't. And that's why Tom is entirely right in saying that this idea that there's somehow going to be letters sent into Sir Graham Brady and a vote of confidence in the Prime Minister after this election is simply not going to materialise. Let's not get this wrong. It's not been a great night for the Conservative Party, but then mid-term local elections are very rarely good nights for the governing party.
And they should be great nights for the opposition party.
And they haven't. Well, they have and they haven't. I mean, actually, Tom again was right in drawing out the very fact that, you know, each party can say that there are silver linings here, that there are good spots for them, but can anyone claim overall that this has been a stonky night for them? No, they cannot. Interestingly, Roger Gales, the Conservative MP, no fan of Boris Johnson, must be said, been on the radio this morning suggesting the Prime Minister might prompt his own vote of confidence following these elections to try and stem off anyone happening in the future. Not entirely sure that's going to happen or not, but it's an interesting idea, at least. I think for Labour, again, it's always this fascinating thing, isn't it, about the narrative that's set. We have had the English results so far. It is possible that we get to the end of the weekend when we've got a proper sense of what's happened in Wales and Scotland, and actually Labour may be more chipper than they are now. And overall, the Labour narrative might be better. But in the end, is there any sense that this is 1995 and 1996 and Labour are going to sweep to power? No. And the reason I say that is because Boris Johnson has got an 80-seat majority. I think the swing, Dave will know this better than me, the swing, I think, if the Tories were to be kicked out of government, would have to be greater than one that we've seen since 45. It would be greater than 97, I think. That is such an uphill struggle. And there is no sign that even though they are now so dominant in the capital, which is incredible in itself, Boris Johnson used to be the mayor of this city. Now Labour hold Westminster Council. It's extraordinary. But in the end, I think it is going to be a really, really big struggle for the Labour Party.
And the challenges, David, for the Labour Party are very different to the challenges ahead of 1997. So the difficulties that Labour had in the run-up to that was that they couldn't win any seats in the south. But they had your Barnsleys and your and all your seats.
Scotland.
They had Scotland, they had Durham's and all those working class areas. They were in the bag. The challenges so very, very different for the Labour Party now. There's some very interesting demographic changes. Basically, if you are a graduate, you're quite likely to vote Labour. If you are not a graduate, you are quite likely to vote Conservative. What happened to politics, David?
Well, it's changed. You're quite right, Gloria. It's changed quite profoundly. I think the couple of caveats, if I may, to what we've been saying, then come back to your substantive point. The thing is that we are looking at not particularly impressive Labour gains and some reduced sort of Conservative losses over what expectations were. But just two things to remember. In Scotland, the Tories gained 160 seats in 2017. So if they lose big time in Scotland, that's going to boost the Tory losses. Wales, they gained 80 seats. So those are still yet to come. It may be that they'll do well in those, relatively well, but it could be much bigger figures later on. I think also, to your point, London has become such an important part of the picture for Labour. In 2018, when these seats were last fought, few seats changed hands, but most of Labour's gains were in London. I'll be fascinated when we finish, when we've got the final figures in, to discover how far London accounts for Labour's overall total. And London is its own country these days. It was the only one of the regions of England, of the 9 regions that voted Remain. It's been drifting solidly towards Labour, supported, underpinned in large measure by ethnic votes, which are massively pro-Labour. So nobody can take away the successes that Labour's had in London. Nobody can decry those. Those are impressive in themselves, Westminster particularly. But the picture for Labour, as you say, is actually much more complex. And we have had this reversal. And the North and the Midlands have become far less good Labour territory, and whether that's partly because the white working class have just wandered away, they just haven't felt that the Labour Party represents them anymore.
That's what the fear is.
And you know, and if that is the case, and some of this evidence certainly suggests that Labour, if it's not true, then Labour needs to make sure that people know it's not true, because they need to be convinced.
And it's weird, isn't it? It's not just a British thing. We're seeing exactly the same in the United States.
Absolutely.
Exactly the same in the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, if Keir Starmer's going to wander into Downing Street, then he's going to have to try to reclaim some of that red wall at least. And there doesn't appear to be too much evidence that he's done that. Keir Starmer, I wonder if he's playing a bit of a dangerous game here, celebrating in the way that he is, because he's celebrating winning around the London area, which I think is playing into the hands of people that say he's just part of this kind of Islington Labour group who only really care about London. Do you think he's making a mistake with his rhetoric, Darren, or not?
I mean, in many ways, it's always difficult, isn't it? You know, the leader of the opposition cannot not celebrate victories, and particularly when they are significant. And I think sometimes, you know, losing Wandsworth is very significant. Losing Westminster is quite incredible. Barnet potentially has got real consequences for the next election in terms of those seats. But you're right, Labour has got a massive problem. The Conservative Party have actually managed to build up a coalition that is, it seems, relatively held together from last night. Now, not everyone in London voted. Rachel Sweeney was talking about turnout there, I think in Sunderland at 34%. Exactly. You know, this will not necessarily at all be replicated in a general election. But there is a sense that, yes, Labour are really struggling to make a connection between what we would have viewed as their traditional voters in the north of England, working class people who've not got degrees, the reason the party was founded, and where lots of the Labour support is now, which is frankly in inner cities, in big cities, with people who are highly educated, sometimes very well paid, or also with people
with beards like you two.
from different ethnic minorities. So
I'll never have that problem.
So I think on the whole, yes, Labour is struggling, and also the big thing for them is, and something they've always relied on for decades, is Scotland. And we keep forgetting about that. Labour had 50 guaranteed seats in Scotland. They haven't had that again for more than a decade. But overall, and this is where, you know, we're still early days in this local election, it is possible that Keir Starmer might be able to say, actually, you know what? We did quite well in Wales. We're now second in Scotland. Yes, we've got London under a belt. We're making a little bit of inroads in parts of the country. So, you know what? Is it too early to celebrate? A leader of the opposition has to celebrate whatever they got. But in the end, is this Keir Starmer Labour on course to win the next election? You have to conclude by this. It's going to be a very, very, very difficult task.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lots more to come, but now it is time for your news update with Rhiannon.
Thank you, Gloria. It's 10:30. That's right. I'm Rhiannon Jones in the GB Newsroom. Boris Johnson's facing an angry backlash from some Tories as results come in from the local elections. The Conservatives have suffered losses in 3 symbolic London councils, Westminster, Wandsworth and Barnet, all now in the hands of Labour. Elsewhere, Labour's also gained Southampton from the Tories, but lost Hull to the Liberal Democrats. A senior Ukrainian official says a new attempt is underway to evacuate civilians trapped in the Azovstal steelworks in Mariupol. Earlier, the Ministry of Defence confirmed that Russian forces have continued their ground assault for a second day. President Volodymyr Zelensky says the plant's still being shelled and that hundreds of civilians are still inside. The average house price increased by more than £3,000 last month. Halifax reports property values went up for the 10th consecutive month, the longest run of continuous gains in 5 years. A typical UK home now costs over £286,000, nearly 14% more than this time last year. And taking a break from social media platforms for a week can improve your mental health. That's according to new research by the University of Bath. The study found those who stopped using platforms like TikTok, Instagram and Facebook had significantly reduced levels of depression and anxiety. TV online and DAB Plus radio, this is GB News. There's plenty more on those local elections to come, but now it's the weather.
Hello, I'm Alex Deakin with your latest weather updates from the Met Office. Now, it's not going to be blue skies all weekend for everyone, but for most it is going to be a dry weekend and feeling pleasant when the sun is out. Before we get there, however, we do have this weather front making for a very grey day across parts of southern Scotland and northern England. This weather front is providing outbreaks of rain. It's been a soggy start across Northern Ireland. That rain is slowly pushing southwards into northern England, parts of North Wales. Behind it, brighter skies this afternoon for most of Scotland and eventually brightening up across Northern Ireland. To the south, well, it's clouding over the Midlands, South Wales, southwest England, but staying largely fine and bright across the southeast and, well, pretty warm here at 23, maybe 24 Celsius. Quite a contrast where we've got the cloud and the rain lingering over southern Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland. That rain will pep up a little bit. It's going to be quite heavy this evening as it comes across the Midlands. Not much rain, though, getting to parts of southern England and South Wales, where, of course, it has been very dry recently. We'll continue with a few showers across eastern areas, but across Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, it's turned dry and clear, and temperatures will drop down into single figures. On to the weekend, as I said, for most, dry and fine, but the main exception to that, I suspect, will be the southeast and East Anglia. On Saturday, quite a grey day here with at times some showers coming through. One or two scattered showers over northern England, southern Scotland, but certainly plenty of sunshine for northwest Scotland, much of Wales and southwest England also having a fine day, and temperatures responding to a bit of sunshine up to 20 degrees, a little cooler in parts of the east, and certainly a cooler feel with more cloud compared to today across East Anglia and the southeast. Still one or two showers around here during Saturday evening if you're heading out, bear that in mind, but they should be fading away as we head into Sunday with high pressure set to return. So again, some cloud around, but many places dry on Sunday and bright, and in the sunny spells, feeling pleasantly warm.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you, or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GB News UK Votes 2022 election special. It's like Glastonbury for political nerds. Anyway, in the West Midlands, Dudley remains in Conservative hands, despite Labour making gains in the area. Let's cross over now to our national reporter, Paul Hawkins, who is live from Dudley. Hi, Paul. Thanks. Just run us through this result so far, then.
Yeah, so essentially you've kind of summed it up, really. The Conservatives here, unlike in some of those key boroughs in London, have held Dudley, and that is significant because what Labour will be looking for here is a really big breakthrough. Just to give you the backstory to Dudley Council, it was Labour controlled up to 2016, then it went into no overall control, and then last year it swung heavily towards the Conservatives. Now, after last night's results, the Conservatives they haven't increased the number of councillors, they haven't lost the number of councillors. Labour did pick up 3 though, so Labour lost 11 seats in last year's local election. They've picked up 3 this year, so Labour have at least clawed back some of those losses. But when you look at the overall result, the Conservatives still very much in control of the council, and that is why here it looks like Labour still have a long way to go if they're to increase their vote share in Dudley. So don't forget, Dudley North is one of those red wall Labour seats. It swung heavily to the Conservatives in 2019, continuing that ebb of support away from the Labour Party. So if Labour are to claim back the Dudley North in 2 years' time, if they're going to increase their vote share here in 2 years' time, they've still got a lot of work to do here. Yes, they picked up a few seats last night, but still plenty of work to do here.
Paul Hawkins, thank you so much. And the reason why Dudley is so important is because it is the kind of place where you need to see Labour progress, and there wasn't very much of it, was there?
There wasn't, no, and you're right in saying that that's where the Labour Party need to be kind of making probably substantial gains, actually. Can I bring you 2 pieces of news? Swindon, perhaps maybe unsurprisingly, going to remain conservative hold there. We're starting also to get a sense of what's happening in Scotland, rather interestingly. And in parts of Scotland, actually, where the Conservative Party have done well, it looks like their vote is down 15-16%. Wow. And that's not boding well for the Scottish Tories. Again, a sense that while they've done very well in holding on kind of parts of England, like Swindon, done reasonably well in Dudley, that might be a very, very, very different narrative north of the border.
Indeed.
Labour have had a very good night in London and in some other councils like Southampton, but haven't made the level of progress hoped by some supporters, even losing control of Hull. Let's speak to Labour Cabinet member Baroness Jenny Chapman, who was the MP for Darlington till 2019. Jenny, it's great to see you. I'm sure you're delighted about the results in London, but come on, it's just not good enough outside in those red wall areas. Like yours, although there weren't elections there, that Labour lost at that last election.
Yeah. I mean, to be absolutely straight with you, Gloria, I'm not that bothered about the results in London. It's great. It's always, I'm I'm thrilled for the new Labour councillors there. But where I was looking is to the north of England, and what I was looking for is progress in areas that had voted Leave. I was looking to other parts of England outside of London, sort of bellwether places like Southampton that we've managed to win. I'm now looking at Scotland. I'm looking at Wales, where I'm picking up some good messages there from some of the counts in Wales. So, you know, it's the first time in years where on a results day, I haven't wanted to go crawling back into bed and hide away. Actually, I think there's some real signs of progress here. And when Keir Starmer says it's a turning point, that's what it is. It's not all done. We've got a huge amount to do still. But you can't deny this hasn't been a turning point for the Labour Party.
OK, all right. I mean, I suppose the signs, as it stands anyway, is that Keir Starmer has not had the kind of cut-through that would lead to him winning a general election. All the talk before this election was about whether or not Boris Johnson should be the one to consider his position. I'm not being funny, but after this, I don't know how secure Keir is, really.
Oh, he's done well. I mean, I've been out in Sunderland, Wakefield, Barnsley, all the places where we were dead and buried 2 years ago. there was not even a pulse. And I'm telling you now, we were out yesterday chatting to people, they were going out. I'm not saying that everything's done and dusted. We have not sealed the deal with these voters by any means. We've got a ton of work to do. We've really got to still carry on rebuilding that trust. But we're on the way. We have turned a corner. And, I think as long as we keep going the way that we are, we've got to make clear our sort of post-Brexit ideas for the country. We need to show that we're not going to try and sort of refight that argument, which we're not. We don't intend to take the UK back into the EU, none of that. And as we keep doing that and start talking about the things that really matter to people, people are working really hard in this country and they're skint. They're struggling to pay their bills, they're struggling to feed their kids, and they're not happy about it, and neither should they be. They want to see really solid answers from Labour. We've done some of that. We've got our windfall tax on the oil and gas companies. We've got the Buy British campaign. We're doing some good stuff. But, am I sitting here saying to you today that we've done enough and all we have to do is sit back and wait for the voters to come to us? That's not what I'm saying. We've got to spend the next year, 2 years, however long we've got, keep going, keep listening, keep respecting those voters. And I think we can be confident about the next general election.
Jenny, could I ask you, of course, you and I bear the scars of the Brexit debate on our back. I'm sure we've still both got PTSD. But, because of what happened and the disrespect that many of those voters who haven't come back, that's where the Labour Party has got problems. I was on the fence about whether Labour needed to apologise for how it tried to thwart the results of that Brexit referendum. I have now come off the fence, and I think that Labour do need to apologise to get a hearing from the voters where, in those towns where the vote has gone backwards in some of those towns. Yeah. What do you think? Does Labour need to apologise?
I'm happy to. I am really happy to. I think asking people to think again about that referendum was the wrong thing to ask them to do. I haven't got a single issue about saying that. But we've got to move forward now. We're out the EU. No one wants to go through any of that again, least of all you and me, Gloria. And we've got to make a success of where we are. We're outside the EU. We've got opportunities. Look at some of the stuff the Labour Party with Nick Thomas-Symonds has been saying about trade deals and new relationships around the world. We're in a new reality now, and we've got to what's done is done, and we've got to move forward, and it's going to be good. We've got a lot to be confident about. There are things we can do around procurement and tendering now that we couldn't have done before. So let's seize those new things that we can do, and let's bring jobs and prosperity to the north of England. That's what I came into politics to do. That's what I'm all about, and that's where Keir Starmer wants to take us.
Jenny, hi, it's Darren McCaffrey here. Can I just ask you about Sir Keir himself, in the sense that there is a drift to Labour. The polls are showing that. There is a sense of that, as you say, overnight with these election results. But it feels, at least from the people I've talked to, and I've been up and down the country a lot over the last couple of months, is that it's very much driven by an anti-Conservative vote, or people who've just grown tired or dislike Boris Johnson. It's not that Keir Starmer's winning them over per se. Is that a problem, do you think, that Keir Starmer's not really connecting with voters in a way that Tony Blair did, for example? That he doesn't have, let's be frank about this, the charisma. And that is an Achilles heel for Labour, that actually at the moment Labour's doing well, but it's doing well because people are turning away from the Conservative Party, not because Labour's winning them over.
I mean, what I think about this, because I think about this quite a lot, is that Keir's way of doing politics is very serious, it's very considered, it's very honest, and I think it's a different style of politician than we've had for quite a long time. And it may not be the sort of thing that catches fire on the internet, but actually when people look and they think, who do I want making decisions about my future, my mortgage, my pension, my kid's life, they look at Keir and they think, yeah, you're the sort of person that I actually could see making decisions that affect me, thinking about my best interests and not your own best interests. And I think there's still a job of work for us to do as a party, and Keir's team as a leadership as well. And no one's pretending otherwise, about connecting with some groups of voters. But, you don't achieve that. It's not like switching a light on and off. It takes time. And we are making progress. We are getting there. People are looking at Keir and deciding that they actually quite like what they're seeing. And I think, it may not be easy or fast, but it is starting to happen. And I think he is the right person to lead the country in the face of these enormous challenges that we're confronting now. Looking at inflation at 10%, that's no joke for families in the community where I live. That's really hurting people already. And the idea of inflation going, that far, that fast is quite terrifying for people. They want someone who has got the ability to grip that and to make a plan and deliver it.
OK, Jenny, look, thank you very, very much for joining us and whizzing us through your take anyway on the election results. I thought you raised a good point there, Darren, actually, about Keir Starmer's lack of cut through the pub test, as it were, right? Boris Johnson, people would like to go for a pint with him. I think
I think Jenny's kind of point, which there is a validity to, but I'm not entirely sure it's going to happen, is she would say the whole point is that Boris Johnson and Keir Starmer are very different politicians, and you're either going to like one or the other, and that maybe after Boris Johnson, people might want a serious politician. Is that going to happen? I don't know.
Let's get David would know. What is the polling on the leadership qualities and...
Well, I think he doesn't pass the would you go down the pub with him?
No.
Would like to show pint test. What I find fascinating is that there's a cliche that when a new party leader comes in, the country sort of gives them about 6 months to 12 months before they make their mind up. And generally, once that mind is made up, it's very difficult to dislodge it. And what I find interesting about Keir Starmer is that he's now entering the third year of his leadership. And the thing that fascinates me is that he has gone up recently, but there is the biggest number of people almost are the ones who say don't know, even after 2 years, coming into 3 years, the ones who don't know about him. Now that, at one level, is encouraging in the sense they're not against him. If they don't know, you might be able to sort of switch them in your favour. But on the other hand, it's been 2 years.
We still don't know.
Well, how can we know, though? Because he doesn't tell us what he thinks about anything.
Well,
you might
possibly say that I couldn't.
No, but I mean, we don't know what his policies are, do we? Really?
Well, I think there's always again the problem. But the problem again, obviously, for an opposition is because this is what happened. This is what David Cameron very cleverly did: is when oppositions come out with policies that suddenly the governing party think, actually, jolly good, they're quite good. Public seem to quite like them. We'll nick a couple of those before the election. So it's always important that oppositions have to build up narratives, I'd rather say, than policies out of elections. Have we got time for 2 quick points to make? Because I think David's got a really interesting point to make about, we've been focusing on Wandsworth and Westminster and Barnet, but actually not on the southwest of London, places like Richmond.
Richmond is a stunner because it was a council run by the Conservatives from 2010 to 2017, and they now have one councillor.
That's very leafy. You'd like to live there if you could afford to. All of us would.
We'd love to, but one councillor.
But one Conservative councillor in that very leafy.
It's breathtaking stuff. So yet another example of how London is a different country.
Yeah, exactly.
Still to come, we'll be bringing you the latest results from across the country, plus lots of expert analysis of what these results really mean. Right after this short break.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's 2 questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back, everybody. What a time to be alive. This is the GB News UK Votes 2022 special, and we are here until 4 p.m, bringing you the very latest on the election results. And we're going to go back now to Tom Harwood, who is in Westminster. Tom, what's the latest for us?
That's right, Patrick. I am here live on College Green outside Parliament on a very splendid sunny morning. It is still morning. It feels like afternoon for some people who've been watching these results for a long time. But I'm delighted to be joined now by John Rentoul, who's chief political commentator for The Independent. And John, you've got some views on what has taken place that seem to be a little bit more in favour of Keir Starmer than other people we've spoken to earlier today. You think off the back of these results, Keir Starmer could become Prime Minister?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying anything different from the absolute guru, Professor Sir John Curtis, who is saying that, you know, if Labour were 5 points ahead in national share of the vote, which is the sort of figure that's suggested by these results, then if that was translated into a general election, that would be a hung parliament. And any kind of hung parliament is pretty much a guarantee that Keir Starmer would be Prime Minister, because, I mean, the Conservatives only have the DUP as a buffer. Otherwise, it's Keir Starmer as Prime Minister, and the SNP would have to let him take office.
So off the back of these results, not a Labour majority by any stretch, probably the Conservatives ahead of the Labour Party in seat share, maybe by a dozen, 2 dozen seats ahead of Labour, but Labour cobbling together a coalition to boot out the Tories.
Maybe, yes. I mean, it's ridiculous to predict. You can't predict from these results what the exact composition of a hung parliament. But the point is that as soon as the Conservatives have lost their majority in that place there, they're in trouble. I mean, almost as soon as they've lost their majority, Keir Starmer becomes Prime Minister. Now, obviously, it's 2 years between now and the next general election, but you only have to look at the economic outlook and the unprecedented drop in living standards that people are experiencing and the stalled economy, for it to be completely plausible that the Conservatives won't stage the traditional recovery and support in the run-up to general election, in which case that means Keir Starmer could easily be Prime Minister.
I wonder if there's a story here with regard to all of the other parties that we're seeing play out over the last few hours. The Lib Dems doing a little bit better in the southwest, the SNP expected to romp home in Scotland, the Labour Party doing well in London but not so well in the north of England. Potentially what we're seeing now is different parties doing better in different areas and all potentially working together to boot out the Tories.
Well, it is a fragmented picture. I mean, you're absolutely right. This has been a good day for the Liberal Democrats. It's been a good day for the Green Party as well, although not as good as I expected. I thought the Green Party were heading towards overtaking the Lib Dems as the natural party of protest in the south. But that doesn't seem to have happened. But, you know, if you've got Lib Dems, Greens, SNP doing well, that, unfortunately, from the Labour Party point of view, will detract from their performance, but they are all coalitionable, whereas the Conservatives don't have allies.
Although I suppose then that creates one big argument, and it was the argument that was deployed by the Conservative Party in 2015 to a huge effect, which is if you vote for anything other than the Conservative Party, you get a coalition of chaos.
Yes, that will be the argument, no doubt. And Keir Starmer's got to prepare for that in advance. I mean, because Ed Miliband was taken by surprise by that and didn't respond very well. But I think it's, you can't legislate for what will happen in a hung parliament. People will vote how they vote. They may be put off by the argument of instability, but things may get so bad for the Conservatives on the economic front that those arguments may not cut any ice.
Well, let's zoom back to a little bit closer to today now, rather than 2 years out to a general election.
We're getting ahead of ourselves.
Do these results mean that Boris Johnson survives in the short term? Has the Conservative Party done just about well enough to keep Boris Johnson in power?
Yeah, I mean, the Conservative Party hasn't done brilliantly, but it hasn't done disastrously. I mean, we've seen that they're heading for a few hundred losses of seats. And in vote share, they're not miles behind the Labour Party. I mean, it's not like it was before 1997 or before 2010, where the opposition party was really just streets ahead in local election results. So yes, but I mean, I think the real thing that's keeping Boris Johnson in place is the absence of an alternative. I mean, he came very close to losing his job in January, and that was because the Conservative Party had a ready-made alternative Prime Minister that they could easily slot in instead. The most popular politician in Britain, Rishi Sunak, but he's not the most popular politician in Britain anymore.
So if we're looking at the situation as it stands right now, is it not the case that ordinarily you'd expect an opposition party to do a bit better than the Labour Party has done this time round?
Well, if the Labour Party wanted to win a majority at the next election, they would have to be doing much better than this. Sadly, its ambitions are much more limited, because in order to win a majority, Keir Starmer would have to win a bigger swing than Tony Blair won in 1997. And, it's a nice sunny day, but it doesn't feel like a pre-1997 election is on the horizon.
So your prediction at the end of all of this, from what we've gleaned so far in the results that we have started to see today, is that Boris Johnson continues through to a general election, which he sort of wins, but not by enough, and Keir Starmer sort of muddles through as Prime Minister at the end of that process.
I think it's going to be a competitive election. Put it that way. I think either outcome is possible. But I wouldn't guarantee that Boris Johnson is going to lead the Conservatives into the next election. I mean, politics is so unpredictable. 2 years is a very long time. And if the Conservatives are facing an obvious defeat, I think they would still switch leader. Sorry, it's the high pollen count.
Well, John Rentoul, thank you so much for joining us here outside Parliament on this glorious sunny day to talk through those results as they've been coming in. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very, very much, and well done, John, for braving the high pollen count there. John Rentoul and Tom Harwood there at Westminster. Right, it was quite a bit to get stuck into.
We don't have enough time for the weather, but it comes with the political analysis.
You get it all from Rentoul.
Let's just end, because we've got about 30 seconds left. Yes. We should talk about Northern Ireland, voting only just starting there. They don't do it over night. Possibly the most significant election that's taking place, or has taken place, yesterday. The early soundings are that it looks like Sinn Féin have done pretty well. They seem quite confident. And the DUP may probably have done better than the polls are going to suggest. Probably not enough to be the number one party, but it seems that the unionist vote has realised, obviously, that they need to go to one place, and that's been the DUP. But it is potentially very, very significant that Sinn Féin could be the largest party for the first time ever in Northern Ireland by the end of this weekend.
Good stuff.
Right, OK, thank you. That's important. Thank you, Darren. Plenty more coverage of the elections to come, but first, it is time for your news.
It's 11 o'clock. Your top stories from the GB Newsroom. Results are coming in from the local elections, with the Conservatives suffering losses in 3 symbolic London councils, Westminster, Wandsworth and Barnet, all now in the hands of Labour. Elsewhere, Labour's also gained Southampton from the Tories, but lost Hull to the Liberal Democrats. Boris Johnson's facing an angry backlash from various local Tories, with some blaming the Prime Minister for the Partygate scandal and the cost of living crisis. Conservative Party Chairman Oliver Dowden says Labour hasn't done enough, though, to show it's a serious contender for government.
It's a difficult set of results, particularly in London, and you've highlighted some of those. But equally, we've made gains elsewhere, whether that's Hartlepool, Nuneaton or Thurrock. And this is against the backdrop, as you say, of us being midterm, all those kind of headlines. I think when you take all of that, it doesn't demonstrate that Labour has the momentum to get into government.
Well, Sir Keir Starmer, meanwhile, says the results show Labour has made huge improvements.
This is a massive turning point for the Labour Party. From the depths of 2019, we're back on track now for the general election, showing what the change that we've done, the hard change we've done in the last 2 years, what a difference it has made. And, you know, Cumberland, very important win last night in key constituencies for the next general election. Same in Southampton. Many more results to come today. But I just want to thank our brilliant team.
Well, voters in Bristol have decided to abolish its directly elected mayor following a referendum 10 years after first implementing the post. They chose instead for the city to be run by a cross-party committee system. The leader of the Green Party group said the measure was introduced to create a more open decision-making system. Away from the local elections, a senior Ukrainian official says a new attempt is underway to evacuate civilians trapped in the Azovstal steelworks in Mariupol. Earlier, the Ministry of Defence confirmed that Russian forces have continued their ground assault for a second day. President Volodymyr Zelensky says the plant's still being shelled and that hundreds of civilians are still inside.
Currently, Russian shelling and the assault on Azovstal do not stop, but civilians still need to be taken out. Women, children, many children remained there. Just imagine this hell. There are children there. More than 2 months of constant shelling, bombing, constant death nearby.
More than 37,000 people have come to the UK under the Ukrainian visa schemes. That number's risen by more than 10,000 in just over a week. The latest government figures show about 6 in 10 Ukrainians who've been issued visas haven't yet arrived in the UK. 31 people have been arrested and charged after a 60-hour Just Stop Oil protest in West Dunbartonshire. Activists have blockaded the Nustar Clydebank oil terminal since 4 a.m. on Tuesday. Demonstrators climbed on top of tankers and locked onto the entrance, while others entered the facility and halted operations by sitting on pipes and silos. Police Scotland say 15 people have been charged with breach of the peace and 16 with trespass offences. The average house price increased by more than £3,000 last month. Halifax reports property values went up for the 10th consecutive month, the longest run of continuous gains in 5 years. A typical UK home now costs over £286,000, nearly 14% more than this time last year. The owner of British Airways has recorded a heavy loss in the first 3 months of this year. The International Airlines Group has announced pre-tax losses of more than £900 million. It's being blamed on passenger numbers impacted by the Omicron variant of coronavirus. IAG does say, though, that they expect to be profitable in the second quarter of the year. And the long-duration crew that left the International Space Station yesterday have splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico.
So there's our first view of Dragon Endurance making its re-entry to planet Earth.
Thermal cameras caught the moment the 3 Americans and 1 German returned home this morning after 6 months in space. They had to be assisted from the capsule after spending so long in a weightless environment, but they did manage a wave for the cameras. That's your news update. I'll be back in half an hour with the latest headlines. Now let's return to our election results coverage with UK Votes 2022.
Welcome back to the GB News UK Votes 2022 election special. It has just gone 11:05.
It has indeed. Now, the local election results have been coming in throughout this morning, and so far it's looking like a very mixed picture for Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party, with the Tories struggling in London but consolidating support in pro-Brexit areas in the north of the country.
Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer has claimed the results so far are historic and a massive turning point for Labour. However, the party has struggled to gain back Brexit voting areas in their former Red Wall heartlands.
Yeah, indeed. And you're just seeing pictures of a jubilant Keir Starmer, aren't you, really? Might be a little bit misguided, but we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, the Lib Dems have made progress too, taking Hull City Council from Labour in what appears to be a good night for the party.
Let's have a look at some of the results which are coming through. Labour have gained 3 councils so far to make a total of 37. The Conservatives have lost 6. A total of 19 they now control, and the Liberal Democrats have gained 1 to make 4.
Yeah, and looking now to councillors, Labour so far have 1,205, the Tories are on 544, and the Lib Dems have 261.
Well, GB News political correspondent has the latest from Westminster for us.
The Labour Party is celebrating this morning after taking the totemic Tory flagship of Wandsworth Council from the Conservatives last night. In a symbol of what has happened across the country, Wandsworth turns red after 44 years of Conservative control. Keir Starmer's party has made significant gains, taking control of Westminster and Barnet councils from the Tories as well. Keir Starmer has undoubtedly made gains, particularly in London, but also in areas like Southampton and Cumbria. But while Labour has gained councils and seats, across the country this was not a landslide for the party. Labour has a mountain to climb if it is to win a general election.
This is a massive turning point for the Labour Party. From the depths of 2019, we're back on track now for the general election, showing what the change that we've done, the hard change we've done in the last 2 years, what a difference it has made. And, Cumberland, very important win last night in key constituencies for the next general election. Same in Southampton. Many more results to come today. But I just want to thank our brilliant team.
Outside of London, on the other hand, in places like Basildon, where the Tories unseated Labour's group leader and held control of the council, the Conservative Party argues that Labour is not delivering the seismic shift needed to win a general election. The Tories point to gains of councillors in Hartlepool, Thurrock, Dudley, Amber Valley and Nuneaton. The Labour Party is going backwards compared to 2018 in those less metropolitan areas. So what does this all mean for Boris Johnson? While this has undoubtedly been a disappointing night for the Conservative Party, this is a mid-term local election. It's very unusual to see governments advance in these elections. The question Tory MPs will be asking themselves is, was last night unusually bad? Or simply bad as could be expected years into government and years out from a general election, taking the whole country into account?
There's a difficult set of results, particularly in London, and you've highlighted some of those. But equally, we've made gains elsewhere, whether that's Hartlepool, Nuneaton or Thurrock. And this is against the backdrop, as you say, of us being midterm, all those kind of headlines. I think when you take all of that, it doesn't demonstrate that Labour has the momentum to get into government.
Results are still dripping in, with Scotland and Wales expected to start declaring through this afternoon. The Conservatives are not expected to do well in those areas, potentially slipping back to 3rd place in Scotland. And perhaps those areas will change the story once more. Tom Harwood, GB News.
So we all thought we might be discussing...
Well, good morning to you as well, Gloria.
You sat there. Do you want to say good morning every time I see you? Good morning, Darren McCaffrey. What a pleasure to see you today. So we all thought that we were going to be talking about, or potentially talking about, whether Boris Johnson was secure in his position as party leader. But the red wall seats suggest that he may be fine. But I was wondering, what if you represent, Risley, if those Tory MPs or Theresa Villiers, which is surrounding Chipping Barnet, is she?
Yeah.
Would you be a bit worried if you were...
No, if you were a Conservative MP in Cumbria this morning, down in Southampton, in Eastleigh, if you were in, frankly, almost anywhere in London, let's be honest about that, the outer ring of London where there are Conservative MPs, yes, of course you would be concerned. And I think there is... one of the things that we haven't really reflected an awful lot on is the Lib Dems. Actually, they're probably the party, now from a very low base, and not spectacularly well, but they're a party who can genuinely claim, it's a bit of a mixed bag for everyone this morning, Labour, Conservatives. I suspect it might be a bit of a mixed bag for the SNP a bit later as well. But actually, the Lib Dems have done pretty well. They're up 57 58 seats now, more than the Labour Party are. And I think the real concern for the Conservative Party, we talked about coalitions earlier, we didn't, about political parties trying to build these coalitions across the country in order to sustain power. And the Conservatives in the last election managed to essentially hold the traditional voters in the south of England, while at the same time attracting those Labour voters in the north. Something that Labour in reverse has just not managed to do. I think the real concern for the Conservative Party is this kind of pincer movement, where some of the voters in the north may well drip back to Labour, but it's in the south that actually they may start to drift to the Lib Dems. And that is the real concern, that drift might cost them some crucial seats. And the Lib Dems are starting to get back again in those seats that they used to hold in the southeast, the southwest of the country, in the west country. And I think that will be concern. I think the narrative, and Tom really interestingly, didn't he put it at the end of his report there, about how the narrative at the moment is actually Keir's celebrating. He's got good cause in certain areas to do so, but overall it's not been amazing. The Tories at the moment only down 120 seats, which is way below expectations. But that narrative in the hours when the results from Wales come in, when the results from Scotland come in, could change. And actually this could look a lot worse for the Conservative Party, let's say by this time tomorrow, than it does today.
Good stuff, Darren. Look, thank you very, very much, as always. Right now, we're continuing our coverage of the results of yesterday's election. We have our GB News reporters dotted around the country. There you are. Look at that. What a rogues gallery that is. But Jiggy BT is in Belfast for us, where Sinn Féin may well take the reins of power. Davy Donaldson is up in Scotland, where the SNP have apparently done quite well again, and we'll speak to them later in the hour. But first, we're going to Tom Harwood, who's in Westminster for us. Tom, thank you very much for doing a marathon stint for us today. What's your hot take?
Well, it is interesting listening to that difference in geographical variation of these results. It's going to be very interesting to see how Parliament in particular responds to these results. Obviously different in London, different in the southwest, different in the northeast, different in the northwest. But let's get some Conservative perspective now from Alex Dean, the commentator who can join us here live on College Green outside Parliament. First of all, there does seem to be some pretty seismic losses in London for the Conservative Party.
Well, first of all, I always want to spare a thought for those who've lost their seats or tried and failed to get elected. People put in back-breaking work in local government, back-breaking work to try to get elected, and I always think about those who've not made it, especially because I'm someone who's lost my seat myself in the past. Yeah, there's no sugarcoating it. London has been a bad set of results for the Conservative. Nationally, I would say much more mixed picture. I look at the London results and I realise, as you were reflecting with John Rentoul a little earlier, that in areas like Wandsworth and Westminster, the Conservative majorities were very small. And indeed, in Wandsworth, all three of the MPs, sitting MPs, are Labour MPs at a national level. So in places like that have been trending away from the Tories, you were expecting a bad night. But again, no sugarcoating, bad result to lose controls of councils. They are symbolic, but symbols matter. You know, so I'm not dismissing it. But the bigger, broader national picture shows Labour going backwards in some of the red wall seats and shows a much more mixed picture where they need to make big gains to try to get control. And Tom, you'll remember some of the predictions we'd seen about Labour gains. They're just not manifesting themselves in anything like the same kind of number that people were expecting.
No, certainly not. We're not looking like we're heading towards sort of 600, 800 Labour gains, as some of those expectations were. Maybe nearer 300, 350, which losses for the Conservatives, I should say, which would still be pretty damning, but maybe not damning enough to lose outright a general election.
I would never say damning. I think this is a classic mid-term result, where the government takes a bit of a kicking, but you get some interesting things to read into it. So Labour, for example, in a lot of those red wall seats where they'd lost their members of Parliament, are not making big headway coming back. And you're seeing a kind of cultural divide, I suppose, where the Tories are losing seats. It's in much more Remainy areas of the country, traditional blue wall, leafy areas of the south and so forth. And the Tories are doing much better in those seats that they gained at the last general election in 2019 from the Labour Party. Now, if you project those results onto a general election, I don't think it means an 80-seat majority for the Conservative Party disappears. On the contrary, I think you look at these numbers and it means another term of Conservative government.
Looking at those results across the south, the southwest in particular, can the Conservative Party really afford to lose so many seats in London? Of course, it still holds a good number of seats in London that on these numbers they would lose, and lose seats in the southeast and the southwest to the Lib Dems. I mean, surely they can't afford to lose so many. They can't only rely on those seats in the Midlands and the north.
Well, as anyone would tell you, looking at electoral mathematics, and certainly any Labour Party politician trying to control expectations and play them down, 80 seats is a heck of a shift to make in Parliament in one go. And certainly on these numbers, there's nothing like the kind of seismic support for Labour that you would need to see. I'm certainly not arguing for complacency for the Conservative Party. If you lose seats and you go backwards in local government, you should listen to it. You should pay attention. You should rally round your supporters. Say to people, why do you think we lost those seats? I'm not being dismissive of that. I'm just pointing out the obvious, that on these numbers, Keir Starmer does not become Prime Minister.
It does seem to be that there is this growing divide between sort of what has become known as the blue wall, that the Lib Dems continually talk about, those sort of leafy suburbia, home county seats even, and the red wall. Has the Conservative Party potentially forgotten about its blue wall, lent away from its sort of more traditional supporters, raising tax as it has, talking about redistribution as it does? Is the Conservative Party risking losing traditional Conservatives?
I don't think so, and I don't think so in part. Of course, there are plenty of traditional Conservatives in the north of England and the southwest and the other parts of the country you were talking about. But my second point would be, on these numbers and on this kind of approach to politics, what you might see is a bit of a dip in support for the Conservatives in their heartlands. You might even see the loss of 1 or 2 seats. But you don't see the return to Labour of the kind of big numbers of seats they'd need to see in the red wall. And that would be the nightmare for Labour, is after all that time and after all that effort, you get to the end of, let's call it the 2019 to the 2024 Parliament, and they go backwards by 5 seats. That's a perfectly plausible result on these kinds of stats. I know we haven't seen the numbers yet for all the seats in the country. We haven't seen a lot of results out of Scotland and Wales. But on these statistics, what it would look like is a bit of a dip for the Conservative Party, where they've always been strongest in some of the parts of the south east and so forth. And a bad night in London, undeniably, but there aren't that many Tory seats left in London, in Westminster, and holding up almost everywhere else, much more than people were expecting. I say on balance, if you'd offered me this result as a Conservative in advance of that poll, I'd have taken it.
We are, of course, talking before we've seen results from Scotland. And Scotland is going to be, according to all projections, pretty torrid time for the Conservative Party, maybe losing that mantle of being the main opposition party in local government, losing that mantle of being the main unionist party in local government, with advances expected for the Labour Party. Is Scotland going to become a more significant problem for Boris Johnson?
Scotland's always been one of the most significant issues in our national political life, not least because of the resurgence of the SNP in recent times. When it comes to analysing Scottish politics, my position is slightly different. Of course I want the Conservatives to do well. I want the Conservatives not just to be the opposition, I want them to be the #1 party in Scotland, which is an ambition to aim for over time. Let's be charitable. But when it comes to Scotland, my main thing is I want to see unionist parties go forward. I want to see parties that believe in keeping our country together flourish. And actually on these results, what we've seen so far in projections, it looks like it's not a great night for the SNP. And that's probably the most important thing if you care about the future of our country, if you care about Nicola Sturgeon making the bogus case for another referendum when she said you wouldn't have one in a generation, if you care about trying to stymie their efforts to push through their partisan agenda, because they'll point to any kind of success and say, there it is, there's the reason for another referendum. If you care about those things, then I think you look at the results that we're starting to see in Scotland and you think it's not a bad night for unionism. And that's got to be, in my view, that's the most important evaluation.
Well, Alex Dean, thank you so much for talking us through those results and those results that we still expect to come here on College Green outside Parliament. Really appreciate your time this morning. Back to you in the studio.
And we have Darren with us
Morning,
in the
Darren.
studio.
Yeah, still.
Stop it.
I'm chained to the desk. Well, it's very good morning to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just on Scotland, because we were just talking about Scotland there, weren't we? We're starting to get a sense of the results coming through. This is from West Dunbartonshire, first preferences. Now, this is just to give us a sense of what the narrative might be in Scotland. But these are the first preferences. So Labour, 45% of the vote, but they're up nearly 13%.
Wow.
The SNP down 5%, Conservatives down 8%.
Interesting.
So it is possible that we're going to see Labour from a very low base, But as Tom was suggesting there, that they could become the second party in Scotland again in these local elections. Don't forget, in Scotland, every vote is being counted, every council area is being cancelled. But, you know, if that is replicated, Labour potentially going to have a very good day in Scotland.
And arguably, although I don't think it's arguable at all, this is the first time that the Scottish Labour Party have had a leader which is...
And so what? Yeah, no,
who is of substance.
I think it's fair to say that he is cutting through unlike his predecessors. And that is putting it very diplomatically.
Yes, indeed.
One day I'll be able to speak like Darren.
Oh, well, there we go. Right, OK. Well, the most important set of results today are set to start to drop in Northern Ireland there in the coming hours. And the future of the United Kingdom and Brexit, of course, is very much on the line in the Assembly elections, with Irish nationalist Sinn Féin holding an 8-point lead over the DUP in the closing polls on Wednesday.
And our GB News Northern Ireland reporter, Dougie Beattie, is at an election count in Belfast. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to the Titanic Exhibition Centre, where the boxes have been opened. The votes have been verified in 2 constituencies, North Belfast, one we actually did a constituency report on, coming in with about 47,000 votes. That's about 61% of the vote. So it is down on that 2017 high watermark for Sinn Féin. So there's a lot to play for here. The Alliance Party as well are doing quite well in first preference votes. I took a walk around the Strangford constituency here, which is just down behind me, and noticed that the current Education Minister, Michelle McIlveen, has polled very well, but so has Kelly Armstrong. But notably, the TUV, the True Unionist Voice, the one that is against the protocol, I think we will see another MLA in there for them, which means that the DUP or the UUP will lose a seat. And if that happens, their votes will transfer over, because transfers are all important here. We have 239 candidates trying to fight for 90 seats of an election in the Assembly that may never sit. And the last time round in 2017, of those 90 seats, 72 of them depended on transfers from running mates to get in. We also hear that in West Tyrone, the TUV has also polled very, very well. Now, if it's polling in little sections and it makes it in, there will be no transfer left to bring the DUP in the door behind it. So I think what is happening now is it is maybe not so much that the DUP vote has shrank, it is that, again, unionism has split and splintered away, and the Alliance Party are coming through, I think, probably on the back end of the Ulster Unionist, which was the Liberal Unionist Party, and gaining ground.
Aaron McCaffrey here. Just on that note, 2 questions, if I may. First of all, on the Ulster Unionist Party, had they not been squeezed? Is there a sense that Unionists in the end felt, well, if Sinn Féin are going to do well, I'm going to switch to the DUP because they will do best? And also, is this going to be a stonking day for the Alliance Party?
Well, I think it's a good question, but I think that the UUP has became that liberal under my namesake, Doug Beattie, that a lot of these unionists are transferring their vote across. You've got to remember, anybody that was under 40 years of age here will not remember the troubles of Northern Ireland. So transferring that vote across into the Alliance Party would seem a very logical thing to do for them. I think that they are in trouble. I think the Ulster Unionist Party are in very big trouble. But the DUP, I think, will hold on in there. I don't think this last poll that was out would be as bad as it was. I don't think it's 8%, but I do think, by looks of things, that they will not be the largest party.
Thank you very, very much, Dougie Beattie there, whizzing through the latest from Northern Ireland. And let's bring in GB News presenter and former Northern Ireland First Minister, the one and only Arlene Foster. Arlene, morning to you. How are you?
Good morning. I feel I have to say good morning because obviously Darren might take offence if I don't say that. So good morning, Darren. And
Good morning, Arlene. I'm glad to see the Northern Irish politeness is there.
I'm from Bradford. I'm from Bradford. I don't have manners.
Anyway, what's your take on what we're seeing so far, Arlene?
Yeah, well, I think turnout is down, which I think is very interesting. 2017 turnout was up from the 2016 Assembly election, so I suppose we did expect a little fall, but as Dougie was just saying there, really there's only very few verifications carried out as yet, and North Belfast has fallen from about 64.5% to 61%. In terms of turnout, will that make a difference? We'll have to wait and see, because as I've been saying all along, the first 4 seats are generally, usually, we're able to identify those pretty quickly. But it's always the last seat that tells the tale. And I think in some of the last seats, there are going to be surprises, or maybe not, as the case may be. I think the TUV seem to be polling quite well, particularly in rural areas. And the Alliance Party are going to make gains of that, there is no doubt. They had 8 seats in the last 90-member Assembly, and I think they'll be in double figures after this Assembly election result is over.
Where do you think this leaves kind of unionism, in the sense that, you know, unionism's been quite strong because, frankly, the DUP have been quite strong over the last couple of decades or so, but there's been a real fracturing, or at least there feels there's been a fracturing of the unionist vote at this election. And that's not necessarily even to traditionally pro-unionist parties. And I think there's a lot of unionist voters who may well have voted for the Alliance Party this time around.
Yeah, so I think it'll be very interesting to watch the Ulster Unionists vote and the growth of the Alliance Party vote. So I think you'll see the Alliance Party don't declare on whether they're pro-union or pro-nationalist. They say that they're middle ground. They're not taking a position on the Constitution. They're more interested in other things. So therefore, people who are nationalists may be voting for the Alliance Party. People who are unionists will be voting for the Alliance Party. So even in places like West Tyrone, which you will know very well, Darren, you could see a surge of alliance in West Tyrone. And that's because the Ulster Unionist Party put in place a man who wasn't from the area, who had been a senator in the Republic of Ireland, also had been a president of the Ulster Farmers Union, but has gone down very badly with the usual traditional Ulster Unionist voters in West Tyrone. So you may see the Alliance Party picking up on that. But also West Tyrone's very interesting because of the TUV. They have a man standing who used to be a DUP councillor, and who is now a TUV candidate, and he's very well liked. He's originally from Castlederg, and you will see him polling quite well as well. So this is a very interesting election, and I think that we will know more probably about tea time tonight what the shape of the new Assembly will look like.
And just, Ollie, very, very quickly and finally, if you can, obviously the reason this matters for everyone else in the UK is because this is going to have a big impact, isn't it, on the Northern Ireland Protocol, about potentially the government instalment, about whether the executive happens again. But also that feeds, of course, into the UK's relationships with the EU. This could be a very, very crucial couple of weeks coming up.
I think a lot of unionists in particular will want to send a message to the government that the way in which they've been handling the protocol and allowing it to continue to be in place, they'll be wanting to send a message, and I think the TUV vote will be very interesting in that regard, as well as, of course, the DUP vote, because they've both been very strong in their opposition to the protocol. So yes, that'll be very interesting takeaway as well, Darren.
Ollie, as always, we'll be back with you later on. Thank you.
Have a good morning, Arlene.
Yes, have a good morning. Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Coming up next, we'll be getting more reaction to today's results from across the country. That is after your news update with Rhiannon.
Thank you, Gloria. It's coming up to 11:30 in the morning. I'm Rhiannon Jones in the GB Newsroom. Boris Johnson's facing an angry backlash from some Tories as results come in from the local elections. The Conservatives have suffered losses in 3 symbolic London councils, Westminster, Wandsworth and Barnet, all now in the hands of Labour. Elsewhere, Labour's also gained Southampton from the Tories, but lost Hull to the Liberal Democrats. Counting has now begun in Wales and Scotland, as well as in Northern Ireland in the Stormont Assembly vote. A senior Ukrainian official says a new attempt's underway to evacuate civilians trapped in the Azovstal steelworks in Mariupol. Earlier, the Ministry of Defence confirmed that Russian forces have continued their ground assault for a second day. President Volodymyr Zelensky says the plant's still being shelled and that hundreds of civilians are still inside. The average house price increased by more than £3,000 last month. Halifax reports property values went up for the 10th consecutive month, the longest run of continuous gains in 5 years. A typical UK home now costs over £286,000, nearly 14% more than this time last year. And taking a break from social media platforms for a week can improve your mental health. That's according to new research by the University of Bath. The study found those who stopped using platforms like TikTok, Instagram and Facebook had significantly reduced levels of depression and anxiety. TV Online and DAB Plus Radio, this is GB News. There's plenty more elections coverage to come in just a moment.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back, everybody, to our GB News election special. As we have touched on it, it's been a very good night for Labour overall, anyway, with gains so far of 3 councils and control of 37 councils. In London, Labour have gained Wandsworth, Westminster and Barnet, a large blow to the Tories. But outside the capital, the picture is quite mixed.
Nah. Right, OK. David, it's a mixed picture for both of the main parties. How would you summarise it?
Well, for the Conservatives, until Scotland and Wales comes in, I'd repeat what's really been our mantra so far, which is that it's for a midterm, for a government party, these are livable. These figures are livable with. For Labour, the challenge is, one always has at the back of one's mind, is not so much what's happening now, but thinking forward 2 years now, general election. Labour needs 124 seats to get a majority just of 2 at the next general election. And they've only done that 3 times in the last 120 years of its existence. 1929, 1945, 1997. You need the earth to be moving, if you like, in order to sustain the view that Labour's really going to make it on its own. And this isn't earthquake territory, it seems to me. But fascinating is Wales and Scotland, as you've already been hinting. Scotland is by single transferable vote. The counts are electronic. That's why it's taking so much time to come through, because they have to do 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th preferences. And the STV system really doesn't allow for the same sort of massive swings that first past the post allows. So it's going to be interesting, but if there are big gains made, that's quite impressive. And in Wales, again, an area where the Tories did well in the 2019 general election, have been doing reasonably well in recent years. They hope to hang on to Monmouthshire, I'm sure, but they'll be hard-pressed to do that. And for Labour, I'll be looking for them to regain councils. So there's still much to play for, but I don't think, as we sit here now, that this is the sort of stuff that's going to cause great crowds of Tory MPs to be standing outside Number 10 with machetes. And I don't think it's going to be time for Labour MPs to gather round and start gathering roses and throwing them rose petals over the leader because we're on our way. I don't think any of that's happening at the moment.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sorry. And obviously, Keir Starmer, I suspect he's trying to spin it a little bit, isn't he? He's, really praising. Well, it is a massive result, don't get me wrong, in Westminster, Wandsworth and all of that. But he must be a bit disappointed that he's not had to cut through as much as it would seem, anyway, in the Red Wall.
I'm sure that must be so. I mean, London we've focused on, and so we should. But as we were commenting before, in a way, in 2018, very few seats changed hands, but most of Labour's gains were in London. In 2022, I'd be fascinated, as I say, towards the end of this business, when we know where all the votes are, what percentage of Labour's gains were actually in London? Because what we're finding is that all these London gains are being sapped by losses here, there and everywhere outside of London. Small losses, but they're sapping that number, holding it down.
Yeah. Can I ask you about what your take is on whether or not an increasing number of people feel politically homeless? It's all over the inbox at the minute. GBViews, gbnews.uk, get in touch. People just saying, look, I held my nose and I went into that polling booth, I spoiled my ballot, I didn't vote, this, that and the other. There does seem to be a lot of that going around. Do you think that's representative of the country? People feel a little bit homeless politically?
It's not only a thought, it's true. 2010, 2015, 2017 general elections, 3 general elections, not a long time apart from any of them. Of all the people who voted in 2010, 2015, 2017, half of them did not vote for the same party in all 3 elections.
Wow. That's really interesting.
Incredible. That's extraordinary.
Good stat.
And it just underlines the things that we're talking about now, and underlines why our politics is such a logjam, that people really, the old certainties, the old tribalism, 50 years ago, there would be one block of 40% Tories, 40% Labour, and the 20% in the middle, shifting one way or the other, would determine who is in government. Those glaciers have evaporated, and now it's much more transactional, and the Tories so far have made a much better pitch at getting those voters to them.
Yeah.
Just going to go to the Liberal Democrats, who have had a good night, adding more than 50 councillors and seizing control of Kingston upon Hull from Labour. And joining us now is Daisy Cooper, the Deputy Leader of the Lib Dems. Daisy, hi. Hello, Daisy. Nice to see you, Daisy. I'm sure you are well. But I'm interested in Hull. Let me talk to you about Hull. I
hope that was a sound engineer, you're not just been mugged.
Daisy. Right, so Hull voted to leave the European Union. Your party is the most unashamed pro-European party. How did you win Hull?
Well, I mean, what's clear is Liberal Democrats have always been open and transparent about our positions on these things, but what we've seen in Hull is that where you have Labour councillors who take people for granted, the Liberal Democrats can win seats. And in this set of local elections, we're very proud that we've won Hull off Labour, but in many other places around the country, we are winning seats off the Conservatives, particularly in our blue wall areas, which are the areas where we're targeting Conservative MPs ahead of the next general election.
Obviously, the Lib Dems have done very well, so credit to you for that. Do you think this could translate nationally at a general election, though?
I didn't quite hear all the question. I think you asked how does it translate for a general election. If that's the question, then the answer is that we'll have to wait and see. The fact is that we have made some really significant gains in places like West Oxfordshire and Wimbledon and Cheadle, and these are all in these blue wall areas. But you have to recognise that in the areas that Liberal Democrats are targeting, there's only around half of those areas that actually have any local elections at all. So we will be looking very closely at the more results that come in later today, but I'll leave it up to some of the election gurus to work out what that means for the next general election.
Absolutely. Do you think now that the Lib Dems are trying to almost put Brexit to bed? Obviously, it was a massively divisive issue, the Brexit referendum, as we all know. That goes without saying. And I don't know how well the old, let's rejoin the European Union shtick would have translated if that's still going to be the case. So, I mean, are you guys hoping to move on from Brexit now and just kind of re-establish yourselves as not a single-issue party, as it were?
Well, Liberal Democrats have never been a single issue party. We've been very clear about the values that we hold. We've also said that at some point in the future, we think the UK's position is best being in the EU, but we'd only start to campaign for that if we think we could carry the country with us and if we thought we could join from a position of strength. We're not there at the moment. What I think the whole of the country can see is that actually the UK is not in a good position. Our economy is very weak, growth is very slow, inflation is very high, and families around the country are really, really struggling with a cost of living emergency. And I think they're really sick and tired of the fact that this Conservative government are simply not providing any answers. Liberal Democrats have said that we are in favour of a windfall tax, which would be a tax on the big oil and gas companies to help pay for gas bills, but we're also calling for an emergency VAT cut, which would be good for everybody. It would be especially good for those at the bottom of the ladder. It would be really good for small businesses, and it would be good for the economy because it would help to start tackling inflation. So we are putting forward concrete ideas on how to tackle this cost of living emergency, whilst the Conservative government are just sitting on their hands and don't seem to care.
Daisy Cooper, Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats, thank you. You look cheery.
Yes. But I tell you, the Lib Dems, in my experience, do tend to run quite a solid local council. South Lakeland District Council was my one. That was Tim Farron's patch, and they really did care whether or not your bins got taken out every week. It actually was quite important.
I'm sure there are other parties' councils that cared just as much.
Oh, yes. Yeah, OK.
Darren,
it's like when you say other products are available.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Darren, it's your birthday.
It is my birthday.
And good morning,
yes. Thank you, and good morning to you too. What better way? Where else would one want to be on one's birthday than with these?
That's very sad, Darren. That's very sad.
It's not true.
I don't think he means that.
Can we just focus on two little things? Not little things, I shouldn't say little things, but while we're talking about smaller parties, can we talk to David about the Green Party? Really interesting is that the Green Party, they're in power in Germany, they've done very well in Paris, in Sweden, in lots of parts of Europe. Never really had a hold here, but they are doing pretty well. I think they more than doubled the number of seats last night.
They have. The difference, apart from many other things, of course, is when you have proportional systems, you can make an inroad, you can really make advances. Under first past the post, it's a brutal system for third parties, as the Lib Dems can testify, let alone fourth or fifth. I think they have tended to be focused on areas where there are younger, more university-educated people, university cities. I think they're part of that thing we were talking about a bit earlier about the disintegration of the old loyalties, and people are now willing to go to them. I suspect not so much because of green policies, but because they are an alternative, if you like, to the establishment that is in such disfavour.
And just picking up finally on Patrick's point earlier on about a lack of political home for people. Now, turnout in local council elections always tend to be pretty low, doesn't it? How are we faring this year? Because anecdotally, I know a lot of people yesterday who said they just couldn't be bothered to vote at all.
Yeah.
Well, the last time in 2018, the turnout was 35% across England. I think we'll be struggling to get to 30%. Robert Hayward, the Tory peer and political analyst, has done a trawl of a number of places, and he says that, on average, postal votes are down 10 points in the places that he sampled. Now, postal voters, if they're down, the ballot station voters will be down too. So I think this is... who are these people? Who are the ones who stayed at home? And is that a lesson for the politicians? What happened? Will they stay at home in a general election? Probably not.
Fascinating, isn't it? I mean, that in some ways, the weird thing is, and we've not really talked about that could be the overall narrative.
Absolutely.
It's just how few people voted yesterday.
Yes, which is why it's unrepresentative, because if lots of Tories stayed at home, then it's even worse for the other party.
Well, that's mean. So Labour's victories then don't seem quite as good.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, let's bring in someone who, you never know, he might be hoping to return to Westminster at the next general election. He lost his seat in Bury North in 2019. James Frith, it is good to see you, James. James, in seats outside London, Labour should have done better. What do you think, James?
Well, it's not the full-time whistle hasn't been blown yet, and Bury's results won't come in till about 7 o'clock this evening, I'm told. The count begins at midday here after a very long day campaigning yesterday. But broadly, Gloria, and it's lovely to be with you and to see you doing so well as well, to basically, there isn't much comfort in the country for Labour gaining in the capital for those of us on the doorstep. And that is to say, to the point, the really interesting debate that you've just had about apathy. I think with anger, it's an energy, and you see turnout rise as a result of people feeling animated or angered by a particular issue. Apathy is a lot harder to handle because people just say, well, what's the point? They're not cross, they're not lively. They simply say a plague on the houses. And I think that what we've seen, we don't have the figures. I caveat pretty much everything I'm saying with what's to come still here in Bury. But on the doorstep yesterday and throughout, there was a definite sense of apathy that hasn't existed for some the recent elections, at least. There was no sign of Brexit and the remnants of that. There was no sign of even actually some of the most prolific of national campaigning issues. People were just flat. And despite, if it's the politicians and the campaigners, you're having to introduce them the things that they might want to care about. That is an uphill task, and it's a real challenge for a very London-centric political system.
And this is exactly, it's almost like we planned this, because it's exactly the point that I was hoping to get you on at now, actually, which is that Keir Starmer, look, he seems like a nice enough guy, don't get me wrong, but I just don't really think Northerners like him very much, and that's going to be an issue, isn't it?
I don't know what your connection to the North is, but we're not a homogenised group, and we have individual views. There's no universal view. I would say there doesn't yet appear to be a universal appeal, but certainly the Labour Party has turned a corner, and the fact that we are even in contention with a view to the next general election is a remarkable one, given the utterly damning verdict the electorate gave the Labour Party in 2019. So to be in the fight is positive, but that is not good enough. Clearly, we should be ambitious and hungry to return to being the natural party of government that I first voted for in '97.
And James, final question from me. I genuinely miss knocking on doors, because there's nothing like keeping your finger on the pulse of a nation like knocking on loads and loads of doors every week. You have done that recently. Now, when we have talked about Partygate on this channel, and it's not just this channel, by the way, it's all the channels, we get tons of emails from viewers saying, I just don't care. Yeah. I just wondered, do people care on the doorstep? Did it come up in Bury?
Yeah, Partygate definitely is an issue. I do think the electorate move on a lot quicker than some of the political commentary does. I find actually hyper-local issues at local elections could yet prove to be the most effective in Bury for winning or indeed losing candidate seats. People are very angry. I think they haven't forgiven and they won't forget Johnson, but ultimately they take in the round, and I think what the Labour Party needs is to feel a more athletic party, to be more energetic, to feel that it has an emotional connection to the electorate rather than wanting simply to explain everything. People, to your colleague's point about Keir Starmer, he's got some work to do. He has got to up his energetic game, his athletic game. It hasn't done enough yet. It's great the gains in London, but we won't win the country, nor should we deserve to, unless we win seats like Bury North back and go well beyond Bury North, I might add. We're the top of the list at 105 marginal majority for the Tories. We may as well pack up and go home if we have inroads in Salford and lose Bury.
Really frank conversation with you, James, and we appreciate that, and it's really good to see you. James Frith, who was the Labour MP for Bury North up until 2019.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that was such a symbolic seat, actually, when Bury went. I remember that was a really big indicator for me, because realistically, I mean, I'm from nearish, anyway, that neck of the woods, but Bury North should be Labour, really.
I did like that question.
Yeah,
what's your relationship
with the North? With the North? Well, I grew up there, but there we go. No, but he didn't sound particularly northern, to be fair, but anyway. It's not a competition. Right, up next.
It is. By gun.
It is. Anyway, right,
up next, Patrick proves how northern he is. Stay tuned for that.
Come back with a flat cap and a whippet. Anyway, up next, we'll be getting reaction from Scotland, but first, it's just a quick break. I think we all need it.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Morning all, welcome to our big election special. Now let's turn our attentions to Scotland, where the Conservatives are on track to lose a large amount of seats across the country.
Our GB News Scotland reporter David Donaldson is in South Ayrshire, which has become a Scottish independence proxy battleground between the SNP and the Tories over the course of the last few years. Welcome, Davy.
Yeah, well, I'm here at, as you say, South Ayrshire Air at the Citadel Leisure Centre, where the counts have started around about 8 o'clock this morning. We've already had one declaration made, that was Ayrshire East, and no surprise there, the three councillors that were already in place had been re-elected. We were waiting in Ayrshire West there to be announced, but there was a slight problem over a ballot there that had been destroyed, and I think they've all agreed now that that ballot can't be included. So we're just waiting for that result, and just a short while ago the councillors for Troon were called over to have a chat as well. So things are progressing here, perhaps a little bit slower than people would like, but yeah, we've got 61 candidates here for 28 seats in 8 different wards. So we've already had one declaration. We're expecting this to all be wrapped up round about 2 or 3, but of course, given what we've already seen, the delays here, that may prove to be a little bit longer. Across Scotland, there's been, as you say, Conservatives not doing too well. They're expected to lose all the ground that they made during the last council elections in Glasgow. That's still to be confirmed, of course, but that certainly looks what the picture is going to be later on today. Glasgow is one of the latest to declare the last council elections. It could be some time before we see that. Elsewhere, the Green Party have had their first ever councillor in the Scottish Borders elected in Galashiel, so I'm sure that will please people in the Green Party. But yeah, we're still waiting here for more results to come through, but they certainly look imminent.
Good stuff, David. Thank you very, very much. We'll be getting more from you later, north of the border. Just quickly, Darren.
Just on Scotland. So it's the Conservative Party not having a good day. East Ayrshire down 12% of the vote. Scottish Borders. This is the Conservative Party, down 12% of the vote. Edinburgh, down 9% of the vote. Angus, down 17% of the vote. This is on first preferences. Doesn't necessarily translate into councils because there's a whole different system there, but there is a consistent pattern thus far on those first preferences that, having done very, very well 4 years ago, that the 5 years ago, the Conservative Party are seeing a big slump in their vote north of the border.
Brilliant stuff, Darren. Thank you very, very much. And very on brand this. Now we're going to go to Conservative MP for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, Andrew Bowie. Thank you very, very much. Great to have you on the show. Are you getting a bit of a kick in north of the border?
Well, look, it's very early to tell exactly what's happening across the country. I hate to spoil the narrative somewhat, but up here in Aberdeenshire, we've had 4 Conservative candidates up for election, and all 4 have been elected on first preferences. It's going to be a difficult day for us. It's absolutely clear, as the former contributor just made clear. We had an incredible night in 2017, our best council elections ever in the era of devolution. To match that would be, well, I don't think anybody was expecting to come close to it this time. But we're getting Conservative councillors elected across Scotland, and compared to where we were when I joined the Conservative Party over a decade ago, we're sort of knocking it out of the park. I'm standing here in Aberdeen City at the count here, and when I got elected, we had 4 councillors. We're already above that in terms of the number of Conservatives we've got delivered. So it's not a bad day by any stretch, although yeah, of course, difficult.
Andrew, yes, and I wanted to ask you about that. You said it's going to be a difficult day. Just tell us why you think that is.
Well, I mean, if we're sitting in the mid-term of a parliamentary session with all the usual bumps that comes with that, quite literally in my case, and we're being held to account for some of the decisions that have been made at some point over the last 12 years. But what I don't see is any momentum behind the Scottish National Party, for example, who seem to be having a very middling day, losing ground in some parts of the country. There's no huge surge behind the Labour Party, although, of course, they're doing better than they were from a very, very low base. And it could just be that things are evening out in Scotland after a decade of, flux and huge swings one way or the other. So, as I said, it's very, very early. We're doing quite well here in the northeast of Scotland, not wishing to tempt fate. And I don't think we can read too much into the results that are coming through already, although, yeah, I'd expect it to not be as good as it was in 2017.
Absolutely, and it is a lovely part of the world where you are as well. I was there not so long ago. Now, I hope you don't mind me asking, you mentioned your little bump. I'll take it wasn't a door-knocking related incident, was it?
I'm afraid not. No, nothing exciting at all, other than the fact my 1.5-year-old Dalmatian got a little bit too excited chasing a bird a few days ago and pulled me over a curb and into the street. So that's I'm afraid.
No. Oh, gosh. Well, you've quite literally bounced back from all of that, I can see. But look, thank you very, very much, Andrew. Great to have you on the show.
Bounced back with a few scars, though.
Back, yeah. Build back better. But there we are, yes. So, look, I mean, he's obviously not paying...
We're all over the UK today, and I want to reflect that.
Good.
GB News reporter Bradley Harris has been in Monmouth in Wales, which went Conservative in 2017. And now we're going to look at the latest.
Elections have been taking place here in Monmouthshire as 90 polling stations opened from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. yesterday. People coming in to cast their vote. This is the first time that 16 and 17-year-olds can vote in the local elections since the Senedd elections in May last year, where they could vote for the first time. Of course, the Tories took majority control of Monmouthshire 5 years ago in 2017. So I've come back to Monmouth to find out if people are still voting in the same way that they did 5 years ago.
I think there's lots of things that have been happening that, could change your mind, but for me personally, no. I think it's about consistency, making sure we've got the same leader at this time. I don't think we should be changing drastically.
Or if they got back in Monmouth, I think that would be a real retrograde step. It would be just more of the same, of the same, of the same. Not any positive aspects to them, really.
The Welsh Conservatives will be well aware that people have been basing their votes on much wider issues, such as the cost of living crisis, the war in Ukraine, and lockdown parties in Downing Street. Here in Monmouthshire, we're expecting results from about midday onwards today, so we'll see if those bigger political stories are having an impact on people's votes locally here in Monmouthshire.
Bradley Harris there. Right, OK, we're going to have to keep it moving, I'm afraid, people. I'm off now. We're back on your screen 7 until 9 p.m. for Friday Night Feast. Liam Halligan is going to be me, I believe, for the next couple of
him.
hours.
He'll be being him.
He'll be himself. He's his own man. Anyway, right, OK, thank you very much. Obviously, stay right here, locked into GB News for the very best election coverage. But first, it's your news.
It's 12 o'clock. Your top stories from the GB Newsroom. I'm Rhiannon Jones. Counting is continuing across the UK in local elections, with the Conservatives suffering losses in 3 symbolic London councils, Westminster, Wandsworth and Barnet, all now in the hands of Labour. But outside the capital, the outcome's quite mixed. Labour's also gained Southampton from the Tories, but lost Hull to the Lib Dems. Boris Johnson's facing an angry backlash from various local Tories, with some blaming the Prime Minister for the Partygate scandal and the cost of living crisis. Conservative Party Chairman Oliver Dowden says Labour hasn't done enough to show it's a serious contender for government.
It's a difficult set of results, particularly in London, and you've highlighted some of those. But equally, we've made gains elsewhere, whether that's Hartlepool, Nuneaton or Thurrock. And this is against the backdrop, as you say, of us being midterm, all those kind of headlines. I think when you take all of that, it doesn't demonstrate that Labour has the momentum to get into government.
Well, this is the first time we've heard from the Prime Minister today, on the day that we're hearing these counting and the results from the local elections. So why don't we hear what Boris Johnson has to say on quite a significant day for the Prime Minister? Let's hear from him now.
Prime Minister,
Damien, yes.
Going into this election, you said that you would take personal responsibility for the results. The results aren't good. You've lost 120 councillors at least so far. You might end up losing 200 to 300. Flagships, Wandsworth, Westminster, Conservative councillors who are very angry at you and think you're the reason. Do you take responsibility?
Of course. And first of all, I want to pay tribute to Conservative councillors up and down the land. Conservative councillors who've won, those who have sadly lost, and they do a fantastic job, and they deliver better value for lower council tax up and down the country. Yes, you're right. It's mid-term, and it's certainly a mixed set of results. And we've had a tough night in some parts of the country, but on the other hand, in other parts of the country, you're still seeing Conservatives going forward and making quite remarkable gains in places that haven't voted Conservative for a long time, or if ever. And so, leaving aside the commentary, the big lesson that I take from this is that this is a message from voters that what they want us to do, above all, 1, 2 and 3, is focus on the big issues that matter to them, taking the country forward, making sure that we fix the post-COVID economic aftershocks, get us all through COVID, through the economic aftershocks in the way we got through COVID, fix the energy supply issues. That's where the inflationary spike is coming, and keep going with our agenda of high-wage, high-skill jobs. That's what we're focused on.
But these are big losses. Westminster, Wandsworth. No Conservative leader in decades has lost those seats. And your neighbouring MP here, David Simmons, he said this morning that a lot of people were very angry about you and your law breaking in Downing Street. And he says you have to face up to that.
Of course. And as I say, Damien, this has been a tough night for Conservatives in some parts of the country, and in other parts of the country we're actually moving forward. And so for mid-term, it's quite interesting that it's a mixed set of results. And I think the lesson that I take is that, and you rightly quote the views from the doorstep, but the lesson is we've got to get on with the stuff that matters to people. We've got to keep delivering on our agenda, putting 20,000 more police out on the streets, getting 50,000 more nurses into our hospitals, continuing with the biggest programme of infrastructure investment this country has seen for more than 100 years, and uniting and levelling up.
But despite all of those things, the issue on the doorstep was about cost of living. And just yesterday, the Bank of England said we are facing 10% inflation, a recession. That is all coming down the track. What's not coming down the track is your high wage, job economy. What's coming down the track is much more pain for people. And what are you going to, not what you've done already, but what are you going to do to address that?
So I think that is completely right, and that's the lesson that I think we all need to take. What's going on right now is that the global economy, you've seen inflation spiking in the US, in Europe, and in Australia and New Zealand, and it's driven by the cost of energy. And that is the thing that we've got to focus on. For decades, we've failed to invest sufficiently in UK domestic energy security. We let our nuclear energy completely collapse. We haven't done enough to put in renewables in the way that we can, put in more wind at the scale and the pace that we can. So that is where we want to go. Now, I'm not going to pretend to you, Damien, that the answers, there isn't going to be a difficult period as we come through the aftershocks of COVID. There is. But what I'm going to tell you is that this government is absolutely determined to keep going with every ounce of compassion and ingenuity that we have, get people through the economic aftershocks, help people with the costs, but make sure that we address these supply side issues, particularly energy, in order for the economy to keep growing.
You say you're going to help people with the costs.
Our solution is a high wage,
but that's
high
not
skill
coming down
economy.
the track. What's coming down the track is recession and 10% inflation. It's going to erode everybody's spending power. But what you could do right now, you say you're going to help everyone with energy costs. One thing you could do right now is a windfall tax. We saw Shell with massive profits yesterday. Yeah. Why don't you do that?
Okay,
right now?
So I had the head of Shell in yesterday, and the head of BP, and I've talked to them both, and our message to them, and what is very, very clear, it's guys, this is a moment when we need you as a country to invest massively in clean, green renewables, in the stuff that is going to make a difference to people's energy prices. But that's not going to reduce people's bills this year. What we don't want to do is make the same mistakes as previous governments, fail, as I've just been saying, fail to invest in our energy supply. So that's the message that we're giving to the big energy companies. And it's frankly better for them to take that cash, put it in to wind farms, put it into hydrogen, put it into stuff that will make a big difference to our ability to cope with the global energy price spike. And above all, make sure that this country is protected in the future so that we have more long-term energy security. That's what we're going for. I say one thing about this government is it does big, difficult things. And we need to fix our energy supply. We can do it. It will take some tough decisions. But in order to do that, you need investment in energy supply. You need investment for the long term in UK nuclear, in wind, in hydrogen, and all the rest of it.
It's people's bills right now that people are worried about, not the future. But I want to ask you...
But on that, don't forget, Damien, what we're already doing. And I appreciate that. And I know how tough it is to cope with the energy price.
But there are things you can do right now, and you're choosing not to do them.
We're putting £22 billion of taxpayers' money in to support people, to help people with the energy price spike. You know about the council tax abatement, £9.1 billion just to help with energy.
That's not going to take. That's going to give a tiny fraction of what their bills are.
And there are other things. There are other things that we're doing. But the point I'm trying to make to you is that this government got Brexit done, had the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe.
Can I ask you something?
Does some very big. No, but it's serious because I think our viewers would like to know why I'm taking this approach. I think what the country needs is a government that will take a big decision about how to fix our energy supply, and you don't do that simply by clobbering the companies that we need to make investment in our domestic energy security. Now, that's why we're taking this approach.
Now, one place that this election could have a very significant result is Northern Ireland, and we could well see projections have been going into the vote that Sinn Féin emerge as the majority. In Northern Ireland, if that happens, if the majority of parties majority of people have voted for parties that support the arrangements that you set up with the EU, the protocol, the trading arrangements, if the majority of people back parties that support that, will you work with those parties to make that arrangement work, that protocol, those training arrangements work?
So the most important thing is that we continue to support the balance of the Good Friday Agreement across all communities in Northern Ireland. That's what we're going to do, and whatever arrangements we have, they've got to have cross-community support. That's what the Good Friday Agreement is all about. That's what the government is going to do. But as for the rest of it, we will have to wait and see what the results are in Northern Ireland.
Thank you.
Thank you.
12, you're watching GB News. That was the Prime Minister reacting to this morning's election results across England, Scotland and Wales. A real sign there, I thought, from the Prime Minister accepting that it's not been the best of nights for the governing party, for him, but also suggesting that on the big election issue, that is the cost of living crisis, and Liam Halligan is here as well, we're going to be talking about that, that the government does have a plan, but it's fair to say many voters yesterday not convinced that the government does.
If you've just joined us, welcome to the GB News UK Votes 2022 election special.
Indeed. Well, the results are now pouring in across the country, and the story so far appears to be that Labour have gained seats across London, but still struggling in pro-Leave red wall seats in the North and the Midlands.
The Labour Party has gained historic victories in London, in Wandsworth, Barnet and Westminster, with Westminster going red for the first time since the council area was created in 1964.
Well, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, hailed the results as historic and a turning point for the party.
We're still awaiting results from Scotland, where polls indicate that the SNP are on track to win their 11th election in a row.
And we'll bring you the results from Northern Ireland, where it appears that the Union's vote is holding up better than expected, though that Sinn Féin are still expected to top the poll there.
And we'll bring you the latest results from Wales when they start to come in imminently.
Well, let's take a look at the results that we know have come in so far. There they are. As you can see, Labour have gained 3 councils so far to make a total of 38. The Conservatives have lost 6. They're on 19. The Lib Dems have had a pretty good night. They've gained 1 council, Hull, to make it 4.
And looking now to councillors, Labour so far have 1,226, the Conservatives on 553 and the Liberal Democrats on 264.
We'll be bringing you live coverage of the results in your communities throughout the afternoon. We'll be speaking to our East Midlands reporter, Will Hollis. Also, he's in the Amber Valley. Our presenter, Alex Phillips, who's down in Southampton. And there you go, on the right-hand side of your screen, Tom Harwood, who is in Westminster. Tom, let's start with you. Very good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Oh, that is not Tom. We will be coming to Tom in a moment.
This is Matt Vickers, the Conservative MP, Matt Vickers, who can give us his reaction. Matt, come back to us. All is forgiven. Good, Matt, it's lovely to see you.
You've upgraded, Gloria.
Matt, a mixed set of results for your party. How are you reading it?
I think, do you know what? These are midterm elections. We've been in government for 12 years. They're elections that are skewed towards Labour's base in London. It should have been Labour's day. You know, the journalists out there had written the stories, had got the headline ready for some massive, Labour sweep up, and it just didn't happen. In London, we got it, but, the biggest poll, the one done by Electoral Calculus and Find Out Now, predicted we could lose as many as 800 seats. That just hasn't happened, has it? Labour gained Mayfair and lost Hull. They are the city, they're the party of London. They're the party of the Islington elite, and last night's results prove that.
But isn't it fascinating? I mean, I get the political point, Mate, you're trying to make, but this is the capital city. There are nearly 10 million people who live here, and the Conservative Party seem to almost revel in glee that they no longer hold this city in any significant way. This is the city that elected Boris Johnson twice to be its mayor. Why the Conservative Party, in many ways, quite pleased to say, well, Labour's just London and we don't really care?
I wouldn't say that's the case. I wouldn't recognise that necessarily. I think, 13% of the population live in London. But actually, we're speaking to the country as a whole. Those results, the headline didn't actually come true yesterday, did it? I mean, when you look back, Blair gained something like 1,800 council seats at this point in the game when he won. Ed Miliband even gained 800 seats. When you put that into the context of what Keir's pulled off last night, It's appalling. He hasn't made any inroads. He's made inroads in London, and we're disappointed by that. But actually, councils like councils like Wandsworth, there was only 141 votes that kept us in power there. So they're not sizable changes. They're following a trend that's occurred over many years. And you know who the real losers are last night? The real losers are the residents of Westminster and Wandsworth, who have enjoyed the lowest council tax in the country in recent years. And you know what? I think that council tax, they're going to see a difference in the near future, as we've seen differences in things like knife crime in London under Sadiq Khan. The real losers are residents of Westminster and Wandsworth.
Matt Vickers, Liam Halligan here. It strikes me that as a Stockton MP up there in the northeast, you do make a good case that Labour have won London, and yet they're not breaking through, they're not regaining those red wall seats in your part of the country or in the Midlands. But it strikes me what really matters to your party and where you could trip up is on economic competence. There was a slew of economic data out yesterday, predictions from the Bank of England, really eye-popping stuff. I've had Tory cabinet ministers say to me, the question now is if 2023 is going to feel like 1973. You weren't around, I was. It was a pretty rough time. The polling evidence shows that the Tories are now behind Labour in terms of reputation for economic competence. What's the point of the Conservative Party, Matt, if they're not economically competent?
So at the moment, we're facing global pressures on prices, and it has a huge impact on residents in my part of the world who are seeing these astronomical bills. Is that something that the government can, control? No, but actually, when it comes down to economic competence, when it comes down to who you would want managing the economy, you look back at that pandemic. At the beginning of the pandemic, we thought there would be mass unemployment at the other end. We thought our economy would be shot. Actually, we emerged as the fastest growing economy in the G7. The number of people on payroll in work is bigger now than it was before the pandemic, and that's down to economic management. That's down to the way that our economy is being governed during the last couple of years. We've got a positive story to tell on that. But you know what? Times are very tough, and people are feeling the pinch in their pockets.
Matt, can I just quote some of your Conservative colleagues? The Tory leader in Portsmouth, where your party went backwards, said Boris Johnson should take a good, strong look in the mirror. The leader of the Wandsworth Tories said people raised the issue of Boris Johnson on the doorstep. And finally, your colleague in Parliament, Tory MP David Simmons, he represents Ruislip, says voters weren't happy about what they have been hearing about Partygate. It's difficult, isn't it? Did Partygate play up north?
I think there's two things going on, isn't there? One of them is about what you guys are talking about. It's what the press are talking about and how we get those messages across and tell people about all the great things that government's doing, whether that be putting more police on our streets, more doctors and nurses in our hospitals, whether that be the infrastructure investment, unprecedented levels of investment in infrastructure and getting all that across the media. But actually, maybe we should talk to the people in Hartlepool where we made gains last night, or in fact, more familiar to you, Gloria, in the Amber Valley, where seats were coming our way, and we've got new Conservative councillors in place to deliver for local people.
It's always good to chat to you, Matt, because you're always very, very cheery as well. and that's always nice to see. Thank you for your time.
Thank you indeed,
Thank you very much.
Matt. Well, we teased it earlier, didn't we? We give you a little hint of who was coming up on the programme, as in our reporters. Delighted to say that one of them is Tom Harwood, and he is there. Tom, good afternoon to you. We just heard from the Prime Minister, didn't we? What was your sense of what he had to say, kind of accepting that it's not been the best of night for the party, for him, for the government, but in the end, he's probably safer than he was on Wednesday?
That does seem to be the situation as things stand. Certainly not a disaster in terms of the expectations management that the Conservative Party managed to put out over the course of the last couple of weeks. The watchword from the Prime Minister there was really mixed, a mixed set of results, and it certainly is mixed. Although if we're going to take the rough with the smooth, there's a lot more rough than there is smooth. The Conservatives did a lot lot worse in London than the small gains that they made in the Midlands, in the North and in some other council areas. Of course, what the Labour Party would say is that we need to compare these results not with 2019, but with the last time they were elected, 2018. And of course, in 2018, the Conservatives had not won many of these red wall seats. So potentially what we're seeing today, even though the Conservative Party appears to be advancing in some of these areas, they're advancing not from 2019, but from 2018. So somewhere in between those two positions. What does that mean? Potentially, that means the Conservative Party still ahead in terms of seat share at a general election, but maybe not ahead by that much, potentially even slipping back to the realm of hung parliament. That seems to be one of the assessments, and indeed looking at that projected national share of the vote, which will be the most important, potentially the most important political consequence of what we've seen here. Are all of those polls that we've been reading so much about actually reflected in how people voted? Well, it's looking at the moment as if that projected national share of the vote is somewhere between 3 and 4% lead for the Labour Party. Well, if the Labour Party is leading by between 3 and 4% after 12 years of Conservative government, after Sleazegate, Partygate, sky-high inflation, interest rate warns of a recession next year. If the Labour Party is ahead by just 3 or 4 percentage points, as things currently stand, that does seem to be the case. That's a worrying situation for the Labour Party. Of course, I think the Prime Minister was right in terms of saying this is a mid-term election. We would expect the Conservatives to go back. Now, this could change. We still do have to see a lot more results from Scotland, a lot more results from Wales. Maybe that percentage lead for the Labour Party will grow significantly. But I think that is the main thing that potentially Conservative MPs, of course, many of whom do not have local elections in their particular constituencies, and they were not going to the polls last night. So for those people, watching that projected national share will be a very important thing. And potentially for Boris Johnson, the Conservative Party has done just about enough to keep people on board.
OK, Tom, really good stuff, as always. Thank you very much indeed for joining us there from Westminster, Tom Harwood.
Joining us in the studio throughout today's special programme is David Cowling, our GB News elections analyst. David, just outline the big story so far.
Well, much of the sort of discussion that we've had up until now, I think, remains as it is. It is that it's been a good performance by the Lib Dems. Labour certainly gains, some historic ones, but they are relying, it seems to me, in much of what they're saying, on London. And in 2018, they also made big gains in London, but did badly elsewhere. It does look as if, on the surface of it, we're in that territory again. And that's good headlines, no question of that. Nobody's disputing the successes. But London is London, and it's one of 9 English regions. And it's the worrying thing for Labour should be the Midlands and the North, where they're not making the traction to get through.
The thing about London, though, is, and I speak as a Londoner, it's no surprise that the Tory MPs in London, those that are still remaining, are going to attack Boris Johnson because they want to keep their seats, and they know a lot of their constituents don't like Boris Johnson very much at the moment. But London, as Darren said earlier, is the place where Boris Johnson won his spurs in politics as a winner. For a Tory to win the London mayoral election twice in a row was a big deal. So I completely agree with you that London is London, but I think symbolically that's quite concerning for Boris Johnson.
Of course you're right. He did win in a city that has moved increasingly towards Labour. In part, maybe that's because of his sort of characteristics or whatever. For London, you know, a mayor is somewhat different maybe from an MP. So he was swimming against the tide, though, even then. It's still a great tribute to him to have won.
A lot of Londoners don't forgive him for Brexit as well, right?
Yeah.
Just like a lot of people in university towns don't forgive him for Brexit.
But the latest poll by YouGov before the London elections, I think, tells part of the story. 27% lead by Labour. 12% amongst white voters, 56% lead amongst ethnic voters. London has changed demographically significantly over the years, and that is underpinning Labour, which seems to be drifting away from the mainstream in terms of its Labour-ness, so to speak.
And just before we go, because we're going to go to Amber Valley, aren't we? because I think this is a really good contrast in many ways. Liam, for you, and I mean this, and Glory as well, it's really fascinating how the Conservative Party, in many ways, I really do. I think Matt Vickers was almost revelling in this idea of like, well, we're anti-London, and that's good for us because it wins voters elsewhere.
I'll just say this to you. It was from a former. One of my former constituencies, and he sticks in my mind. His name was Ken. He was 80. He was a former miner. He had voted Labour all his life until last time. And I spoke to him after that election. And he said, I just think Labour's changed. It's all about London and students. He went on to say, but just so you can see why Matt Vickers channeled that. If he's hearing that Labour's all about London and the Tories accept that they've lost London, then if you reinforce that in your new northern heartlands, what's to lose?
And I was really interested. I was watching you guys cover, in the earlier hour from the newsroom, and I was really interested in something what you said, Glory. You're not just a presenter. You're a really clued up political analyst, having been in the House for 10 years, if I may say so. And you and I have discussed in the past, should Keir Starmer apologise for Brexit? And you were a bit iffy.
I'm off the fence.
I've convinced you.
You've always said it. I was.
He has to apologise in those Midlands and Northern seats for disregarding their votes.
He does. David, do politicians' apologies ever go well?
Depends. It depends on the audience. The trouble with Labour, of course, is he'd have to apologise with a party that is still overwhelmingly Remain. So, sometimes the big picture gets dragged back.
But the people he needs are overwhelmingly Brexit. So does he want to luxuriate in the jacuzzi of, Oxford and Cambridge, or does he want to roll up his sleeves and win in the North East?
Need to do both. That's the challenge.
What a choice.
Let's go to the East Midlands now. Only 3 councils are holding an election this year: Derby City Council, the City of Lincoln, and Amber Valley Borough Council. Our reporter, Will Hollis, joins us from Ripley in Derbyshire's Amber Valley. Will, it was a marginal seat. The Tories won it in 2010, and it has quite a healthy Tory majority now. It used to be Labour when Labour were in government. What is this seat that Labour needs to make progress in? How is it faring?
Yes, well, when we talk about elections, we often say things like election fever, but as you said, only 3 councils were electing councillors in the East Midlands, more of an election sniffle, and that's why so many people around here didn't even know about it. In Amber Valley, only a third of councillors were elected this time round. I think the Conservatives were watching quite closely the national picture as to what might happen here, but they've very luckily managed to cling on. They've even gained a few seats as well, so they've maintained control of their council, whereas meanwhile Labour loses 4 seats, slip back a little bit. They've only got 11 seats out of 45 now. I think really quite interestingly is the great gains for the Greens. When I was speaking to people in Belper, a town that's only a couple of miles away, people were saying, we've had enough of the Conservatives, we've had enough of the Labour Party, we're going Greens, and you can see that they've tripled their councillors. Here as well, not too far away, a place called Langley Mill. One thing that is a little bit more surprising is the fact that Labour lost a councillor and that's gone Conservative now. I think that's quite a clear example of these industrial towns, these industrial villages that for so long have been Labour heartlands, for so long have been voting red, slipping to blue, and you can see that because the last time a Conservative councillor was in position in that ward in Langley Mill was 2008, and my research, I couldn't find any other councillors that had held that position in that particular ward. So I think, yes, you might see across the country lots of Conservative councillors losing their jobs, losing their positions, but certainly here in these parts, people are sticking with what they have been going for the last couple of years. The Conservatives took control of this council here in Amber Valley in 2021, and today they have, as they've said, quite gratefully retained it.
Yeah, really big result, actually, for the Conservatives to gain seats there in Amber Valley. Thank you, Will.
Well, let's speak to the former Labour MP for Stoke-on-Trent North. That is Ruth Smith, who joins us on the line. Ruth, good afternoon to you. I'm sure you're listening to what Will had to say there. It is quite extraordinary, isn't it, that, yes, Labour's had a good night in London, in Cumbria, in parts of England. But my word, I mean, the Conservative Party winning seats mid-term and the height of an inflation crisis and Partygate. The Conservatives are winning in your part of the world.
Well, I mean, the elections where I live in my former constituency,
The results are just coming through now. The count's happening as we speak, and the Labour Party are exactly where they were so far in 2018. I think you've got to remember quite how awful the result was for us in 2019 and how much we upset our electorate and how angry they were at us. I mean, Gloria will know, had the same experiences that I did of the anger and hurt that we put our constituents through in our traditional Labour heartlands. And it's going to take a long time to rebuild those relationships, and a lot's going to be dependent on who they trust. But if I tell you yesterday, I wasn't out for very long because I'd hurt myself, but when I was out in an area that had been viscerally anti-Labour at the 2019 general election, people stopped me to hug me. And that was a very, very different experience. The doors were much, much more positive. Like, we've still got a huge way to go to rebuild relationships with the electorate, to rebuild trust. But compared where we were, the worst result we'd had in our history for nearly 100 years, I think, there was a huge amount to be done. And the fact that we're anywhere near contention shows quite how much damage Boris Johnson's doing to the Conservative Party, but also how much Keir's doing to rebuild trust with the electorate.
Ruth, it's Liam Halligan here. I wanted to ask you about that result in Barnet. I grew up just down the road from Barnet in northwest London. I'm a proud Kingsbury boy. You, of course, have suffered a lot from anti-Semitism, as you've put it, at the heart of the Labour Party. To what extent do you think that Barnet result, which of course is a place where there's a strong, prominent Jewish community, to what extent do you think that Barnet result reassures you that Labour's reputation in terms of its relationship with the Jewish community is on the way, at least, to being mended?
Oh, I can't tell you how excited I am about the result in Barnet, but also, for me, some of the individual young people who were activists in the Jewish Labour movement who took the fight all the way to Jeremy Corbyn and the EHRC about the anti-Jewish hate that existed within the party. The fact that we took that fight, the fact that we've won that fight and that Keir's acted, and that I campaigned in Barnet during the election with two of our newly elected Labour Gain councillors. And look, they were angry still at us for what we put them through, and let's make no apologies, well, huge apologies, but we can't ignore the fact that we had put people through a really bad period because they were scared about a Labour victory. I think they've lent us their votes. They're testing us. I think that the council in Barnet's got a huge amount now to prove, as is the Labour Party, that they were right to trust us this time. But if you look at results in Camden and in Barnet, where there are significant Jewish communities, they voted Labour. And in 2018, Gloria and I sat in rooms saying, on every level, the anti-Semitism that's existing in the party is awful, but it is also damaging us with the electorate. And we're managing to win those people back. I think it's going to be really interesting also the results that come through in Bury this afternoon.
Ruth, I'm so sorry that I don't. We've run out of time, but it's always a pleasure to see you, and thank you for giving us your time today. Thank you.
Bye.
Coming up, we will be heading to Southampton, but first, it's your news.
Thank you, Gloria. It's 12:33. I'm Rhiannon Jones in the GB Newsroom. Boris Johnson's facing an angry backlash from some Tories as results come in from the local elections. The Conservatives have suffered losses in 3 symbolic London councils, Westminster, Wandsworth and Barnet, all now in the hands of Labour. Elsewhere, Labour's also gained Southampton from the Tories, but lost Hull to the Liberal Democrats. Prime Minister Boris Johnson's admitted his party's endured a tough night.
It's certainly a mixed set of results, and we've had a tough night in some parts of the country, but on the other hand, in other parts of the country, you're still seeing Conservatives going forward and making quite remarkable gains in places that haven't voted Conservative for a long time, or if ever. And so, leaving aside the commentary, the big lesson that I take from this is that this is a message from voters that what they want us to do, above all, 1, 2 and 3, is focus on the big issues that matter to them.
Ukraine has called on charity Médecins Sans Frontières to help evacuate those still trapped in the Azovstal steelworks in Mariupol. It says British military intelligence confirms Russian forces are today continuing their ground assault on the plant. The average house price increased by more than £3,000 last month. Halifax reports property values went up for the 10th consecutive month, the longest run of continuous gains in 5 years. A typical UK home now costs over £286,000, nearly 14% more than this time last year. 31 people have been arrested and charged after a 60-hour Just Stop Oil protest in West Dunbartonshire. Activists have been blockading the Nuztar Clydebank oil terminal since 4 a.m. on Tuesday. Demonstrators climbed on top of tankers and locked onto the entrance, while others entered the facility and halted operations by sitting on pipes. TV online and DAB+ radio, this is GB News. There's plenty more elections coverage to come in just a moment.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you, or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Very good afternoon. Welcome back to GB News. 22 minutes to 1 o'clock. You're watching a UK Votes 2022 special. We've had a lot of results coming in today. By the way, do get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us at GB News what your impression is. Lots of you clearly didn't bother to turn out to vote yesterday. We're talking to David Carlin earlier on, who's suggesting that it might not even hit 30% in those parts of the country people could vote. Let's talk, though, about Southampton for the time being, because the Conservatives have lost the City Council there, returning the overall control to Labour just a year after the Tories had won control. And our very own GB News presenter, Alex Phillips, is in there, taking the temperature, and it looks jolly warm down in Southampton. Give us a sense of how things have gone overnight, Alex.
Yeah, so there were 17 seats up for grabs here, a council with a total of 48 seats. Labour took 13 of those seats. That might sound like a bit of a drubbing, but in fact this was the Conservatives losing 4, Labour gaining 4, and the Lib Dems gaining 1 as an independent lost a seat. This has given Labour 26 seats in a council of 48 seats, so a slim majority. As you said, this particular council only just went under Conservative control a year ago. So there is cause for cautious celebration among the Labour Party. Now, Southampton is what is known as a bellwether city. That means that it often changes the colour of its MP along with a changing government. So it's a brilliant place to use as a litmus paper for public opinion. And that is what I have been doing today, speaking to the people of Southampton.
Normally do vote in previous elections, but not this time. I didn't. I'm personally not a fan of Keir Starmer, and I'm not a great fan of Boris Johnson either, so that was one reason for not voting.
Do you mind me asking whether you voted yesterday in the local elections?
Yes, yeah.
And do you mind me asking who you voted for?
Conservative.
And have you always traditionally voted Conservative?
No, not always.
What motivated you to back the Tories this time?
Well, who wants Labour in? They messed it up last time they were in, so they've messed it up again. And that smarmy bloody, what's his name? Forgets his name now. The one who's running Labour, he ain't got a hope in hell.
I would have voted Conservative, but what's been happening, Partygate and all that, I just couldn't bring myself around to that. So I thought, well, shall I vote for Labour? No, because they're not going to get in. But so it's Liberal Democrats.
And did you do much the same thing?
My twin brothers.
I can tell.
Yeah.
So what do you think twins do?
Do the same.
Yeah, I voted. I mustn't tell him, but Liberal Democrat.
Well, worth noting there that the Liberal Democrats did pick up a seat, by many regarded as a protest vote. Now, it's interesting that in that particular ward, the turnout was relatively high. Otherwise, a turnout of around, let's say, a quarter to a third, what you might expect. But as you heard from those vox pops, the mood of the nation, it seems like a lot of people were just disincentivised when it comes to voting. Nobody really getting very excited about a particular party. And the mood of the people I've spoken to here very much reflecting the front pages this morning. A lot of talk of the cost of living crisis, echoes of comments actually given by Royston Smith, who is the Conservative MP for Southampton Itchen. He's saying that actually people feeling the pinch might have been a motivating factor. And certainly I get the impression that yes, people have turned out to vote Labour, but perhaps here what has happened is Conservative voters have stayed at home.
Alex, really good stuff. Thank you very much. Absolutely fascinating. I thought that vox pop, Alex Phillips there, in a very sunny Southampton, very jealous.
I know.
You're doing much better than us today. And because we were talking about this earlier, where the guy was like, I don't know who the Labour leader is. And it's that sense, and David was talking about this, where it was the whole point is lots of people either don't know him or haven't formed a view on him.
But just to comfort Labour a little, since we have been on air very recently, Rosendale has gone from no overall control to Labour. That is a genuine bit of good news outside London for Labour, and there's not much good news about.
Yes, I'm sure it'll probably be in the next PEB or whatever. But I think Southampton, Labour needed 2 gains. They got 4. The Tories took it in 21. Labour had held it for 8 years before that. So clearly, again, that's good. But then the question comes, why did Labour lose it in 21? So they are recovering, and Amber Valley, which I hesitate in your presence, Gloria, to talk about Amber Valley, which you know only too well. But as a contrast to Southampton, there Labour lost 4 seats and the Tories gained 2 and the Greens gained 2. And that should not be happening. What Labour needs is a really, really decisive result. They need to stretch themselves away from the rest of the field, ahead of the Lib Dems, ahead of everybody else. They want to be the people who are going to be the real challengers to the Tories, given the scale of the task in front of them to win the next election. But at the moment, we've still got lots of results coming in. The Lib Dems have more gains than Labour. I mean, this is really difficult territory for Labour, I think.
Including Hull, the seat of Alan Johnson, John Prescott, and the Lib Dems took Hull. I wanted to ask you about, I thought you tweeted really interestingly earlier, Gloria, because you do know Amber Valley so well. It used to adjoin your constituency of Ashfield, a proper red wall part of the country, and the Tories gained there.
What is astonishing, not the Green gains, because they were in posh bits of Amber Valley, because Amber Valley is not red wall, it's a swing seat, but there are red wall bits in it for mining communities. And I looked at 2 of the wards that the Tories had gained, and they are the red wall seats. And to be honest, I'm quite astonished. I'm not sure. Langley Mill is very famous to me. It's probably not famous to lots of people who are watching. Langley Mill Labour should not be losing Langley Mill.
Yeah.
There are problems if Labour is losing Langley Mill in a part of the world where everywhere is hurting. But this is a part of the world where wages are even lower than the national or regional average.
And is it because of what Matt Vickers, the Stockton South MP up there in the North East for the Tories, was saying to us earlier? It's because in those red wall areas, Labour's perceived as an Islington party, as a Remain party.
Do you know what? I have some breaking news for you. It's not exciting. But I want to explore that thought in more detail. So actually, not next Friday, the Friday after, I'm going back to my former constituency to have some really in-depth conversations. But because it's so close, it borders Amber Valley, I'm going to pop into Amber Valley too, because something is not going right up there. And until Labour gets something right in those areas, they ain't going to win.
David, can we talk about elsewhere? Scotland, for example, we're starting to get the first results coming in from Scotland. What's your sense of what's happening north of the border?
Well, it's very, very early days. I'm not saying that to excuse what I'm saying, but it's an important qualifier. The SNP appear to be, at the moment, down 3 seats. Now, if that continues, that's not good. You know, Mrs Sturgeon is wanting to use this as a great boost for her, as I said earlier, sort of her second once-in-a-lifetime independence referendum. And if the SNP are falling back...
How magically phrased that was.
Second once-in-a-lifetime.
Twice in an 8-year lifetime.
And if they're falling back in very early days, then that clearly is not a good sign. Labour appears at the moment to be ahead of the Liberals, but these are microscopic numbers. I'm only saying that if it's anything like that, it appears that Labour is going to be the principal winner here, with the SNP struggling to hold its position and the Conservatives going down. And, of course, they made that 161 gains 5 years ago. So there's a lot that they could lose, and so they may change the figures. But at the moment, it's looking as if the Labour revival appears to be biting.
But the political mechanics are such that if you translate the results so far that we've seen onto the national stage, steeped with difficulties, of course, we could end up with a 25 or 30% turnout in these local elections, so very low. But if you translate them, then it does look like, you know, a hung parliament in the House of Commons. It does look like Labour getting together with the SNP in a kind of confidence and supply arrangement. The deal will be, in return for that, the SNP will demand that second independence referendum. I predict that second once in a lifetime is going to become a well-used political phrase, and you authored it here, and now it's on that. Now it's on the record. But joking aside, if Labour form that confidence and supply agreement with the SNP, and we do get a second independence referendum, and the Tories, the Labour become the biggest unionist party in Scotland as well, then it could happen, couldn't it?
It could, except, of course, that history tells us, you know, Ed Miliband took a battering. Of course, if you remember, most of the Tory campaign, much of it in 2015 campaign, you would think it was a Scottish Parliament election. Yeah. All of it seemed to focus on
those
Scotland.
famous pictures when they've Ed Miliband in Alex Salmons's pocket.
Absolutely. That it may not necessarily, it may actually damage Labour if they were to do
They'd have to rule it out in an election campaign, that scenario.
Yeah. I think.
OK, gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for the time being.
What about me?
And you, Gloria.
I'm not a gentleman.
I know, but...
Darren, can I just say good morning?
Yeah, well,
it's the afternoon.
Yeah, well, sometimes revenge is best served cold. I'm joking. We're going to take a quick break. I think we need one. Oh, God, just on my face there. We're going to be in Hull, where the Lib Dems have done pretty well, in fact, very well overnight. We'll be up there with Anna Riley in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned to GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle, and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's two questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Very welcome back. 10 minutes to 1 o'clock. Should just say, now the Telegraph are reporting this, the Daily Telegraph saying that Durham police are going to reinvestigate Sir Keir Starmer over Beergate. As I say, that's the Telegraph. That's what they understand. Could be quite significant, though. And we knew that, obviously, a bit like the Met with the fines for Boris Johnson, they weren't going to do any announcements during the election campaign.
What's really difficult, and I'm going like a million steps here, but let's hope Keir Starmer doesn't get a fine for his sake, because he called on Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak to resign because they were fined. So,
fascinating. As I say, not confirmed yet by Durham police, but the Daily Telegraph reporting that. Right, OK, let's go to Hull now, because the Lib Dems have taken the City Council there after support for the ruling Labour group collapsed in this year's local elections.
Labour now face a major debate about their way forward after losing their 11-year grip on power in historically Labour-supporting City. Elsewhere, Councillor John Fareham ended his stint as the Conservative sole councillor after Labour's Sarah Harper took the seat, one of the party's few successes of the evening. His loss comes amid mounting anger against the Conservatives nationally over the cost of living. I think we can cross to Anna Riley, our Yorkshire and Humber reporter.
Because you'll have nothing else to say if you can't like that.
Anna.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, I was at that election count last night. It was pretty nail-biting, head-to-head there between Lib Dems and Labour. But Lib Dems did cinch that seat. They've got a majority of 2 over Labour. As you've mentioned, it was from 2011 that Labour have been in power here, and Hull is a traditional red wall seat. You would have thought that they would be making hay in these local elections over the other parties. You've mentioned Partygate, resentment towards the Conservatives, but it wasn't the case. I spoke to the Lib Dem leader, Councillor Mike Ross, about his win last night, and this is what he had to say.
First of all, what I really want to just say is thank you to the residents of Hull who have put their faith and trust in the Liberal Democrat Party tonight. It's a tremendous responsibility that we now have to actually work in their interests, and that's exactly what the Liberal Democrat team will be setting out to do. There's a big job ahead, but I'm confident in the team that I lead that we can deliver for Hull. Well, I think on doorstep after doorstep, the residents of Hull have said to us that they are actually fundamentally fed up of having over 10 years now of a Labour council they see is refusing to listen to what they want to see happen. And so there's been a lot of local factors that have influenced the results here today. And you see the results we've won wards right across the city in this election, gained seats right across the city. And that's good news, of course, for us. Undoubtedly, there are national issues to play. I think this result here shows that the public of Hull feel let down by a Labour council, but also let down by the Conservative government. And in sending a message to both by voting for the Liberal Democrats to get the change that they want. Next on the agenda, of course, we'll get ourselves ready to go and get the team set up in all the key positions. But what they need to be getting on with, what we need to be getting on collectively, is actually working hard for residents of Hull and putting their priorities first.
So a great victory for the Lib Dems here in Hull. But with that small majority, they will have to deliver some real tangible results over the next year to show the voters what they voted for and that they will be putting their plans into action to make a difference across the city.
Anna, it's Liam Halligan here. Great to see you on the show. I think you are covering one of the most eye-catching results so far. As we mentioned earlier, Hull, of course, the former constituency area of Labour Home Secretary Alan Johnson, Labour Deputy Prime Minister John Prescott. I wanted to ask you about turnout, because I think when all the dust has settled, low turnout could end up being one of the big takeaways from these local elections. What's your sense of the extent to which people have stayed at home in Hull?
You're completely right, Liam. Yes, the turnout here in Hull was 23.5%, and that was a little above what the council were expecting. They were expecting around the 20% range. And speaking to voters on the streets as well, they told me that they were just quite apathetic as well towards the national government, and that has filtered down locally as well. So yes, definitely a low turnout here in Hull.
OK, Anna, really appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. Anna Riley there in Hull for us this afternoon. Thank you. Extraordinary, 23.5% of the vote. I mean, it's really bad,
yeah.
I think. I mean, genuinely...
After we've taken back control, even in a quite Brexity place.
Yeah, but I just mean, but also, you know, democracy does matter. Sorry, Gloria.
No. I just want to make a point, right? Because you're right to mention Brexit. Why would Hull that voted Leave elect a Liberal Democrat council? And I just want to take you back, and David will confirm this, in the run-up, when people started getting fed up with the Labour government, then in some traditional Labour seats, they went Lib Dem as a protest. So I'm thinking about Chesterfield, Ashfield. When I only had a victory of 192 over the Liberal Democrats. So it's not necessarily we interpret Hull as going loving the Lib Dems, but they're obviously not happy with the other two main parties, and that can often explain Lib Dem revivals in the north of England, which they did really well after the Iraq War, actually.
OK, so we turn to your views, because lots of you have been getting in touch. GBviews at gbnews.uk. What have you been saying, Gloria?
Paul says, so the Tories have been in power for 12 years, halfway through this Parliament, cost of living hell. The last Tory budget was an insult to everyone. Around 6 months of Partygate from the media, and Labour have only gained 34 seats in England. Labour is saying this is a great result. What a joke the Labour Party is.
Andrew says, I didn't vote in the elections. I'm politically homeless. Local election votes disproportionately in Labour. In London, so will benefit Labour.
Robert says, so it seems turnout was less than 30-odd% of voters. How can any party claim they won a good result on those voting figures?
Linda says, I feel for the people who live there. This is in Wandsworth. Don't they know what happens when Labour take over? Goodbye to low taxes, something that Matt Vickers was making a point of earlier.
Ian says, can you please ask the Tory, do Boris's high-wage, higher-skilled jobs exist? And if yes, where are they?
Mary says, I don't think Keir Starmer's a bad person, but that smile isn't real. I see a troubled man. What change is he talking about? What do they stand for? And what do they practically want to change with what the Tories are doing?
And Gary says, Keir Starmer apologising for trying to overturn the Brexit result has to be sincere, but it would seem to me he would only be apologising to win votes, so it wouldn't cut any ice for me. As a few of your...
Well, you didn't include all of them.
Thank you, Simon. That's all we'll say.
That's all we'll say. Right, we've got like 2 minutes to the top of the hour, guys. What's your takeaway so far from what we've seen Liam come in?
My takeaway so far is that the red wall has spared Boris Johnson for now. I think it's obvious that London Tories are going to distance themselves from Boris Johnson. It's obvious that the London-centric media is going to pick up on those comments from discontented Tories and project them into the headlines. But I think the real story is that the red wall is saying to Boris, OK, we're not going to ditch you for now, but with the cost of living crisis coming down the track, it's absolutely imperative the government starts to show people, as it absolutely did not during Rishi Sunak's spring statement, that it gets it in terms of making ends meet.
David, in 30 seconds.
Game of two halves. I agree entirely with what you said about England, but we've got Scotland and Wales to come in when the Tories did very well, and it looks likely they're not going to do very well at all. So that picture might change. So we'll be watching for that.
OK, thank you. Gloria's going to leave us now.
I am. So you will be able to say thank you, gentlemen, for the rest of the afternoon.
Oh.
I believe that you will
It's not going to live that
be only
long.
joined by gentlemen, but I'm sure there's some fantastic women guests. Oh, what a pleasure.
Thank you, Gloria. Thank you,
And
Gloria.
women producers.
Of course, of course.
Katie Storey, for example.
What's your parting thought then, aside from having to dig at me?
Well,
bless.
do you know, we end. So I would have agreed with Liam's assessment, except for that Rosendale result, and there'll be other similar results that we can look for in England. I think Bury's coming later, so I'm still bad morning for Labour. But let's see if they can show some progress this afternoon, and if Rosendale is a one-off bit of good luck.
OK, there we go. Thank you. That's it. It's 1 o'clock. Stay with GB News. More election coverage coming up. But first, let's bring you up to date with the latest news at the top of the hour.
It's 1 o'clock. I'm Rhiannon Jones from the GB Newsroom. Counting continues across the UK in local elections, with the Conservatives suffering losses in 3 symbolic London councils, Westminster, Wandsworth and Barnet, all now in the hands of Labour. But outside the capital, the outcome's quite mixed. Labour's also gained Southampton from the Tories, but lost Hull to the Lib Dems. Boris Johnson's facing an angry backlash from various local Tories, with some blaming him for the Partygate scandal and the cost of living crisis. The Prime Minister's admitted his party's endured a difficult night.
It's certainly a mixed set of results, and we've had a tough night in some parts of the country. But on the other hand, in other parts of the country, you're still seeing Conservatives going forward and making quite remarkable gains in places that haven't voted Conservative for a long time, or if ever. And so, leaving aside the commentary, the big lesson that I take from this is that this is a message from voters that what they want us to do, above all, 1, 2 and 3, is focus on the big issues that matter to them.
Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer, meanwhile, says the results show his party's made huge improvements.
This is a massive turning point for the Labour Party. From the depths of 2019, we're back on track now for the general election, showing what the change that we've done, the hard change we've done in the last 2 years, what a difference it has made. And, you know, Cumberland, very important win last night in key constituencies for the next general election. Same in Southampton. Many more results to come today. But I just want to thank our brilliant team.
Voters in Bristol have decided to abolish its directly elected mayor following a referendum 10 years after first implementing the post. They chose instead for the city to be run by a cross-party committee system. The leader of the Green Party group said the measure was introduced to create a more open decision-making system. Away from the local elections, President Volodymyr Zelensky will attend the virtual meeting of the G7 this weekend to discuss potential additional sanctions against Russia. Meanwhile, Ukraine has called on charity Médecins Sans Frontières to help evacuate those still trapped in the Azovstal steelworks in Mariupol. It's as British military intelligence confirms Russian forces are today continuing their ground assault on the plant. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba is calling for a special international court to be set up to try alleged war crimes in Ukraine.
Ukraine has already endorsed the proposed declaration and a statement calling for its establishment. Hundreds of European and global intellectuals, as well as international lawyers, have already signed and supported it. Global petition in support of the initiative has already received almost 2 million votes.
More than 37,000 people have come to the UK under the Ukraine visa schemes. That number has risen by more than 10,000 in just over a week. The latest government figures show around 6 in 10 Ukrainians who've been issued visas haven't yet arrived in the UK. 31 people have been arrested and charged after a 60-hour Just Stop Oil protest in West Dunbartonshire in Scotland. Activists had been blockading the Nuztar Clydebank oil terminal since early on Tuesday. Demonstrators climbed on top of tankers and locked onto the entrance, while others entered the facility and stopped operations by sitting on pipes and silos. Police Scotland say 15 people have been charged with breach of the peace and 16 with trespass offences. The owner of British Airways has recorded a heavy loss in the first 3 months of this year. The International Airlines Group has announced pre-tax losses of more than £900 million. It's being blamed on passenger numbers impacted by the Omicron variant of coronavirus. IAG does say, though, that they expect to be profitable in the second quarter of the year. And the long-duration crew that left the International Space Station yesterday have splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico.
So there's our first view of Dragon Endurance making its re-entry to planet Earth.
Thermal cameras caught the moment the 3 Americans and 1 German returned home this morning after 6 months in space. They had to be assisted from the capsule after spending so long in a weightless environment, but they did manage a wave for the cameras. And that's your news update. I'll be back in half an hour with the latest headlines now, though. Let's return to our election results coverage with UK Votes 2022.
And welcome back to GB News' UK Votes 2022. Our election coverage will be continuing until 4 p.m. today, and we'll be talking about what those results mean for you at home.
Well, the political picture so far is pretty mixed, with Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, saying it's been an historic result for the Labour Party and that it was the start of the turnaround in the party's electoral misfortunes.
The Tories, meanwhile, have been decimated in the capital city, London, losing Westminster, which the party's held since 1964. But it's not all doom and gloom for Boris Johnson's party, as the Conservatives managed to hold on to their support in Brexit voting areas across the country.
This hour will also be in Northern Ireland, where we're expecting to get those important results, the first of them through, for what may well happen to Stormont.
Well, let's take a look at the latest results that we have in so far. Labour have gained 4 councils so far, making a total of 42. The Conservatives have lost 7, bringing their total down to 23. And the Lib Dems have gained 1 in Hull to make 4.
And if we look at the overall number of councillors, there you go, Labour have got 1,302, only just up 39. Conservatives got 606, they're down around 140, 139 there. Lib Dems probably doing best, up 66, they're at 294 councillors.
We'll be bringing you live coverage of the results in your communities as they come in, and we'll be speaking to GB News Northern Ireland reporter Dougie Beattie in Belfast and GB News reporter Paul Hawkins, who's in Dudley.
But first, our political correspondent Tom Harwood has the latest on the story of the day.
The Labour Party is celebrating this morning after taking the totemic Tory flagship of Wandsworth Council from the Conservatives last night. In a symbol of what has happened across the country, Wandsworth turns red after 44 years of Conservative control. Keir Starmer's party has made significant gains, taking control of Westminster and Barnet councils from the Tories as well. Keir Starmer has undoubtedly made gains, particularly in London, but also in areas like Southampton and Cumbria. But while Labour has gained councils and seats, across the country this was not a landslide for the party. Labour has a mountain to climb if it is to win a general election.
This is a massive turning point for the Labour Party. From the depths of 2019, we're back on track now for the general election, showing what the change that we've done, the hard change we've done in the last 2 years, what a difference it has made. And, you know, Cumberland, very important win last night in key constituencies for the next general election. Same in Southampton. Many more results to come today. But I just want to thank our brilliant team.
Outside of London, on the other hand, in places like Basildon, where the Tories unseated Labour's group leader and held control of the council, the Conservative Party argues that Labour is not delivering the seismic shift needed to win a general election. The Tories point to gains of councillors in Hartlepool, Thurrock, Dudley, Amber Valley and Nuneaton. The Labour Party is going backwards compared to 2018 in those less metropolitan areas. So what does this all mean for Boris Johnson? While this has undoubtedly been a disappointing night for the Conservative Party, this is a mid-term local election. It's very unusual to see governments advance in these elections. The question Tory MPs will be asking themselves is, was last night unusually bad? Or simply bad as could be expected years into government and years out from a general election, taking the whole country into account?
There's a difficult set of results, particularly in London, and you've highlighted some of those. But equally, we've made gains elsewhere, whether that's Hartlepool, Nuneaton or Thurrock. And this is against the backdrop, as you say, of us being midterm, all those kind of headlines. I think when you take all of that, it doesn't demonstrate that Labour has the momentum to get into government.
Results are still dripping in, with Scotland and Wales expected to start declaring through this afternoon. The Conservatives are not expected to do well in those areas, potentially slipping back to third place in Scotland. And perhaps those areas will change the story once more. Tom Harwood, GB News.
Well, let's turn our attention now to Northern Ireland, because in the coming hours we're going to start to get through the major results in the election for the Northern Irish Assembly. There, of course, it's got a big impact on Brexit and the UK's relationship with the EU, but it's looking increasingly likely that Sinn Féin will now be the largest party, something that has never happened before. Let's speak to Dougie Beattie. He is our Northern Ireland reporter and is at the Titanic Centre this lunchtime. Dougie, thank you very much indeed for joining us. It seems that the DUP have probably done better than some of those recent polls were suggesting, but we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this looks like it will be an historic result.
I totally agree with you. It looks as if Sinn Féin are going to become the largest party, but not by 30 seats, or not at 30 seats to 25 or whatever. Those polls are definitely proven to be slightly wrong. But we did, when we did our constituency reports, we looked at the likes of Strangford, North Belfast, Fermanagh, South Tyrone, and that's because in those three places there is a great mix of Northern Irish culture and the breakdown of how its society works. Strangford, it is now looking like Peter Weir, the former education minister, is under real pressure there. He's a DUP MLA. If he loses that seat, Sinn Féin will not take the seat because Sinn Féin have no real vote in there. But it is a loss for the DUP, and considering the last time through they were in 28 seats, the Sinn Féin was on 27. But that may go to the Alliance Party. North Belfast, it looks as you were, two Sinn Féin coming back there, two DUP. But the last seat, the sitting Minister for Infrastructure, Nicola Mallon, under pressure from Nuala McAllister of the Alliance Party. So the Alliance are grabbing these seats as they go forward, and they're the seats without the mandate. And we can only really tell what's happening through the tallies that are coming out of these boxes. And I can tell you, I have looked at election voting for many, many years, 25 years, and some of the voting patterns that's going in there at the moment are extraordinary. But the DUP are suffering really at the hands of the TUV. They are taking those seats off them by getting huge amounts of numbers for Jim Allister's party. This is a party that only had one MLA. He is looking really for 8 MLAs in order to go into opposition, because that's where you can do that. I don't think he will achieve that. He may get 5 back, but I don't think it will be 8. And that will cost the DUP probably 4 seats in total when you take what Sinn Féin may lose out there also, because The SDLP, although they're losing in areas like North Belfast, seem to be holding strong in other areas. West Tyrone's one to watch there. I think either the SDLP or the Alliance Party may take that last seat of Sinn Féin there too. So we're expecting results here within the next hour, the first to be called. I would assume that'll either be Jerry Kelly out of Sinn Féin in North Belfast or Michelle McElveen or Kelly Armstrong out of the Alliance Party into Strangford.
Dougie, it's Liam Halligan here. I take my life into my hands discussing Northern Ireland politics with you, with Darren McCaffrey, both proudly hailing from Northern Ireland, as you are, of course. But you mentioned the TUV there. Can I ask, on behalf of people from elsewhere across the UK, just tell us a little bit more about this party, traditional unionist values. Tell us a little bit more about Jim Allister, the leader, and how he's really come to prominence in recent months, and the link between the rise of the TUV, the Northern Ireland Protocol and Brexit.
Well, Jim Allister was an MEP for the DUP. He was a Paisleyite, a very staunch on the right wing of the DUP. Now, he broke away from the DUP. He didn't agree with certain things that happened with him. And for the last 2 terms, he's been sitting as a single member of the traditional unionist voice. Very clever man. He is a barrister and he knows his way round European law. Now, the protocol, he is one of those that has taken the government to court over the protocol and the breaching of Article 6 of the Act of the Union. And he has had protests after protests starting in Northern Ireland in small towns, and they are growing. There's no doubt about it, they are growing. It is a fact that no matter what happens in these elections, the executive will not sit as long as the protocol is still in place. It has to be addressed because the Good Friday Agreement says it of consent, and it has to be across nationalist and unionist communities. And of course that's not happening. Now, Jim has managed to grow this party. He's grown it very well, but I don't see where he's going with it after it gets in. Is it a protest vote? It probably is. I don't know much else of Jim's policies on economy or education or health, but then in Northern Ireland nobody ever did. Enoch Powell famously said you could put a Union Jack on a donkey and get it elected here, or a tricolour. So we are now starting to see real politics happen in Northern Ireland. Those that are under 40 years of age, never remembered the troubles in Northern Ireland, are now starting to vote, and they're voting for that middle ground. They don't remember all the bad stuff that happened here, and they seem to want to change. That's back to 2003, when the Ulster Unionists and the SDLP both lost power at the same time to Sinn Féin and the DUP. So the TUV has pretty much stole the clothes of the DUP in 2003.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. Dougie Beattie, as always, thank you, and we'll be back to you throughout the afternoon as those results come in.
Superb summary there from Dougie Beattie, obviously massively knowledgeable correspondent there for us in Northern Ireland. As somebody from elsewhere in the UK, David Cowling, our GB News election specialist, it is a bit of an acronym soup, isn't it, in Northern Ireland, with all due respect to voters there. But it strikes me, as somebody from the outside looking in, that the TUV has kind of split the unionist votes, and that's kind of allowing Sinn Féin to come up through the middle. Is that roughly right?
Yes, although one has to be careful with Northern Ireland, because actually what's important often is the thing you've already identified, which is actually the splintering of each group. So on the nationalist side, you've got Sinn Féin and the SDLP. On the unionist side, you've UUP, DUP, the alphabet soup, TUV. I think what's interesting to me is that moving to the TUV is not a softening of the unionist position. That's for sure. That's for sure. Sinn Féin...
As Dougie said, he was on the hard line of the DUP, which itself is the more, with all respect to them, fundamentalist, if you like, unionist party.
Yeah, what message that sends to the rest of the unionists is going to be interesting to behold, and how they react to it. Sinn Féin, if they do get the largest number of seats, that really will be truly historic. And then we come to all sorts of trouble about who's going to sit down with them, because traditionally you'd expect them to be the First Minister. Is that going to be acceptable? So actually this...
And will they accept playing second fiddle, as it were?
Well, I mean, it strikes me that somebody has thrown a real bucket of paint over the whole lot, and God knows what's emerging at the end of it. But certainly, and we'll see the Alliance, because the Alliance has traditionally been touted as the party where people who want to turn away from the nationalists and the unionist history and turn to something new and different. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
OK, David, for the time being, thank you, because we're going to bring in Ian Paisley. He is the UP's MP for North Antrim and joins us down the line from Jordanstown. Ian, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Frankly, you know, for unionists, they're looking at these election results, whether they voted for the Alliance Party, for the Ulster Unionist Party, for the TUV, for you guys, it doesn't really matter. The main narratives today is that Sinn Féin, a party that does not want to see the union exists, that Northern Ireland stay in, are going to be the largest party. And unionism's got a big part to play in that. It's largely down to you guys, isn't it?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me on the programme. I think there is definitely an issue here of potentially self-harm by unionists. The longer you salami slice your vote and your party, you diminish the standing of that cause, and therefore the perception is that, oh, nationalism or republicanism is therefore bigger than unionism. I mean, mathematically, unionism is definitely the bigger number, but it's been salami sliced into so many options. And really, the message of this election should be to unionists, a salient lesson. If we don't galvanise around one main unionist party and really get our people behind that and the cause, then this diminishing of the stand that unionists are perceived to have will continue. And that's certainly been one of the messages that we have been trying to push in this. And the consequence, you're right, you put your finger on it, the consequence could be the first ever Republican First Minister of Northern Ireland. And that will send a signal around the world that Northern Ireland wants to leave the Union. Now, the facts are it doesn't. Facts are the union is strong and solid, but the perception around the world will be something different. So we've actually created more work for ourselves, and unions should really bear that in mind.
Ian Paisley, Liam Halligan here. To what extent has the protocol played on voters' minds, particularly among the unionist community, during these elections? Of course, disrupting trade between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK. And what are you expecting in the Queen's speech next week in terms of that protocol? The Westminster government's been giving kind of mixed signals about whether it's actually going to trigger Article 16, hasn't it? Ending that protocol, walking away from that agreement, potentially sparking a big row with Brussels.
Yes, well, Liam, I think, and you won't be surprised when I say this, but the elephant in the room of all of Northern Ireland's politics at the present time is the protocol. And there won't actually be a government formed in Northern Ireland anytime soon until the protocol is resolved. And the government, unfortunately, has been playing a very silly game of negotiating with Europe, Europe doing nothing for them, and then negotiating more, and Europe still doing nothing for them, and unionists left holding the can, waiting for our government to defend our union, and they don't do it. So the ball is really on Boris Johnson and the Cabinet's foot today. Please sort out the protocol. No more words, lots of action. Now, we may get more words in the Queen's speech on Tuesday. I hope we do. But it's not the words that are necessary, it's the action. And the sooner Her Majesty's government takes action to remove the impediment, which makes me a foreigner in my own country, destroys and diminishes trade between Northern Ireland and GB and between GB and Northern Ireland. As soon as the government moves to fix those big problems, then politics will stabilise in Northern Ireland, and then we could ultimately have a local government. But mark my words, we've got an election today. The expectation would be a government will follow. There will be no government in Northern Ireland until the protocol is resolved.
Ian, just finish on this. Let me play devil's advocate here in the sense that consent is really important in Northern Ireland. It's something that unionists have talked about an awful lot in the last couple of months. I mean, Brexit didn't happen by consent in Northern Ireland. It happened through majority because Northern Ireland's part of the UK, even though it wanted it to remain inside. The protocol is not happening because of consent, but it is happening because of democratic support, in that if there was a vote in this new assembly in a couple of years' time to retain that protocol, there probably would be a majority of MLAs who wanted to do so. In the end, what I'm trying to say to you is, shouldn't unionists suck this up? They, in part, have got themselves into this mess. And shouldn't they actually get the executive back up and running again? Because, you know, when I talk to people from Northern Ireland, what they want is local politicians dealing with local issues, and they want to see the executive back up and running again.
Yeah, look, I want my country to run and be normal and function quietly. It's been the safest place and one of the best parts of the United Kingdom for the last 10 or 15 years. Of that, there is no doubt. But the protocol has so damaged our economic position. I mean, you think you've got a cost of living crisis in GB mainland. My cost of living crisis in Northern Ireland is plus 27% higher because it now costs that amount of additional costs to bring goods from GB, my home market, into Northern Ireland. This is debilitating nationalist communities and unionist communities, all communities. And that's why it needs to be fixed. The protocol is above and beyond the consent issue because the Brexit agreement that was hatched ought to have applied to the whole of the United Kingdom equally. And unfortunately, the way our government negotiated the Brexit arrangements was an absolute disaster and left Northern Ireland out in the cold and left us with this protocol that is damaging our economic position. And of course, it has also then, by dint of that, damaged our standing within the union. And that's what's really perplexing ordinary unionists and why they're voting in protest movement for the TUV, why they're splitting their vote different ways, because they're angry. Now, Boris Johnson and his government have a duty to fix this. And the sooner they get on and fix it and stabilise politics in Northern Ireland, the better.
For that, Ian Paisley there joining us, the DUP Member of Parliament, of course, for North Antrim.
OK, we're going to pause there on GB News. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we're going to be in Dudley in the West Midlands for the latest on the reaction to the results there. And we'll be right across, of course, the UK as these results pour in. Scotland, Wales, England, and as we've seen in Northern Ireland. Do stay with us. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Alex Deakin with your latest weather updates from the Met Office. Now, it's not going to be blue skies all weekend for everyone, but for most it is going to be a dry weekend and feeling pleasant when the sun is out. Before we get there, however, we do have this weather front making for a very grey day across parts of southern Scotland and northern England. This weather front is providing outbreaks of rain. It's been a soggy start across Northern Ireland. That rain is slowly pushing southwards into northern England, parts of North Wales. Behind it, brighter skies this afternoon for most of Scotland and eventually brightening up across Northern Ireland. To the south, well, it's clouding over the Midlands, South Wales, southwest England, but staying largely fine and bright across the southeast and, well, pretty warm here at 23, maybe 24 Celsius. Quite a contrast where we've got the cloud and the rain lingering over southern Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland. That rain will pep up a little bit. It's going to be quite heavy this evening as it comes across the Midlands. Not much rain, though, getting to parts of southern England and South Wales, where, of course, it has been very dry recently. We'll continue with a few showers across eastern areas, but across Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, it's turned dry and clear, and temperatures will drop down into single figures. On to the weekend, as I said, for most, dry and fine, but the main exception to that, I suspect, will be the southeast and East Anglia. On Saturday, quite a grey day here with at times some showers coming through. One or two scattered showers over northern England, southern Scotland, but certainly plenty of sunshine for northwest Scotland. Much of Wales and southwest England also having a fine day, and temperatures responding to a bit of sunshine up to 20 degrees, a little cooler in parts of the east, and certainly a cooler feel with more cloud compared to today across East Anglia and the southeast. Still one or two showers around here during Saturday evening if you're heading out, bear that in mind, but they should be fading away as we head into Sunday with high pressure set to return. So again, some cloud around, but many places dry on Sunday and bright, and in the sunny spells, feeling pleasantly warm.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question.
That's two questions, actually. That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
And welcome back to GB News UK Votes 2022. It's 129. Now, in the West Midlands, Dudley remains in Conservative hands despite Labour making gains in the area. Let's cross over to our national reporter, Paul Hawkins, who is live from Dudley. Hi, Paul. Tell us about the results.
Yeah, hi Liam. Here in Dudley, very different story to that in London. The Conservatives held on to the council here. In fact, they started the night with 46 councillors. They finished it with 46 councillors. They still have a healthy majority. So a decent night, you would say, for the Conservatives. For Labour, a little bit of success. They picked up 3 seats overall. So last year, in last year's local elections, they lost 11 seats. They've clawed some of that back. But there are still, as we're seeing across a lot of red wall Brexit supporting seats, areas of the country, they're still not making the kind of gains that they would want to be if they have any hope of clawing back some of the red wall seats in 2024. So, you know, this is a really interesting part of the world. It's a bellwether place. If you look at the 48-year history of the council, it has flitted between the Conservatives, no overall control, and Labour. But since 2016, Labour lost control of the council. Then last year, the council swung towards the Conservatives. And then this year, Labour really have failed to make any really significant progress. I mean, the Labour leader on the council has said that last night was a success, and yeah, it was, compared to last year, it was a success. It couldn't be much worse given they lost 11 seats last year, but they're still not showing the kind of signs here that are needed for Labour to really show that they are increasing in popularity. We don't forget Dudley North. It swung to the Conservatives, one of the rebel seats in 2019. So if the Conservatives have any chance of trying to get back into Downing Street in 2024, they'll want to retake seats like that. Last night's result doesn't really show that they're there to doing it, that they've got a long way to go. And they need to go further and faster if they're going to make any sort of progress in that general election in a couple of years' time.
Paul, Gloria said earlier, and I thought this was quite significant, she said that when she and I have discussed whether or not Keir Starmer should apologise to former Labour voters for trying to reverse Brexit, she thought not. Now she's changed her mind and thinks that Keir Starmer should. When you've been out talking to people in Dudley, has Brexit come up among people who previously voted Labour who have now switched to the Tories? Is there still some residual anger there in the Black Country that London Labour, Islington Labour lawyers tried to reverse the Brexit referendum?
Do you know what? We haven't picked up on that, and I've also spoken to councillors who've been knocking on a lot of doors, and we spoke to one Labour councillor in particular, actually was a Labour candidate who was one of the few Labour candidates last night who took a ward from the Conservatives. He said that after knocking on doors, some people spoke about Partygate, etc., but when he went on to the subject of Keir Starmer, they didn't mention Brexit, but they did say he's better than Jeremy Corbyn, but we're still not sure. And that seems to sum up how people feel about the Labour Party in this part of the world. Some are willing to give him a chance. There has been some progress since Jeremy Corbyn, but Keir Starmer still has to go further to really punch through, to really make that kind of increase in popularity that's going to get Labour back anywhere near the top in this part of the world. So I wouldn't say Brexit is really an issue around here, but definitely Keir Starmer has more to do in terms of connecting with voters in this part of the world.
Paul Hawkins, GB News national correspondent, who was in Dudley in the West Midlands. Thanks a lot for joining us, Paul.
Well, let Paul go and get some lunch at that great market behind him there. OK, it is just after 1:30. GB Views, by the way, gbnews.uk, or tweet us at GB News. Want to hear from you on these election results. Did you vote yesterday? If you did, why? If you didn't, why? Do get in touch. But first, at just after the bottom of the hour, here's the top news of the hour.
Thank you, Darren. It's 1:33. I'm Rhiannon Jones in the GB Newsroom. Counting continues across the UK in local elections, with the Conservatives suffering losses in 3 symbolic London councils. Westminster, Wandsworth and Barnet are all now in the hands of Labour. But outside the capital, the outcome's quite mixed. Labour's also gained Southampton from the Tories, but lost Hull to the Lib Dems. The Prime Minister's admitted his party's endured a difficult night.
It's certainly a mixed set of results, and we've had a tough night in some parts of the country. But on the other hand, in other parts of the country, you're still seeing Conservatives going forward and making quite remarkable gains in places that haven't voted Conservative for a long time, or if ever. And so, leaving aside the commentary, the big lesson that I take from this is that this is a message from voters that what they want us to do, above all, 1, 2 and 3, is focus on the big issues that matter to them.
Mariupol officials say one person's been killed after Russian troops fired on a car heading to evacuate civilians from the Azovstal steelworks. Ukraine has called on charity Médecins Sans Frontières to assist in the evacuation of those still trapped in the plant. It's as British military intelligence confirms Russian forces are today continuing their ground assault in the area. More than 37,000 people have come to the UK under the Ukraine visa scheme. That number has risen by more than 10,000 in just over a week. The latest government figures show around 6 in 10 Ukrainians who've been issued visas haven't yet arrived in the UK. 16,000 jobs are at risk after corner shop chain McColl's confirmed it's gone bust. It's after a last-minute rescue deal from supermarket chain Morrison's failed. McColl's have called in the administrators, putting over 1,000 shops in jeopardy. TV online and DAB Plus radio, this is GB News. Darren and Liam will be back with more election coverage in just a moment.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's 2 questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you, or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday, for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before. It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Very welcome back to this special election programme here on GB News. Let's bring you up to date with some breaking news. Away from the elections in some ways, but somewhat related to it, because in the last couple of minutes, Durham police have confirmed that Sir Keir Starmer is going to be essentially reinvestigated over allegations he broke lockdown rules in April of last year. You may remember it's called hashtag Beergate, where he was pictured through the window of a meeting drinking beer with colleagues. Lots of suggestions that curry was consumed, that there were potentially up to 15, 20 people at that gathering. The Labour Party leader has always claimed it was a work event. He's always claimed he's not broken any rules. Though questions have persisted, it must be said, and Durham police in the last couple of minutes have confirmed that there will now be a new investigation. This is what they say in a statement. They say, following the receipt of significant new information over recent days, Durham Constabulary has reviewed the position, and now following the conclusion of the pre-election period, they can confirm an investigation into potential breaches of COVID-19 regulations relating to this gathering is now being conducted. So Durham police looking into what Keir Starmer may or may not done, whether he broke the rules or not at this time, or a little earlier than this time last year, April 30th of last year. Of course, he was cleared first time round. New evidence has come forward. They are reinvestigating.
Well, let's now go to Westminster to talk to our GB News political correspondent, Tom Harwood. Tom, this could be awkward for the leader of the opposition, could it not, given what he said about Boris Johnson having been found guilty of rule breaking? He told him he should resign.
That's certainly the case. This is incredibly awkward for the leader of the opposition. You could imagine it would be less awkward for him had he taken a less hardline approach to the police investigation of the Prime Minister. But you'll remember that the Labour Party, upon the announcement of the police investigation even, just the investigation, not even its conclusion, started to politic in the most extraordinary way about the Prime Minister's alleged transgressions, saying that it's extraordinary that you have a sitting Prime Minister being investigated by the police for wrongdoing. Well, now we have a leader of the opposition being investigated by the police for wrongdoing, and it's easy to see the parallels. A 30-person event described by those there as a work event, much in the same way that the Prime Minister described the events he is alleged to have broken the rules at, meeting people he was at work with anyway in the place at which he was at work. It is very easy to see the parallels between these two specific situations. And I think there'll be many Conservatives who are now thinking that really the media has been reporting the Conservative alleged transgressions in such a way for the last 3, 4, 5 months. It would be remiss for the same sort of scrutiny to miss out those in the Labour Party, the leader of the Labour Party, the deputy leader of the Labour Party, the MP for Durham, and the around 30 other people who are alleged to have been at that particular work event. Let's remember, back in April 2021, it was against the rules to socialise indoors with people you did not live with. It was legal, of course, to work with people that you worked with. And of course, those were similar rules to what happened in June 2020. In June 2020, when the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have been found to have broken rules in the Cabinet room and been issued fixed penalty notices for that, well, it was illegal to have a socialised environment indoors. It was legal to work indoors with other people. But actually, people forget that in June 2020, it was legal to see people outdoors. There had been lockdown easing by June 2020. Non-essential retail was open. You were allowed to see a dying loved one in a care home, in a hospital, in a hospice, or indeed in their private home as well. So the analogies here are incredibly strong, which puts the Labour Party in a very difficult position, particularly with regard to what the Labour Party was saying about the very fact of an investigation in and of itself into the Prime Minister.
Tom, just to play devil's advocate on this, and I know you've made comparisons to what happens in the Cabinet room and obviously the fine the Prime Minister received, and we're going to have to work out what Durham police do about this. But isn't, and you're right, it'd be more than awkward for the Labour, the leader of the opposition. It would be, politically very, very devastating if he does get a fine and his credibility somewhat in tatters, I would suggest. But hasn't Labour got a point, even if Keir Starmer does get fines, just suggesting here, in that we think that what happened with Labour was a one-off incident, whereas the Labour Party could potentially point to the 18 parties that took place in and around Downing Street that the Prime Minister may have attended, not just one, maybe two, maybe three, maybe four, that he was in government drawing up these rules, and that it was the widespread nature. If it were, what I'm trying to say, ultimately, is if it was just the cake in the Cabinet room, this wouldn't be necessarily a bigger story for Boris Johnson as it would. It's the sheer scale that's really done damage to the Prime Minister and how it's been handled.
In a rational world, Darren, you would be absolutely correct, but that's not the world in which we live. I'm afraid the really devastating thing here for the Labour Party is that the way they responded to the announcement of each individual step of the saga of the last few months, the fact that the Prime Minister had been investigated was supposed to be damning. The fact that the Prime Minister and indeed the Chancellor, someone who no one really considered to be breaking rules until he was, by surprise to himself, not least everyone else, issued a fixed penalty notice. Well, it was the fact of the fixed penalty notice that for so many members of the opposition was the reason for resignation. They say that that was a breach of the ministerial code in the fact that even inadvertently lying to Parliament, well, that's the big debate that is going on with a third investigation. So many investigations being pressed for. There was, of course, the Cabinet Office investigation, of course, the police investigation, and now a parliamentary investigation as well, all into the Prime Minister. I think to some extent, this is only so damaging for the Labour Party because of the way they reacted to what happened with the Prime Minister. Of course, if they hadn't been so hardline, if they'd been more reasonable, as you suggested, on the issue of just simply a cake in the Cabinet room, if that was treated in a less serious way, then Keir Starmer would probably have an easier ride of this now.
Fascinating stuff. Tom, thank you very much indeed. Tom Harwood there, joining us from Westminster. We'll be back, Tom, throughout the afternoon. There's clearly a developing story, lots of political reaction coming into it, and we'll bring it to you here on GB News.
Well, let's return to our local election coverage and to Northern Ireland, where we're joined now by the journalist Amanda Ferguson. She is in Belfast. Amanda, great to have you on the show. Thank you for your time. We heard from Ian Paisley Jr. earlier. He said the unionists could be guilty of self-harm in terms of responding to these elections. What's your sense of how these results are going to pan out?
Well, the pollsters have indicated that this is the first opportunity that Sinn Féin has to emerge as the largest party in Northern Ireland, which would be a landmark moment given that the largest party over the last 100 years has always been a unionist party within Northern Ireland. Now, nothing is a given, With the type of election that we're having at the moment, the proportional representation, single transferable vote, those all important transfers will come into play throughout the day and flip the different constituencies. So we're going to be electing 90 lawmakers across 18 constituencies. There are some rumbles at this point in the county centre that some of the bigger names within politics in Northern Ireland could be unsafe. But as I said, with STV, we won't know until all the transfers are through, and certainly the first seats haven't even been declared yet. We should get those within the next hour. We'll know the lay of the land maybe later into this evening, but some of the seats could rumble into the early hours of the morning.
And Amanda, though, many people will deduce Sinn Féin being the largest party as meaning that Northern Ireland is much more likely to become part of the rest of Ireland, to leave the union. But in saying that, the polls have suggested that actually support for unionism has remained pretty steady over the last couple of decades.
Yeah, well, no matter what happens at the end of the day, there are going to be people in Northern Ireland that are British Unionists, some that are Irish Republicans, and those group of others that don't take a fixed position on the Constitution. I think that whenever it comes down to elections like this, even if Sinn Féin was to emerge as the largest party, that doesn't mean that nationalism all of a sudden has a majority. Dominates the Assembly. Certainly the structure of government at Stormont is a power-sharing coalition government that is usually made up of unionists, nationalists and others. It would just be a rearrangement of some of those seats, but certainly I think for an Irish Republican Party to take the top spot would be damaging to the unionist psyche at a time when Brexit has been quite destabilising, and we know that unionism lost its majority at the last Assembly election. But it's all to play for, and I think that people should watch out for how well the Cross Community Alliance Party does, because it's predicted to build on the success that it's had at the local election, at the European election, at the Westminster election, and into this Assembly election as well.
And aside, Amanda, from the constitutional issues, the high politics and the political wranglings, to what extent has the cost of living increases played in these elections, in your judgment? Of course, the results are only now coming in. Given the extent to which the protocol has made it more difficult to get goods from GB to Northern Ireland?
Well, the cost of living is the number one issue on the doorsteps. I've been out canvassing with the different parties, observing what people are saying, interviewing people throughout this process, and definitely the price of fuel, the price of electricity and gas are number one on the doorstep, along with the health service crisis and difficulty that we have with our waiting list. Now, unionist politicians will tell you that the Brexit protocol was also a major issue, but that tends to be amongst the unionist electorate, not across the board. The non-unionist parties would indicate that the protocol hasn't been the electoral issue that unionist politicians have said that it is. Now, we know that the protocol needs to be finessed. Unionist politicians across the board despise it. Non-unionist politicians tend to see it as a mitigation, as something that was agreed between the UK and the EU that needs to be finessed. Nobody thinks that the protocol is perfect. All of the parties would agree that it needs to be made less bureaucratic, more practical, easier for businesses to do trade. But while there have been complications with trade moving between GB and NI, some business leaders will indicate the dual market access that Northern Ireland is a benefit, and it could make Northern Ireland the jewel in the UK's crown in terms of the economic benefits that it could bring. So dependent on who you speak to, whether they like the protocol or not.
Journalist Amanda Ferguson there, joining us from Belfast. Thanks a lot for your time, and of course we'll return to Northern Ireland as these results start coming in.
Let's just bring you a line. We've been talking about Partygate, haven't we? And about Keir Starmer. Just to say, a Labour spokesperson has issued a statement in the last couple of minutes in response to the fact that Durham police are going to reopen that investigation into Sir Keir Starmer. A Labour spokesperson saying, we're obviously happy to answer any questions there are, and we remain clear that no rules were broken. We're going to bring you more on that in about 10 minutes' time at the top of the hour.
Let's go back now to the West Midlands. We're back in Dudley. It remains in Conservative hands despite Labour making some gains in the area. Our national reporter, Paul Hawkins, is joined now by Conservative MP Mike Wood. Paul?
Yeah, hi Liam, hi Darren. We're here with Mike Wood, who's the Conservative MP for Dudley South, who we can speak to now. Mike, thanks for waiting for us. Appreciate your time. Just want to ask you, first of all, with that breaking news that Sir Keir Starmer, Labour, to be investigated over so-called Beergate, what's your reaction to that?
Well, I think it's the right decision that Durham police have finally made. It's really important that it's clear that there aren't double standards, that the same rules actually do apply to everybody. And I think the public need to know whether Keir Starmer and Angela Rayner are guilty of quite a lot of hypocrisy over the last few months with what they've been saying in Parliament and outside Parliament, and now really how much they've been clamming up when they're being asked legitimate questions about what looks a lot like a party in Durham.
But potentially a banana skin for the Conservative Party, because if Durham police find that no rules were broken and they're cleared after this re-investigation, then they will effectively, no rules were broken here, but rules were broken with Boris Johnson. It could make it look worse in that sense.
Well, I think it's difficult to understand at the moment why Rishi Sunak, having a glass of water on the Prime Minister's birthday in the Cabinet room in a building he was working in anyway, was a breach of the regulation, whereas what we assume was a significant number of Labour Party officials, shadow ministers and activists having a curry and a beer at the end of a campaign day, why that wasn't a breach. It looks at least as serious. So if they do decide no rules were broken, I think people do need, it does need to be explained. OK, so what actually was the difference?
Yeah, interesting. A lot of Conservative MPs, of course, will be commenting on it today. Before, they wanted to wait for the outcome of the investigation when it was Boris Johnson, but in this case you guys are quite keen to comment on it.
Well, no, I think that the investigation absolutely should happen. I think it's taken a lot longer than it should have for Durham Police to look at this again, particularly in the light of the approach that the Met have taken in terms of how they've been interpreting what makes up a gathering, whether it's when people come together or what they do after that once they're already together. It's not how we'd understood the regulations at the time, certainly not how most of the media had, otherwise the Times would have put that story on the front page instead of the diary column when it was briefed out to by Downing Street at the time. So I think, if this was a breach of the rule as the police and the lawyers understand it, then that needs to be applied evenly and consistently, and it doesn't matter which party you're from.
Yeah. Bringing it back to Dudley here last night, you started the night with 46 councillors, you finished it with 46 councillors. What's your reaction to Labour, to the Conservative Party holding on to the council here?
Yeah, I suppose it's a bit like a score draw if you're a football fan, and if your last result was a 7-0 win, then a score draw can be a bit of an anticlimax, a disappointment. But I think 12 years into government, we're still in the mid-40s for councillors in Dudley. That's at historically high levels. I think if those votes had been cast in a parliamentary election yesterday, Conservatives would have won all 4 parliamentary constituencies in Dudley, and of course we've only held those since the last general election. We won the 4th one. So it's disappointing the 2 councillors who lost their seats, hard-working councillors as well as good friends. That's very disappointing. Obviously, the 3 councillors who gained seats last night, fantastic news. I'm sure they'll do a brilliant job. But I think if you're the Labour Party, it'd be difficult to be too pleased with the results in Dudley yesterday. The results yesterday with Keir Starmer were worse than any of the 3 local elections that they fought under Ed Miliband before the 2015 election, where we obviously won an overall majority the next year. And if you're slightly less good than Ed Miliband, you're probably not coasting through to victory on your way to Downing Street.
Yeah, although the Conservative vote in England was 4 points down on 2018 and 6 points down on last year. So Labour haven't maybe not taken advantage, but it's not like a lot of people are coming out to vote for the Conservatives like they were previously.
Well, I'd say, last year was a freakishly good result, certainly in Dudley, but also across most of the Midlands and Northern England. That was at a scale that we haven't seen at all in 50 years. It was the best ever results in Dudley last year. I think the idea that we were going to match that this year would have been, even for those who are glass half full, I think it would have been too optimistic to think there was a chance of matching that again this year. I think there are different pictures across the country. I think generally in the Midlands, and particularly the more urban parts of the Midlands. Actually, the results are quite good. Obviously, gaining seats in Sandwell. I hear we've been gaining seats up in Stoke-on-Trent. So across what you might see as the Midlands red wall, it's holding up extremely well. Across London, obviously, it was a different picture, but I think the story that North London lawyer went down well in London is probably not going to make too many headlines.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at people here in Dudley, you know, a lot of them, they might vote Conservative, but they wouldn't class themselves as a Conservative. They're not jumping with joy. It's still really tough for a lot of people out there. There is a catastrophic cost of living crisis at the moment that is only going to get worse, with inflation heading towards 10%, fuel prices in the autumn going up, 40%. It's going to get even worse. It could still be really tricky for the government and for your party.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult for a lot of people, and of course we're picking that up on the doorstep. We need to make sure that we are listening, that we're responding to that, seeing if there's anything more that we can do to support people across what is a difficult time, obviously not only in the UK. We know it's a difficult time in most of Western Europe, North America, but that's a little consolation if you're struggling to get by at the moment with the rising prices you've spoken about. So just trying to find what the solutions are to help people who need the help without really burdening the next generation with massive borrowing and massive deferred tax bills.
Well, a lot of people say the government's still not doing enough. That 200 quid that they're getting on their fuel bill, that's a loan. You know, the government needs to go further. You know, it's knocked off some money for council tax, but it's not really touching the sides.
Well, I think we need to be looking at things like how we can make sure that that the petrol companies are passing on actually when oil prices do come down slightly, as well as obviously the reduction in duty, that's making its way to consumers. We need to make sure that people are getting a fair deal from their electricity companies, that the direct debits aren't being put up far more than actually the costs are likely to be, meaning that people are facing far higher increases at this time. I mean, we're seeing people whose direct debits are doubling and more, and that's not because their likely bills have doubled and more. It is purely that miscalculation and projections are wrong, and that's hitting people hard now. Now, obviously, we've just come through a 2-year pandemic, extraordinarily costly, both in terms of the vaccine programme, in terms of the healthcare, but also in terms of we effectively paid large number of people's wages for getting on for 18 months. Huge amounts of borrowing. We're spending 90 billion.
There we go. That's Mike Wood there, speaking to Paul Hawkins down in Dudley. Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen.
And we will carry on our coverage of these local election results here on GB News. Local elections 2022. Goodbye from me. Darren will be with us for...
It's 2 o'clock. I'm Rhiannon Jones in the GB Newsroom. In the last half an hour, police have announced they're reopening their investigation into alleged lockdown breaches at a Labour gathering in Durham. Officers say they've received significant new information about the event attended by the party leader, Sir Keir Starmer. He's alleged to have drunk beer with colleagues, including Deputy Leader Angela Rayner, in April 2021, at a time when there was a ban on indoor mixing of households. Labour insists that no rules were broken. Durham Constabulary deliberately waited for the end of the election before launching the new inquiry. Well, counting continues across the UK in local elections, with the Conservatives suffering losses in 3 symbolic London councils, Westminster, Wandsworth and Barnet, all now in the hands of Labour. But outside the capital, the outcome's quite mixed. Labour's also gained Southampton from the Tories, but lost Hull to the Lib Dems. Boris Johnson's facing an angry backlash from various local Tories, with some blaming him for the Partygate scandal and the cost of living crisis. The Prime Minister's admitted his party's endured a tough night.
It's certainly a mixed set of results, and we've had a tough night in some parts of the country. But on the other hand, in other parts of the country, you're still seeing Conservatives going forward and making quite remarkable gains in places that haven't voted Conservative for a long time, or if ever. And so, leaving aside the commentary, the big lesson that I take from this is that this is a message from voters that what they want us to do, above all, 1, 2 and 3, is focus on the big issues that matter to them.
Well, Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer, meanwhile, says the results show his party's made huge improvements.
This is a massive turning point for the Labour Party. From the depths of 2019, we're back on track now for the general election, showing what the change that we've done, the hard change we've done in the last 2 years, what a difference it has made. And, you know, Cumberland, very important win last night in key constituencies for the next general election. Same in Southampton. Many more results to come today. But I just want to thank our brilliant team.
Well, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey, says voters have sent a clear message to the Prime Minister.
What began as a tremor in Chesham and Amersham, what became an earthquake in North Shropshire, has now turned into a shockwave across our country that can see this Conservative government come tumbling down. They're saying they've had enough of this Prime Minister.
Away from the local elections, President Volodymyr Zelensky will attend the virtual meeting of the G7 this weekend to discuss potential additional sanctions against Russia. Meanwhile, Ukraine has called on charity Médecins Sans Frontières to help evacuate those still trapped in the Azovstal steelworks in Mariupol. It says British military intelligence confirms Russian forces are today continuing their ground assault on the plant. Speaking to Policy Institute Chatham House, President Zelensky said efforts to free those trapped inside are ongoing.
We haven't seen a single day without some siege of Mariupol by the Russian force, one of the examples, mind you. And every day we would try to look for some diplomatic solutions for saving people and arranging for the humanitarian corridors to accomplish that.
More than 37,000 people have come to the UK under the Ukraine visa scheme. That number has risen by more than 10,000 in just over a week. The latest government figures show around 6 in 10 Ukrainians who've been issued visas haven't yet arrived in the UK. The average house price increased by more than £3,000 last month. Halifax reports property values went up for the 10th consecutive month, the longest run of continuous gains in 5 years. A typical UK home now costs over £286,000, nearly 14% more than this time last year. The owner of British Airways has recorded a heavy loss in the first 3 months of this year. The International Airlines Group has announced pre-tax losses of more than £900 million. It's being blamed on passenger numbers impacted by the Omicron variant of coronavirus. IAG does say, though, that they expect to be profitable in the second quarter of the year. And the long-duration crew that left the International Space Station yesterday have splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico.
So there's our first view of Dragon Endurance making its re-entry to planet Earth.
Thermal cameras caught the moment the 3 Americans and German returned home this morning after 6 months in space. They had to be assisted from the capsule after spending so long in a weightless environment, but they did manage a wave for the cameras. And that's your news update. I'll be back in half an hour with the latest headlines. Now, though, let's return to our election results coverage, UK Votes 2022, with Darren and Alistair.
Very good afternoon. It is 6 minutes past 2 o'clock. Welcome to GB News. Welcome to the UK Votes 2022, our special election coverage, which is continuing throughout the afternoon with me and Alistair Stewart until 4 o'clock. We'll be talking about what the results mean for you at home.
Well, the political picture so far is, as the Prime Minister just said in that news bulletin, mixed. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, the Lib Dem leader, Ed Davey, and the Prime Minister himself have all been speaking in the last few hours. So let's just remind you of what they had to say.
If you me, this is a big turning point for us. From the depths of 2019, that general election, back on track.
It's a movement of millions of people who are saying they've had enough. Enough of energy bills going up, of tax bills going up, and their standards of living going down.
I want to pay tribute to Conservative councillors up and down the land, to Conservative councillors who've won, those who have sadly lost, and they do a fantastic job and they deliver better value for lower council tax up and down the country. Yes, you're right,
Well, let's look at some of the results, the latest ones that have come in. Labour have gained 4 councils overall so far, making a total of 44. The Conservatives have lost 10. They're down to 26. And the Liberal Democrats have gained Hull to make a grand total of 5.
And looking now to the number of individual councillors, Labour so far have 1,353. The Conservatives have chalked up 668, and the Lib Dems 333.
Meanwhile, in Scotland, Labour has gained 1 council. Counting there began a little bit later. It's a bit more complicated as well, so the results are only starting to come in. We'll keep you posted when they do. We'll be bringing you live coverage of the results in your communities as well. We'll be speaking to our GB News reporters right across the country. Alice Porter is in Wandsworth, the scene of a seismic Labour win at the expense of the Tories. Davy Donaldson, who's bobbing around there in South Ayrshire, and Rachel Sweeney is in wonderful Sunderland.
So let's start with wonderful Sunderland, which was where there were a few tremors. Where have you heard that before, tremors in Sunderland? It does tend to happen up there a wee bit. It remains in Labour control after a late surge of support towards the Tories. Well, our North of England reporter joins us live now in Sunderland. Rachel.
Hello there. Yes, Sunderland City Council has been a Labour stronghold since day one, 1974. And although it's a Labour stronghold, that hold has certainly weakened in terms of support and especially seats. You know, Labour lost 10 seats in 2019 and 9 seats in 2021. So it was a huge worry that they only had to lose 6 seats to lose overall control this time. Now, the leader of Sunderland City Council is Councillor Graham Miller. He's been in power since 2018. I spoke to him the day before the voting started on the phone. He was very high spirits, he was very confident, and they have actually managed to hold on despite some heavy campaigning from the Conservative Party. The big guns have been here, haven't they? So we've had the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, here, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak's been here, and so Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer has come up twice in a bid to try and balance that out. Well, one Labour MP said this morning that the Conservative Party had thrown the kitchen sink at Sunderland in a bid to take it, and that's something that Councillor Graham Miller recognised when I spoke to him early this morning.
You do not often get the leader of the party of government, the Prime Minister, plus the Chancellor, plus as many of the Conservative Party as you can get in a councillor's ward when they've got a hashtag Get Miller Out campaign, seriously, and the Dirty Tricks Brigade joining in as well. So I've had all of that and I've beat them all, and I'm still here and I'm still winning, Boris. And we've shown that people in Sunderland are looking at voting Labour again with the swing in the polls that we had in the city yesterday. So it's very unusual, and you've got to ask what it says when the Prime Minister's brought into my ward to beat a mere councillor, because that's all I am, and they don't win. They just don't win. So I'm delighted we showed them a bloody nose in my ward, and long may it continue.
Yes, well, Councillor Miller also said that Partygate had helped them out tremendously. He was aware of that. And the opposition leader at Sunderland City Council, Anthony Mullen, he's criticised the government quite publicly about the national picture and how that's affected his local politics. I'm going to end with the numbers. The council seats as they stand now. Sadly, one ward is being rescheduled because of a death, but Labour have 41, the Conservatives 18, Lib Dems 14 and one independent. There was a 34% turnout in the Sunderland local elections. Labour keep their hold.
Rachel, thank you very much indeed for all that details, and through you, thanks to your guests.
OK, let's bring you up to date with that breaking news in the last hour or so, and that is that Durham police are going to reopen their investigation into Sir Keir Starmer. You may remember pictures were published in the papers, weren't there, of Sir Keir drinking beer in April of last year. Many suggested he had broken the rules. Durham police investigated it. They said they hadn't. Then under, it must be said, some political pressure and new information and the fact that Keir Starmer has not been able to answer all of the questions, Durham police have now said because of this new information that's come forward, significant new information, they are going to look again at this event. They are going to re-investigate it. Labour insistent still that no rules were broken, but my word, it's pretty tricky for Sir Keir Starmer.
I think it's absolutely intriguing. And the other thing I was thinking about was, what if Durham police had suddenly come across this new information yesterday in the same way that the Bank of England published its report on us all heading for doom and gloom? Is this going to balance things up a little after the event, or is it just a flash in the pan?
If I can indulge you with my own views, I thought all the rules were absurd, and I think all the police investigations are absurd. That having been said, yes, it introduces a certain amount of balance. If you can find the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Prime Minister for eating a birthday cake in the most normal of circumstances, I suppose you can start investigating the Leader of the Opposition and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition for having a drink at the end of a working day. I think the whole thing is crazy, but it does bring some balance into it.
The other thing that struck me as well, particularly when we were talking outside, because it is, as Darren just said, I mean, it's in effect a breaking story. It dropped about half an hour, 45 minutes ago that Durham had made this decision. Is this, that Labour, throughout this campaign for local elections, made so much of the Prime Minister's honesty, integrity, truthfulness. Now, whatever happened in that office, that is now under debate.
Yes, we heard the Councillor Miller just now, didn't we, from Sunderland, saying that Partygate had been a huge part of the campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, we did know, we had seen pictures, I think, of Keir Starmer having that beer back, I think it was in June 2021.
Yes.
So the subject was in the air, even though there wasn't a police investigation. But yes, it would, you know, it would all have helped the Tories if this had come out before.
Yeah. But equally, if Sir Keir had been clearer and consistent about what was actually going on in that office, they'd been canvassing, they'd been out working, they came back for a break, and then they had copious amounts of beer and pizza.
Well, Sir Keir, I think, went out on a big limb. I mean, I think if I was still in politics, I would have looked back on my period during the pandemic. I would have thought of all the things that I had done, all the things I'd been involved in, before I made such a big issue of the Prime Minister's integrity. And it's also worth remembering, is it not, that although I say the rules were absurd, and although I think Boris Johnson probably thought they were absurd, Sir Keir Starmer's position regularly was that the rules were not tough enough. The Labour position was always that the rules should be tougher. So I think that is a little added difficulty for him.
Well, can we turn it around and say that, well, first of all, he could be cleared, and actually in some ways that might strengthen in his case in saying, well, I haven't broken the law, the Prime Minister has, and potentially multiple times. And I think that comes back to it in, I agree, and I was putting this to Tom Harwood earlier on, if it was simply the birthday cakes incident in the Cabinet room, Boris Johnson wouldn't be in the mess or the scandal he's in. It's this perception that it wasn't just one event, it was multiple events, and it wasn't just him, it was a culture inside Downing Street that, whether you agree with the rules or not, they were the law of the land. Yeah. Don't you get that, Michael?
But social media is also, and we all know, Twitter and social media is not the real world, but it is awash, not only with Durham images, but a whole range of Labour supporters on Black Lives Matter demonstrations, other events and what have you. Now, Michael's point is absolutely vital. Yeah, people either think it was a good idea or it was a bad idea, but those were the rules. Yeah. And to suggest that it was only the Prime Minister seems to me to be the intellectual fault line upon which the whole thing fails.
But what were the rules? I mean, Darren's just said, you know, Keir Starmer may be found not guilty. Well, he may well be. But I don't trust the Metropolitan Police to have decided that a birthday cake is illegal, but that a glass of beer is legal. I mean, this is an absurdity. I mean, these things aren't going to trial. These things aren't being judged by any common standard. They're being judged by police forces with different considerations. I mean, the Metropolitan Police is an absolutely disgraced organisation. I mean, does the future of the Prime Minister hang by the thread of the Metropolitan Police, which has been discredited in every possible way?
OK. Well, we're going to return to this later on, but we have got Catherine West, a Labour MP, who's joining us down the line. Catherine, thank you very much indeed for joining us on GB News. We're going to have to start, of course, with what Durham Police have said today. You know, the Labour Party for months were kind of almost crowing, it must be said, about the significance that the Prime Minister was being investigated by the Met, how that was a significant move. It is quite incredible now that your leader is facing the same or a very similar investigation.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure of the detail because I've been here at the Tottenham Stadium waiting for the Haringey results to come out for the local council. However, I do believe that, of course, if there's anything that's come to light, that Keir will be in correspondence with the authorities about that. I guess the message of the elections overnight, though, is more one of tone in general in Westminster, and the fact that there has been this scandal of the MP looking at porn on his phone, the scandal of the member for Wakefield assaulting a 15-year-old boy, and a general feeling that Parliament is losing its way, when most people are worried about how are they going to pay their next fuel bill or how are they going to fill up their tank of petrol to get from A to B. And I think we must redouble our efforts to connect with people with what they are actually currently thinking about, which is the 10% increase in inflation, the 10% inflation which was announced overnight by the Bank of England, and the lack of growth which we have seen under this government for a very long time, not helped by the 15 separate increases in taxation on everyday living that people have had to put up with. So that's what I would like to focus on. I think that's what the voters were saying to me yesterday. Please focus on our issues, not on yourself, what's happening to you or anyone else. What is happening to us here in your constituency who are suffering from the economy at the moment?
Catherine, can I ask you a question? Because it's intrigued me. Your party and the Liberal Democrats, to a lesser extent, made a big thing about the campaign. Use your vote yesterday to send a message to the Prime Minister, rather than seeking to enthuse me to vote Labour because you were going to do a better job on libraries, on potholes, on bin collection, or the Lib Dems because they were going to make my environment greener and what have you. If that leaves Sir Keir Starmer saying this is a massive turning point, which patently it is not, wasn't that a big boo-boo?
Well, I think for I don't know where you live, but certainly for those of us who have been in politics for over 20 years, like me, having been a council leader, the Tories losing Barnet, Wandsworth and Westminster. Don't forget that Mrs Thatcher represented Finchley. It is actually a bit of an earthquake here. Obviously, we've also had the victory down in Southampton and as well in Cumberland. So, it is the next stage in Labour challenging the government to be the government which we want to put to the people in the next general election. I think this is a good, steady progress. I don't think it's necessarily a revolution, but I think it's showing that there's steady progress towards that.
And a lot of your friends have been saying it's totemic. But the fact of the matter is, if you're to reverse the 2019 general election, and that's the context in which you and Sir Keir and Yvette Cooper this morning have set it, then, frankly, those London boroughs are not going to give you a majority in the House of Commons. The lack of making headway behind the red wall is going to continue causing a problem. That's why Yvette Cooper said we're still rebuilding support. Job not done.
Well, I think it's quite a good position to be in, because you don't want to overperform in a local election. Some of us might remember Mrs May overperforming in the 2017 local elections and then suddenly turning around after Easter and saying, let's have a general election. I think this is steady progress. I think we still have work to do, but we are becoming a credible government in waiting with an able front bench, We have a lot of experience now with our front bench. We have a lot of good themes that we're working on. And the most important thing that we can do is to push this government into taking action to help people right now with their petrol, with their heating bills, with the autumn that we are going to see. 10% inflation, we haven't seen that for a very long time. And the warnings which the Bank of England put out yesterday, they wouldn't do that unless they were extremely worried about our economy. Sterling has dropped overnight by a couple of percentage points. We are in a very difficult situation economically, and Mr Sunak and Mr Johnson have no answers.
Just finally, Catherine, can I come back to what you said a little earlier on in the programme? You said that voters were telling you yesterday not to be focusing on ourselves, our politicians, but to be focusing on their concerns. And I say this in the context of, let's be frank about this, the reason that we've been talking about Partygate largely for the last 5 months is because of PMQs. Keir Starmer's brought it up pretty much every week. You seem to be changing the narrative here now that Sir Keir Starmer's been investigated. You know, frankly, the Labour Party have tried to make hay with this story repeatedly. Maybe it's about to backfire.
Well, it's always the job of the opposition to question the leadership of the country. That is what you have to do when you are the leader of the opposition. But fundamentally, the cost of living has been actually on the lips of both Tory and Labour MPs for the last few months, certainly since Mr Sunak introduced the disastrous national insurance contribution, so that everyone who opened their pay packet this April saw that not only was their tax going up personally, but that if they employed anybody as an employer, they were having to pay more as well. This tax on jobs, the 15th tax rise in the last 3 years, that is what we are focused on. We are focused on what we can do to push the economy into growth so that we can actually see the livelihoods of our constituents improve. All we can see at the moment is inflation heading to over 8%. It's meant to be 2%, so that's going to be 10% inflation. We're seeing more tax rises, more pain ahead, and that is what our job is, not only to point out where the government may have done wrong, the leadership may have done well, but importantly to point out day in, day out, how under this Tory government our constituents are worse off financially.
OK, Catherine, really appreciate your time this afternoon. Catherine West, Labour MP there, joining us from North London. Thank you very much indeed. OK, well, let's stick with London now, because GB News likes to get outside of the capital, but we can't ignore, of course, one of the major results was in the capital overnight, with Labour having seized control of Wandsworth after a 44-year run with the Tories in charge. Let's speak to our reporter, Alice Porter, who is in Wandsworth in South London. Alice, the Tories have been in charge there for a very long time. It's all been changed overnight, and this is a significant blow to the Conservatives.
I mean, it really is. I mean, Wandsworth has almost been quite iconic for the Conservatives, having held it for more than 40 years. They've had a very conservative low council tax policy, which up until now has been very successful in keeping voters happy. But obviously there has been a significant change as people are moving distinctly to the left. I mean, interestingly, we've got 3 Labour MPs in the borough, and also, which I think is very significant, around 75% of people who live in the borough voted to remain. So I think when you have a government right now that is very much tied to Brexit, I think what we've seen this local election is when those sort of politics that we see on a national scale are sort of playing out in the ballot box. So I was speaking with quite a few people today out in Wandsworth to see what they thought of the election result, and this is what they had to say.
I think it was absolutely brilliant, because the thing is that we needed a change, and the results actually showed it.
I've lived in Wandsworth for 33 years, and I've always found the Tory council to be absolutely excellent. You know, very low council tax, very good services. I mean, what more can you ask for from a local council than that? And I really don't know what more the people of Wandsworth want from a council.
I think a lot of people have lost faith in Boris Johnson for various reasons. And I think that's why. I mean, I was surprised that Labour did get him, but maybe a new broom sweeps clean, as the saying goes.
Now that Labour's come in, will our council tax still be as low as that? And, you know, I don't know. We just have to wait and see.
Well, quite a range there from people in Wandsworth, but it's not just Wandsworth which has been lost, but there has been Barnet and also Westminster. Now, Barnet, I think, is also really interesting because it's been held by the Conservatives for 20 years. Labour have never had a majority, but they do now. I think we've seen Keir Starmer out today in Barnet celebrating. That was very much a key area that Labour were trying to target. And I think very much that he was trying to show, he was saying, we have changed, Labour has changed, because of course Barnet has a very high Jewish population, and in 2018 when there was all the issues regarding Labour's handling of anti-Semitism under Jeremy Corbyn, there were lots of people there who felt like they couldn't vote for Labour, but with a change in leadership that has obviously changed. So I think what we're seeing with these three very key boroughs that have been Conservative for a considerable period of time moving to Labour, I think what we're seeing there is what happens when people are frustrated with their leader of their party and are now voting in their local elections to show their frustration.
Alice, thank you very much indeed. Alice Porter there, our London correspondent, giving us a good cant around Westminster, Wandsworth and Barnet. Come to you in a minute, if I may, but David Cowling first. Much of the conversation, rightly or wrongly, has been what these local elections tell us about what would happen if there were to be a general election. I was looking up Westminster, Wandsworth, Barnet, reminding myself of the spread of constituencies, and it's pretty even, Stevens, and the Tories are well dug in a few constituencies, and Labour are equally well dug in a few. It's just totemic, isn't it, raging back to the days of Thatcher and sell your own homes, or is it more significant cephalogically in terms of the numbers, the votes?
They are totemic, and we've made them so. I mean, Kenneth Baker, famously, many years ago, sort of on one night when the Conservatives did pretty badly outside London, led a merry dance with the media, saying fantastic results in Wandsworth, and everybody went, "Well, wonderful night for the Tories." So it's understandable in a way that Labour are trying to do that now. But I think that the translation of local election results into general election results is always a dubious trade. Yes. I have indulged in it in the past for my sins, and so I can testify.
I think I've sat next to you doing that in another place. Michael, the other thing that struck me, particularly about Barnet, and Alice commented about Keir Starmer's assertion that we've changed, we've reinvented ourselves. The anti-Semitism issue is gargantuan in Barnet, one of the strongest, deepest concentrations of Jewish people within the electorate. For Labour to be able to win in Barnet says something more profound in a way than economics or housing or whatever.
My former constituency of Field Southgate, next door, also had a very large Jewish population, but has been Labour for some time. I mean, despite what you say about the limited cephalogical importance of what's happened now, over time there's been a transformation in London. Yes. But when I won my seat for the second time, I think it was in 1987, we held all the seats around the M25. All of that outer band was blue. And then, of course, we had the seats in the centre. We had Kensington, Chelsea, Westminster, and at least one or two Wandsworth seats. That is completely different now. And this has been masked because as Labour has lost Scotland, which it used to depend upon, it's become much more difficult for Labour to form a government in the United Kingdom. And the Tories, of course, last time gained seats at the last election, gained seats in the West Midlands and in the North. And that, to some extent, hid the fact that London has become catastrophic for the Conservatives.
Why is that? Why is that? Because Boris Johnson was mayor of this city.
Yes.
Not that long ago.
And by the way, you can also interpret that the other way around and say, you know, for quite a long time now, London has been a socialist city. And yet, Boris Johnson is such an amazing election winner that he was able to be the mayor for 2 terms as a Conservative in what is essentially a Labour city. So I think for whatever reason, it has become more Labour, more metropolitan. It has a lot of metropolitan attitudes. So I don't think it's all based on income, and I don't think it's all based on leave and remain. But of course, it has been given a much greater impetus by leave and remain. I mean, since the Conservatives tied themselves to Brexit, it has become more difficult for them to win in a lot of London seats. But I think now it is a major problem, and I hope the Conservatives have had better visibility of it than many of us have.
Really fascinating stuff. And as David was saying, London, essentially a different country, the only English region that voted to remain. Gentlemen, for the time being, thank you very much, because we're going to go to Tom Harwood, who's at Westminster. Tom, with the latest. Bring us up to date with what's happening in regards to Labour's reaction, the political reaction to that announcement in the last hour about this reinvestigation. Labour saying happy to answer questions, but insistent no rules were broken.
That's exactly right. Currently, what you'll find on the Labour Party's social media accounts is talking about anything other than this announcement of an extraordinary Durham Constabulary investigation into Sir Keir Starmer, although, of course, the political opponents of Sir Keir Starmer are pointing to the situations, the multiple times that Sir Keir Starmer questioned Boris Johnson's suitability for the job of Prime Minister simply for the fact of there being an investigation into him, not the result of that investigation. Well, we've heard from Emily Thornberry, who's, of course, in Keir Starmer's shadow cabinet in the last hour, who has said that she is confident Sir Keir Starmer will be found innocent. It's remarkable how many similar lines the Labour Party is now taking to the sort of things that we were hearing from the Conservative Party in the last few months before those FPNs were issued. It's the wait and see line. It's the let the police do their investigation. We're confident we have done nothing wrong. These are the messages we're hearing from the Labour Party. But they do have incredibly difficult questions to answer, particularly on the analogous point of not Boris Johnson, but Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak, someone who only received one fixed penalty notice for only attending one event, who didn't expect to receive a fixed penalty notice, who very few people in Westminster thought would have received a fixed penalty notice, who received it for turning up to the Cabinet Room for a meeting and happening to be there at the same time that Happy Birthday was sung to the Prime Minister. Now, if that was reaching the level of receiving a fixed penalty notice, it's very hard to see how the Labour Party can ably argue, consistently argue, that a gathering of 30 people eating curry and drinking beer while indoor socialising was banned after 10 p.m. at night in Durham in April 2021, the same month that the Queen sat alone at the funeral of her husband. If the Labour Party is going to argue that is somehow a lesser transgression than what Rishi Sunak has been found guilty of, then we are in very difficult territory. It's hard to see how that line can be sustained. It's going to be a very tricky time during this investigation for the Labour Party to hold their line, given the incredibly absolutist position they took on Partygate over the last 5 months.
OK, Tom, thank you, as always. Tom Harwood there at Westminster with our second favourite protester behind him with that placard. We should say, of course, the Labour Party say that no rules broken. And of course, Keir Starmer hasn't been found guilty of anything yet. He's been reinvestigated. We'll keep across that story as the afternoon goes on.
It is quite extraordinary, as Michael was just saying as well. There's the set of rules that were allegedly crystal clear, and then you get what appears to be a different approach of investigation from two distinctive police forces, and also a very different approach to whether they leak, brief and keep a running commentary going on it as well. It is quite extraordinary.
OK, it is, 26 minutes to 3. Let's bring you up to date with the very latest news.
Thank you, Darren. I'm Rhiannon Jones from the GB Newsroom. Police are reopening their investigation into alleged lockdown breaches at a Labour gathering in Durham. Officers say they've received significant new information about the event attended by the party leader Sir Keir Starmer. He's alleged to have drunk beer with colleagues, including Deputy Leader Angela Rayner, in April 2021. Labour insists that no rules were broken. That as counting continues across the UK in local elections, with the Conservatives suffering losses in 3 symbolic London councils, Westminster, Wandsworth and Barnet, all now in the hands of Labour. But outside the capital, the outcome's quite mixed. Labour's also gained Southampton from the Tories, but lost Hull to the Lib Dems. Mariupol officials say one person has been killed after Russian troops fired on a car heading to evacuate civilians from the Azovstal steelworks. Ukraine has called on charity Médecins Sans Frontières to assist in the evacuation of those still trapped in the plant. It says British military intelligence confirm Russian forces are today continuing their ground assault in the area. More than 37,000 people have come to the UK under the Ukraine visa scheme. That number's risen by more than 10,000 in just over a week. The latest government figures show around 6 in 10 Ukrainians who've been issued visas haven't yet arrived in the UK. 16,000 jobs are at risk after corner shop chain McColl's confirmed it's gone bust. It's after a last-minute rescue deal from supermarket chain Morrison's failed. McColl's have called in the administrators, putting over 1,000 jobs in jeopardy. TV Online and DAB Plus Radio, this is GB News. Plenty more election coverage to come with Darren and Alistair in just a moment.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question. That's 2 questions, actually.
That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello and welcome back. 22 minutes to 3. You're watching GB News here, TV and radio, and thank you very much indeed for so doing. Going to turn our attentions now to Scotland, where the Conservatives are on track to lose a large number of seats right across the country. Our GB News Scotland reporter David Donaldson is in South Ayrshire, which has become a Scottish independence proxy battleground between the SNP and the Tories over the course of the last few years. Take us through that, Davy.
Yeah, that's right, Alistair. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Certainly here in South Ayrshire, there hasn't been too many shocks. A lot of the wards here ending up with SNP, Conservative and Labour councillors in each ward. So there has been a couple of shocks, though, in terms of independent candidates. And we've seen a lot of independent candidates right across the board in Scotland doing very, very well. One of them is a local businessman, a local pub owner, a publican, Bob Shields, who has spoken out so many times in public issues. Earlier on, I spoke to him to find out what he had to say about being elected as an independent candidate.
Yes, I'm delighted. I'm delighted for everyone who supported me. And I think it's a resounding verdict from people of South Ayrshire. They're very unhappy with the way the council has been run in the last 5 years, and they want change.
What is it that people have been saying to you in terms of what they want to see change?
I think they're very happy with big ticket items like the leisure centre, like the high flats, like the station hotel. You know,
The council in 2017 promised they would do something at the Station Hotel. 5 years on, it's still in a big white shroud. The leisure centre is hugely unpopular. I just can't understand why the SNP and Labour Run Council have maintained their support for this. They've picked the big ticket items wrongly, and it's shown in the vote shown today.
I mean, this is a shock result, isn't it?
I'm shocked I got through at stage 1, to be honest. I was still fairly confident, but I don't think an independent has ever got through in stage 1 in recent history. So, yeah, I'm very pleased.
And what is it people can expect from you now?
Well, my leaflet said I was the vote for common sense, and that's what they'll get. I'm not taking any party sides. I'll look at the issues, I'll take them on balance, I'll consult, and I'll make hopefully the best decision for Ayr. I won't be following any party lines or any instructions from anyone else.
Yeah, so there we are, Bob Shields there, the independent candidate who got in Ayrshire West. The picture, though, across the rest of Scotland, well, SNP got 167 councillors, that's +8. Labour 99, that's +7, so Labour doing very well. Independents, as I alluded to earlier, 90, so that's -9 for them. Conservative 81, just 81 councillors elected so far after six of the largest parties, after 6 of the 32 councils declared. So Conservative down 21, which is absolutely, really is the picture across Scotland today. That is the story, that the Conservatives are losing seats. The good news for Lib Dems and Greens is that they are gaining seats, and they'll certainly welcome that. But the big picture here really is that the Conservatives have lost the ground that they made during the last council elections.
Davey, why are the Conservatives doing so badly in Scotland compared to the rest of England? Is it largely actually self-inflicted in that the Scottish Tory Party, a matter of months ago, were calling for Boris Johnson to go because of Partygate, and now, frankly, given, let's say, how unpopular Boris Johnson is in parts of Scotland, that they're reaping the rewards or the failure of that?
Yeah, very much so. There's no doubt about that at all, because we had Douglas Ross, the Scottish Conservative leader, coming out and calling for Boris Johnson to resign over the Partygate scandal. And then the biggest U-turn you've probably seen in history. Douglas Ross, the same man calling for Boris Johnson to resign, then backing the Prime Minister, saying he was the best man to deal with the war in Ukraine. And I think most people in Scotland were absolutely astounded by that, not just Scotland, probably across the whole of Britain as well. So I think that's had a major factor in it as well. Also, the Partygate scandal hasn't helped, so I think that's why we're seeing certainly Labour and Lib Dems doing very well, whereas Conservatives not doing well at all.
OK, David Donaldson in South Ayrshire, thank you very much indeed.
There's another lovely twist of the self-inflicted argument, and that's Jacob Rees-Mogg, then
well,
the leader of the House and now the Brexit delivery secretary, saying that Douglas Ross, who is a serious, consequential politician, was a man of no consequence whatsoever.
Indeed, yes, that didn't go down terribly well. A couple of results coming in the last couple of minutes. We should say Crawley in West Sussex. Labour have taken control of that. It was in no overall control before. And Labour have also taken control of Worthing. That's its second gain in West Sussex. 3 seats in Worthing Council have gone from the Conservative Party to Labour. We're actually going to talk about Wales in a second, but I heard David's almost... what do you think about that? What do you think about Worthing and Crawley?
Well, certainly Worthing. I mean, if you'd have told me that a couple of years ago, I would have suggested that you change your medication. But it has been shifting slowly, gradually, as the overspill, I think, from Brighton and Hove has had its effect. So the demography is changing. But it is still quite extraordinary, the time it's taken to turn this into a Labour territory. Crawley, not so much of a surprise. But once again, we're seeing these examples of Labour gains outside London, but they're not matching the places where Labour is losing seats. So what's happening? I mean, at the moment, 2/3 of all the English seats are in, and Labour has a net gain of about 46. So they're making all these big gains in London, but they're being dragged down by the small cut by cuts, 1,000 cuts around the countryside in other places where they're losing 1 or 2 or whatever. So Worthing is a delight. I'm sure there'll be a Labour minister down there, if not Keir Starmer, to celebrate, and all power to their elbow for doing so. It's extraordinary, but it ain't helping them in their overall picture, I think.
Crawley's fascinating in another respect, because it has in the past been fluid, but predominantly Tory. But going back to lockdown and COVID and what have you, huge intensity of people who work at Gatwick Airport and support industries, and the airlines themselves live in that neck of the woods. They have had a torrid time. I mean, we moan about not having been away on holiday, but imagine if that's your livelihood and you've been shut down. So it's a local issue that's a national issue.
Yes.
Well observed.
Michael, can I just say, what's at play here? Because there seems to be a kind of bigger narrative, and it's not just in this country, we see it elsewhere in Europe, but more particularly in the United States as well, where we're almost seeing an inversion of our politics. What were once Republican heartlands are now Democrat heartlands, and once were Democrat heartlands are now Republican. And then there's a sense that that's happening in Britain as well, that once were traditional Labour seats in the north of England are now, in some parts, being more entrenched for the Conservative Party. And what were traditionally viewed as very Conservative seats, I mean, Westminster being the perfect example of that, but outside of London as well, are changing. What's at play here?
Well, it's one of the things that keeps politics so fascinating, isn't it? That it does change. Scotland remains the biggest example. I grew up in politics thinking that Labour took 55 seats in Scotland, and that was an absolute given. And that was an immense, footstep towards getting into power in the United Kingdom. Labour doing all right in Scotland today, but, the situation in Parliament is bleak for Labour. On the other hand, one assumed that London was divided 50-50. That's no longer the case. Labour is increasingly in charge in London. And then again, we assume that great tranches of the north of England were no-go areas for Conservatives. All of these things have changed. Well, obviously, Brexit has been a very big factor. The Conservative Party has changed quite a lot. It's changed in its personalities. I mean, I think the people who came in as members of Parliament in 2019 are substantially different from other members of Parliament. And so there's a new division in the Conservative Party. It's no longer divided on Europe, but there is, I think, a distinct party within a party, which is the lot that came in 2019. They're of a different generation, many of them, and they're from a different part of England, and they're from different classes. Many of them are working class. So those are big differences. Under that tug, the Conservative Party has changed a lot. I mean, I know some people who have not voted Conservative in this election because Conservatives are putting up taxes. In other words, they are disillusioned because they're not getting enough conservatism from the Conservatives. On the other hand, that lack of conservatism from the Conservatives is possibly helping people in the north of England to continue to vote Conservative, as they've been doing since 2019. So everything is in transition. And the Liberal Democrats, we've not heard much about them today, but the Conservatives continue to be very frightened about the Liberal Democrats because Conservatives still think that in many places, when people are annoyed with Conservatives, they're not willing to go all the way to voting Labour, but they might be willing to vote Liberal Democrats.
Jolly strong evidence of that in recent by-elections.
Indeed.
David, just because I'm told we have to move on, but I really want to ask this question. We've got 30 seconds minutes. The SNP, we shouldn't lose sight of this. I mean, I think this is their 11th consecutive victory. We talk about midterm beatings for governments and whatever. I mean, it is quite extraordinary how sustainable the SNP vote seems to be. Yes, it's been chipped away at today, but it's still pretty sustainable, isn't it?
They've been defying the laws of political gravity for over a decade. And every year I do my mantra, surely now the SNP must... And they don't. So obviously, Labour, the collapse in Labour in Scotland has sustained them. They contributed to it. And obviously nationalism and keeping the independence issue alive and the rest of it has helped sustain them. But I'm genuinely stunned at how they've been in power since 2007. And there are rumours that they haven't been particularly good at some parts.
I was talking to a mate of mine involved in Scottish politics the other day, and said one of the great ironies is that the SNP was in effect created by the great Tony Blair and Donald Dewar and devolution, and the Scots thought, I like that, have a wee bit more of that, and here we go. So Labour created its own demise north of the border.
Fascinating, really fascinating. Thank you, Vince, once again. We're going to go to Wales now. We've been promising to do this, haven't we? Because Cantine is underway there, and the Conservatives are expecting a pretty challenging day. Bradley Harris, our reporter, is in Monmouth. And this is his update of what's happened so far.
Elections have been taking place here in Monmouthshire as 90 polling stations opened from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. yesterday. People coming in to cast their vote. This is the first time that 16 and 17-year-olds can vote in the local elections since the Senedd elections in May last year, where they could vote for the first time. Of course, the Tories took majority control of Monmouthshire 5 years ago in 2017. So I've come back to Monmouth to find out if people are still voting in the same way that they did 5 years ago.
I think there's lots of things that have been happening that, you know, could change your mind, but for me personally, no. I think it's about consistency, making sure we've got the same leader at this time. I don't think we should be changing drastically.
Or if they got back in Monmouth, I think that would be a real retrograde step. It would be just more of the same, of the same, of the same. Not any positive aspects to them, really.
The Welsh Conservatives will be well aware that people have been basing their votes on much wider issues, such as the cost of living crisis, the war in Ukraine, and lockdown parties in Downing Street. Here in Monmouthshire, we're expecting results from about midday onwards today, so we'll see if those bigger political stories are having an impact on people's votes locally here in Monmouthshire.
That's Bradley Harris there in Monmouthshire for us this afternoon. We'll keep you across the votes in Wales as we go. We're going to take a quick break though on GB News. Pretty much at the top of the hour. We've got much more coverage of the votes across the UK. Just a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
On radio, they call it the drive time slot, 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. as listeners head home. It's that part of the schedule when the dust of the day's events begin to clarify, and we try to make sense of it for you. Brazier is drive time for radio and TV. It's fast, it's punchy, it's opinionated, there's a Brazier angle and a little bit of levity.
That's the question.
That's two questions, actually. That's Brazier, Monday to Thursday, 4 till 6 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Christie's.
And I'm Mercy Moroki.
Make sure that you join us Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. until midday, right here on GB News for To The Point.
We're not afraid to talk about the topics that matter to you or the big topics that always matter.
We cover absolutely everything, from the breaking political stories of the day to law and order, what's going on in the channel. We're not afraid to hold people to account.
We always make sure we include your views on our show.
Indeed, if you're thinking it, you can guarantee that we're saying it. So make sure you join the conversation with us, 10 a.m. until midday, Monday to Thursday for To The Point on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back.
Indeed. A picture is beginning to emerge and it's being discussed out there on social media and the rest of it. It's not complete yet, and we have to put all of those caveats in. But the national share, which is what one really needs to talk about general elections, which all of our guests and all of those lovely people that our reporters have been talking to are clearly thinking about as well. And it is suggesting that although the Tories have lost a bit, Labour's static.
Well, certainly compared with 2018. Labour will say that in subsequent elections where they did much worse, they are improving, and both are true. So there is Labour recovery from 2019, 2021. However, 2018 was a no-score draw. It was not a scene that Labour can't turn around and say, but we took 1,000 seats then, so of course we can't make that. Virtually nothing changed hands in 2018. So this is a deferred election. They ought to be doing better. And on the figures that have been recently been published, the Labour is static and the Tories are down about 5 points. And if I just quickly say, I mean, figures changing all the time, and so they should, because the results are pouring in. But with over 2/3 of the results in England, Labour were on up 46 seats. Excuse me.
I mean, there's just not very much.
No.
It really isn't. David, for the time being, thanks very much indeed. Let's go to Westminster. Tom Harwood is there. Tom, over to you.
Thanks, Darren. Yes, I am here with the journalist, author and indeed former councillor in Wandsworth, Joanne Nadler. So who better to speak to about the results? Particularly, let's start off with that Wandsworth result. The Labour Party crowing. This was Margaret Thatcher's favourite council, now fallen to Labour. The Conservatives saying, to some extent, inevitable.
Both of those observations are true. I think that this is it's not a landslide, it's a slip that's been coming for quite a long time. And if you look at the way the seats worked out at the last time these seats were up, a lot of the Conservative seats were very marginal. It didn't take a great deal to tip them over into Labour seats. In saying that, I have to stress how incredibly disappointed I am by this result, disappointed on behalf of my former colleagues, but also on the residents of Wandsworth, for whom, quite frankly, I think they're going to be facing increasing local taxes and services that just won't be able to stack up against the quality of the Wandsworth services. But I don't take this away from Labour. This is a totemic success for them, but it's going to be quite difficult for them to replicate what the Conservatives have done in Wandsworth for the last 30-odd years.
It's really interesting looking at how the Labour Party has performed in London, but more so how the Conservative Party has responded to that, saying almost that this is London, that's almost expected that Labour will do well. London is a city of 10, 13 million people. Does the Conservative Party have a real London problem now?
Well, it thinks it has, and that is part of the problem. I mean, you saw them really fight the last mayoral election with very little energy and very few ideas. And although Sean Bailey was a more than adequate candidate, there was a sense that he wasn't really properly supported by the party nationally. And this, to my mind, is an absolute disaster, because you're quite right. You cannot write off London. No doubt about it. I mean, I heard Michael talking earlier in the hour about the sort of metropolitan flavour of London. It's a big city, and Labour have been incredibly effective, I think, at sort of working up the whole identitarian agenda, which appeals particularly in big cities. But people still need good services, they still need low taxes, and they still need a sort of a bigger story than just their own identity. And this is something the Conservatives can, must and should develop and should offer in London.
And the question is, who will be developing that offer? There were lots of questions about Boris Johnson's leadership in the run-up to these elections, that saying that these elections might be a watershed moment. Was that over-egging it a bit? Is Boris Johnson safer than perhaps we'd thought before?
I mean, these are, in a sense, if your business is to watch politics with the hope that there are going to be big seismic changes as a result of elections, then these elections are going to be somewhat disappointing, because there's a sense of business as usual as a result of them. There's not quite enough coming out of the elections to force a change of leadership in the Conservative Party. And likewise, I don't think there's been enough of a success for Keir Starmer that his position, particularly after today's revelations, is necessarily also beyond question. And yet at the same time, it's not so bad that there's a reason to move him. So,
well, in our final 30 seconds of this interview, let's just explore that question of Keir Starmer's investigation. This puts the Labour Party leader in a very difficult position.
Yes, I mean, what I find stunning about this, I mean, quite frankly, I'm not desperately interested in what he drank and when he drank it, or indeed what pieces of cake the Prime Minister did or didn't have, is that Labour have absolutely decided to ride this horse as far as it will take them, without apparently looking at the potential pitfalls for themselves. And I really do have to question the professionalism of their operation. This seems to me an absolute sort of obvious minefield. I know, sorry, I'm mixing all my metaphors here, horses and minefields and all the rest of it. But yes, a big problem for them in terms of why did they not see this coming? They have been completely unable to answer any of the questions that are being put to them, and they're going to find this very difficult now. They're being hoisted by their own petard.
A difficult moment there. Well, let's hand that difficult moment back to the studio now.
Tom, thank you very much indeed. Coming up in the next hour, the titans of election politics broadcasting, Alistair Stewart, Michael Patillo, David Carley and me, between now and 4 o'clock. But first, at the top of the hour, here's the very latest news. It's 3 o'clock.
It's 3 o'clock. Your top stories from the GB Newsroom. Police have announced they're reopening their investigation into alleged lockdown breaches at a Labour gathering in Durham. Officers say they've received significant new information about the event attended by Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer. He's alleged to have drunk beer with colleagues, including Deputy Leader Angela Rayner, in April 2021, at a time when there was a ban on indoor mixing of households. Labour insists that no rules were broken. Durham Constabulary deliberately waited for the end of the election before launching the new inquiry. That as counting continues across the UK in local elections, with the Conservatives suffering losses in 3 symbolic London councils, Westminster, Wandsworth and Barnet, all now in the hands of Labour. But outside the capital, the outcome's quite mixed. Labour's also gained Southampton from the Tories, but lost Hull to the Lib Dems. Boris Johnson's facing an angry backlash from various local Tories, with some blaming him for the Partygate scandal and the cost of living crisis. The Prime Minister's admitted his party's endured a difficult night.
It's certainly a mixed set of results, and we've had a tough night in some parts of the country, but on the other hand, in other parts of the country, you're still seeing Conservatives going forward and making quite remarkable gains in places that haven't voted Conservative for a long time, or if ever. And so, leaving aside the commentary, the big lesson that I take from this is that this is a message from voters that what they want us to do, above all, 1, 2 and 3, is focus on the big issues that matter to them.
Well, Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer, meanwhile, says the results show his party's made huge improvements.
This is a massive turning point for the Labour Party. From the depths of 2019, we're back on track now for the general election, showing what the change that we've done, the hard change we've done in the last 2 years, what a difference it has made. And, you know, Cumberland, very important win last night in key constituencies for the next general election. Same in Southampton. Many more results to come today. But I just want to thank our brilliant team.
Well, leader of the Lib Dems, Sir Ed Davey, says voters have sent a clear message to the Prime Minister.
What began as a tremor in Chesham and Amersham, what became an earthquake in North Shropshire, has now turned into a shockwave across our country that could see this Conservative government come tumbling down. They're saying they've had enough of this Prime Minister.
Away from the local elections, President Volodymyr Zelensky will attend the virtual meeting of the G7 this weekend to discuss additional sanctions against Russia. Meanwhile, Ukraine has called on charity Médecins Sans Frontières to help evacuate those still trapped in the Azovstal steel works in Mariupol. It's as British military intelligence confirms Russian forces are today continuing their ground assault on the plant. Speaking to Policy Institute Chatham House, President Zelensky said efforts to free those trapped inside are on.
We haven't seen a single day without some siege of Mariupol by the Russian force, one of the examples, mind you. And every day we would try to look for some diplomatic solutions for saving people and arranging for the humanitarian corridors to accomplish that.
More than 37,000 people have come to the UK under the Ukraine visa schemes. That number's risen by more than 10,000 in just over a week. The latest government figures show around 6 in 10 Ukrainians who've been issued visas haven't yet arrived in the UK. Now, the Queen has released the lineup of royals who will appear on the balcony with her for the Platinum Jubilee Trooping the Colour, and it doesn't include Prince Andrew, Prince Harry or Meghan. For more, let's cross live now to our royal correspondent, Cameron Walker, who's at Buckingham Palace for us. Cameron, what more can you tell us?
Well, after much rumour and speculation, we now know that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex and Prince Andrew will not be appearing on the balcony at Buckingham Palace behind me for Trooping the Colour, the first day of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee celebration weekend. Her Majesty has decided that only senior working members of the royal family will be there, so people like Prince Charles, Camilla and the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. But there are some notable exceptions. Princess Anne's husband is not a working member of the royal family, and neither are the Wessex's children. They will be appearing on that balcony. I suppose it's a bit of a distraction for the monarchy. Prince Andrew's sexual assault allegations, which he denies, and it could be seen as a snub for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. But a source does say that they are still very much loved members of the royal family.
Thank you, Cameron. Lovely to hear that the Queen herself will be on the balcony, though. Thank you very much. I'll be back in half an hour with the latest headlines. Now let's return to our election results coverage with UK Votes 2022.
Thank you very much indeed, Rhiannon. We're into the final hour.
We are indeed. The very first result, and it's only one seat, has dropped in Northern Ireland. And I only mention it in passing because it's the Alliance Party, which, as things go between the DUP and Sinn Féin and the Border Patrol, Border Poll in play, there's a blissful irony that the Alliance, who may just hold the bridge between the two of them, gets the very first result. That's Strangford.
Yeah, indeed, and one of the latest from Northern Ireland throughout the programme, but also lots more because you're watching GB News' UK Votes 2022, our special election coverage. We're with you until 4 o'clock today, and we're talking about what the results mean for you at home.
And we're starting to get a clearer picture from around the country, and the Labour Party in Scotland seems to be having something of a revival and are set, we think, to finish in second place ahead of the Scottish Conservatives.
Surely we're also expecting results to come in, as we've just been hearing from Northern Ireland. We've had the first one in, many more to come. It appears that the Unionist vote has held up reasonably well, but that Sinn Féin are predicted to top the polls for the first time ever.
Also, hot stuff today is the situation in Wales, and the Tories there are under pressure as they face losses to Labour right across the country, but particularly we've got our eyes peeled on Monmouthshire. So let's take a look for you and with you at the very latest results. Labour have gained 6 councils so far to make a total of 49. The Conservatives have lost 10 to bring them to a total of 28. And the Liberal Democrats have gained 1 to bring them to a total of 7.
And let's have a look at the actual number of councillors. Labour so far have 1,429, up just 47. The Tories, Conservative Party, on 703, down 182. The Lib Dems, fair to them, they've had a pretty good night. 368, they're up 79. And the Greens as well, effectively doubling the number of councillors.
Yeah. Don't miss that last grey number. They're 139, which is the independents, who, when you get things like no overall control, really do matter. And we heard one of them in Davy's package a little earlier on. We can also report that Labour, we're going to quick look again at Scotland, as I was saying about Davy there, and we can report that Labour has gained 1 council.
And in Wales, Plaid Cymru has also got 1 council too. As I say, the results from elsewhere around the UK, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, they're a little behind the rest of England, but we'll bring you to them as they come in. You're watching live coverage. We'll have the results across your communities, including speaking to our reporters right around the country. East Midlands reporter Will Hollis is in the Amber Valley. And GB News' Yorkshire reporter Anna Riley is in Hull. And there they are. We'll be talking to them a little bit later throughout the programme. But first, let's go to Tom Harwood, who is at Westminster for the overall picture this afternoon. Tom, we've been talking, haven't we, about how it's been a mixed bag and how, in many ways, Labour and the Tories have got good news and bad news. Tom has got that overall narrative of what has come out. And here's his report.
The Labour Party is celebrating this morning after taking the totemic Tory flagship of Wandsworth Council from the Conservatives last night. In a symbol of what has happened across the country, Wandsworth turns red after 44 years of Conservative control. Keir Starmer's party has made significant gains, taking control of Westminster and Barnet councils from the Tories as well. Keir Starmer has undoubtedly made gains, particularly in London, but also in areas like Southampton and Cumbria. But while Labour has gained councils and seats, across the country this was not a landslide for the party. Labour has a mountain to climb if it is to win a general election.
This is a massive turning point for the Labour Party. From the depths of 2019, we're back on track now for the general election, showing what the change that we've done, the hard change we've done in the last 2 years, what a difference it has made. And, you know, Cumberland, very important win last night in key constituencies for the next general election. Same in Southampton. Many more results to come today. But I just want to thank our brilliant team.
Outside of London, on the other hand, in places like Basildon, where the Tories unseated Labour's group leader and held control of the council, the Conservative Party argues that Labour is not delivering the seismic shift needed to win a general election. The Tories point to gains of councillors in Hartlepool, Thurrock, Dudley, Amber Valley and Nuneaton. The Labour Party is going backwards compared to 2018 in those less metropolitan areas. So what does this all mean for Boris Johnson? While this has undoubtedly been a disappointing night for the Conservative Party, this is a mid-term local election. It's very unusual to see governments advance in these elections. The question Tory MPs will be asking themselves is, was last night unusually bad? Or simply bad as could be expected years into government and years out from a general election, taking the whole country into account?
We've had a tough night in some parts of the country, but on the other hand, in other parts of the country, you're still seeing Conservatives going forward and making quite remarkable gains in places that haven't voted Conservative for a long time, or if ever. And so, leaving aside the commentary, the big lesson that I take from this is that this is a message from voters that what they want us to do, above all, 1, 2 and 3, is focus on the big issues that matter to them.
The picture does vary widely across the country, with the Liberal Democrats making some strong gains, taking Hull Council from Labour, but most significantly perhaps in Conservative-facing areas, particularly across the south and the southwest.
It's a movement of millions of people who are saying they've had enough. Enough of energy bills going up, of tax bills going up, and their standards of living going down. They're saying they've had enough of this Prime Minister.
Results are still dripping in, with Scotland and Wales expected to start declaring through this afternoon. The Conservatives are not expected to do well in those areas, potentially slipping back to third place in Scotland. And perhaps those areas will change the story once more. Tom Harwood, GB News.
You're watching a GB News special with some of the titans, the greats, the doyens of broadcasting, of politics.
And you're working on your birthday.
I know,
I've just been told. Do you know it's his birthday? What am I supposed to do? Run out and get a cake or something? Happy birthday, brother.
Thank you very much. We've got Alistair Stewart with us. We've got Michael Patilla. We've got David Carling. They're going to be with us right through until 4 o'clock with all the analysis and discussion, and indeed the results as they come.
I think one of the other, titans indeed, and deeply honoured by that, birthday boy. But I know of no other television station that can say joining us next is one of our fellow presenters, who herself is the former Northern Ireland First Minister, none other than the great Arlene Foster. Arlene, good to talk to you. We were just saying earlier that. Are we talking to Arlene now?
Yeah, I think so.
We are. There she is. I couldn't see her. I just mentioned that it had dropped, that the very, very first declaration from Strangford had gone to the Alliance Party. And almost as a throwaway line, I was saying how the Alliance Party do between your old brothers and sisters in the DUP and Sinn Féin could prove to be absolutely crucial. With your knowledge and experience, put that in context for our viewers and listeners.
Yes, hello everybody and happy birthday, Darren. My goodness, I didn't know that earlier on when I was speaking to you this morning. Well, of course, in Northern Ireland, we have a 90-member assembly, and you're absolutely right. The very first MLA has been returned for the Alliance Party in Strangford, which has always been seen to be a very strong unionist area of Northern Ireland. We will see a TUV MLA, that's Traditional Unionist Voice. Up until now, Jim Allister has been their sole representative in Stormont, but they have increased their vote by nearly 10%, 9.3% in Strangford. So you will see a TUV MLA being returned from Strangford. And I think that just shows you what's going on in Northern Ireland. You have the Alliance Party up by 9% in Strangford. The TUV is up by 9% in Strangford. But both the Ulster Unionists and the DUP have lost share of about 4.4%. So the TUV is directly benefiting from the fall in vote for the DUP and the Ulster Unionist Party, and the Alliance Party is coming through the centre, and they will be the story of this election, I think, Alistair.
Arlene, let me ask you to do this again and put it in context. And I'm very conscious of the fact that sitting next to me is Michael Portillo, whose memory goes back to these era, and also David Cowling. I remember presenting a general election programme with Sir Alistair Burnett when Gerry Adams was elected in Sinn Féin colours to the Westminster Parliament. Of course, he and colleagues never took their seats up. But he nearly fell off his seat. If Sinn Féin topped the poll in Northern Ireland, are we in similar territory?
Well, I think it'll be a historic day for them insofar as they will become the largest party. But in terms of unionist versus nationalist share of the vote in Northern Ireland, I think you will see unionism still come out on top. If you take, and I know this is very difficult for people on the mainland to understand all the different shades of unionism and nationalism in Northern Ireland, but on the unionist side, you will have the DUP, which historically has been the largest party now for 20 years. You will have the Ulster Unionist Party, which is before that was the largest party, and you will have the TUV, as I said, led by Jim Allister. On the nationalist side, you have the SDLP and Sinn Féin, and then in the centre of all of that is the Alliance Party, and it's the Alliance Party, actually a sister party of the Lib Dem party on the mainland, who seem to be coming through in this election.
Arlene, I put this to Ian Paisley, and he seemed to kind of agree earlier on that, you know what, frankly, if Sinn Féin top the polls today, tomorrow, this weekend, there's no one to blame apart from unionists themselves. That in many ways you guys have got yourself into this mess. You were divided on Brexit. You've been slightly divided on the protocol. That unionism has essentially got itself into the situation that it's allowed Sinn Féin to be the largest party. Am I being fair?
No, I don't think you are being fair, and far be it from me to disagree with Ian Paisley Jr., but I will. I think that people have been coming out very strongly in terms of the TUV because they are against the protocol. They also recognise that the DUP are against the protocol, UUP maybe a little less so. But you will find no unionist in Northern Ireland who is in favour of the protocol. So really after this election, it will be over to our own government. And what are they going to do? Because I'm on record, as you know, Darren, as saying that after this election, if the protocol is not dealt with, there simply won't be an executive formed in Northern Ireland because there's no mandate for those parties on the unionist side to do so until the protocol is sorted out.
And is that going to happen, Arlene, do you reckon? I mean, the British government have been flirting with, suggesting that they're going to trigger Article 16 or bring in legislation for more than a year now. And frankly, they've sat on their hands, haven't they?
No, tell me about it. I've been calling for them to do something about this for quite a considerable length of time because there is real damage to Northern Ireland in terms of increased costs and a reduction of choice in terms of the goods that are coming across from GB into Northern Ireland. So it does have to be dealt with. Either we're a part of the United Kingdom or we're not, and therefore the sovereignty issue needs to be dealt with in respect of goods moving from Great Britain into Northern Ireland. So that has to be dealt with. I understand that Brandon Lewis was being a little vague on Wednesday night in terms of what he had to say on the Peston show on ITV. But let's wait and see. I think there's a recognition within government, albeit maybe not from all of government, but certainly at the top, and that's what matters, at the top, there's a recognition that there needs to be something done about the protocol.
Great to talk to you, Arlene. Stay where you are. We're going to carry on the conversation in here because I'm intrigued by what Arlene was saying there, because you said earlier on Brexit is sort of in a way done and we've moved on to other big issues. But Number 10 are briefing that they're not now likely to legislate or announce in the Queen's speech any fresh legislation for sorting out the problem in Northern Ireland and the protocol. And Lord Frost, David Frost, whose name is much in the press these days as a possible candidate for a House of Commons seat, saying this is yet another fault line running right through the Conservative and Unionist Party.
I've been making programmes recently about Irish history, and the repeated tragedy in Irish history is that the British government cannot focus on Ireland or pay much attention to Ireland for more than a few seconds at a time, it seems.
The dreary steeples of Fermanagh and Tyrone, as Winston Churchill talked about after the First World War.
Yes, correct. I'm familiar with that quotation. But, again, first of all, we went through Brexit without the Conservative Party or the Conservative government thinking about what it meant for Northern Ireland. And since then, we've seen this evolving economic catastrophe for Northern Ireland and a constitutional catastrophe as well, I think. And, of course, Boris has been focused on everything but. He was focused on the pandemic and then on Partygate and now very legitimately on Ukraine. But actually, this thing does need sorting out.
Yeah, but one of the most bizarre twists to all of this, again, as we were saying in the context of devolution leading to independence, leading to the demise of Labour in Scotland, is that it was Willie Whitelaw, Margaret Thatcher's deputy, who in effect began the process of gently, delicately talking to Sinn Féin IRA, assisted them in evolving all the way up to the Good Friday Agreement and all of that period of history into a functioning ballot box, not bullet, political party. And they're now looking, as Arlene herself just admitted, damn close to winning enough votes and enough seats to say, right, we're in charge now, whoever wants to sit next to us or not, and we are going to have a poll on whether we go back to 32 County Ireland or where we stick with the 6.
Well, I don't know
30 years.
I don't know whether Arlene is still there, but I think she would correct you and say that if the DUP is not willing to sit alongside them in the Assembly, there will not be an Assembly and there will not be an executive.
Well, that's Arlene, are you still there? I mean, I think that's the law, is it not? I mean, that's the constitutional settlement. It takes two to tango.
It very much does, and the whole point, and one of the problems with the protocol is that the entirety of the unionist community is against it, and therefore under the Belfast Agreement, both communities are meant to have a say in the way forward in the Assembly, and that has been ignored by the government. So if the protocol is not dealt with, then there's no basis in unionism to go back into government again. So there won't be an Assembly, there won't be an executive, there won't be a First Minister and a Deputy First Minister until such times as that is dealt with.
Fascinating stuff. Arlene, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for the birthday wishes too. Take care. I will see you in Northern Ireland. Hopefully I will. I'm going there tomorrow for the results as they come in. Arlene Foster there joining us from County Fermanagh. Thank you. Should we turn to Southampton now? I think we're going to go to Southampton because the Conservatives have lost the City Council there, returning the seat to Labour just a year after the Tories on control. Alex Phillips, another GB News presenter, out and about around the country in sunny Southampton this afternoon, getting the political temperature there. Give us a sense of why Labour have managed to win back.
Yeah, I mean, actually, there are 17 seats up for grabs, and Labour took 13 of those seats. That does sound like a bit of a drubbing, but if you put this into context, there were 48 seats on the council in total. Labour have now got 26 seats, giving them quite a slim majority. As you said, the Conservatives only just got the majority a year ago. But in this election, the Conservatives won, the Labour gained 4 seats, and Conservatives lost 4 seats. Lib Dems managed to gain a seat, and at the cost of an independent. Now, I spoke to Royston Smith earlier about what he thought was behind this, and also spoke to the good people of Southampton. And yet again, the subject of cost of living has come up far more so than Partygate. And what Royston Smith said to me is a strange thing has happened in politics lately. There's been a bit of a flipping of the polls where the Conservatives now are attracting a lot more of the working class vote and perhaps don't really know what to do with it and how to deliver to those new supporters, whereas the Labour Party are attracting more middle class voters. Let's hear what he had to say.
The way it went last night is that the
these sort of our new vote. We've got a new voter base. You know, the party don't accept this yet. Lots of my colleagues don't accept this yet. Some of them don't know the new constituents. They don't understand them. Some of them don't even like them, if I'm honest. But I know those people. I've grown up with them. And the people, working class people in Southampton, are now voting in number for the Conservatives and particularly Boris Johnson. The middle class people are not so much. It's completely switched. And if I'm really honest, Labour don't really understand their new voters any more than some of my colleagues don't understand our new voters. It is a very, very interesting and complex thing. So some of our voters stayed at home, probably, maybe because some of the things they've seen on television. Labour's vote went up. Some of the Greens and Lib Dems moved to Labour. There's a bit of a sophisticated moving. So, you know, there was something at play. They wanted to make a point, and they did it. So our vote dropped a bit, but not as much as you'd think. Their vote went up a bit, but not as much as you think. But that bit in the middle made it that we lost 4 seats. So, you know, it's not irreparable. You know, we can come back from this.
Yeah, so what needs to happen now in the next 2 years so that you can come back and you get re-elected in the general election?
Well, first we need to just acknowledge what people have said to us. If they're not saying cake and they are saying energy and cost of living, then that's what we should focus on. You know, that's our job. You know, who cares about whether or not some people think Keir Starmer broke the rules or Boris Johnson broke the rules? What people really care about is if they can pay those bills. So we've got to get that squared away somehow.
Royston Smith there, MP for Southampton, itching, saying that it's pounds in the pocket that matter more than Partygate. What's interesting about Southampton is it's known as a bellwether city. That means that particularly here, they tend to change the colour of their politicians along with the government. So it's often used as a good litmus paper for public opinion. And I think the message tonight is to Labour, perhaps reason for cautious celebration. To the Conservative Party, perhaps it's time to think about how better to tackle the cost of living if they're going to keep people like Royston Smith in his seat come the next general election.
Alex, thank you very much indeed. It's Alistair here just saying thank you. So he said hello and I say goodbye and thank you. I know exactly where you are.
Happy birthday, Darren.
And it's a lovely part of a lovely city. Enjoy, enjoy. And then try the Hampshire countryside afterwards as well. Alex Phillips there.
Should I tell you a little bit of breaking news?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got nothing to do with politics, but it's quite interesting. I'm sure people will be interested in it. And that is that Harry and Meghan and their children are going to go and attend the Jubilee. So they're not going on the balcony, but apparently they are going to attend the celebrations for the Queen's Jubilee. There'll be more on that on the news bulletin in a couple of minutes.
That is fascinating. Heather says, by the way, brilliant comments by Michael Portillo regarding Partygate and Beergate. And as Derek says, Michael Portillo is right. If the PM is guilty, then Starmer is guilty. I merely mentioned that because one of Alex's guests was saying that down in Southampton as well. So from Southampton, we can head north and shift slightly off towards the east and go to the East Midlands, where only 3 councils held elections this year: Derby City Council, City of Lincoln Council and Amber Valley Borough Council. Our reporter Will Hollis joins us now from Ripley in Derbyshire's Amber Valley. It's a marginal seat. It's absolutely full of marginal parliamentary seats as well. So how do the local parties fare in local elections?
Yes, well, it's really interesting hearing the different conversations from different parts of the country where it's been quite turbulent, where there's been some surprises and some quite expected consequences because of what's been going on in Westminster. But it is very much fair weather for councillors and controlling councils here in the East Midlands. As you quite rightly said, only 3 councils were electing a third of their councillors. So a lot of people didn't even know there was local elections. A lot of people said, why have I not been asked to vote? It's a little bit of a complicated situation, which means that many people don't really pay too much attention and pay too much interest. But one thing that is worth paying interest to is, of course, that the Conservatives did manage to keep control of the council here in Amber Valley, Derbyshire. It's got a lot of coal mining history, but it's always tended to go towards the Conservatives, and I think they were really quite expecting that this year, in this particular election, they'd probably lose a lot more seats than they would hold. They certainly didn't expect to win quite so many seats, and I think they felt quite relieved that they did cling on to this particular council here in Amber Valley. I think what else is quite interesting is that the Labour did lose a few seats, lost a couple of seats as well, each party, Conservative and the Labour Party, to the Greens. The Greens managed to triple their party share. I was in a place called Belper, not very far from where I am today, only a few miles, and most people said to me when I was speaking to them on the street that they've lost interest in the Conservatives, they lost interest in the Labour Party, and they'd be going for the Greens this time, and that's the result that we've seen by the fact that they've managed to triple their hold on the council. And of course, it isn't always good for the Conservatives. One particular place, a place called Langley Mill, they did lose their Labour councillor. They've now got a Conservative councillor in that place, a place where it's quite traditionally Labour, and there hasn't been a councillor holding a Conservative seat since 2008. So it's not everything that you expect, but it has been very much fair weather for a lot of people regarding their jobs here in the East Midlands.
Well, thank you very much. Absolutely brilliant stuff there from Amber Valley up in Derbyshire. Politically crucial area, but that great take on the shift and move of people as they think about stuff and they change their minds. That's their right.
Let's pick up, though, on what Will was saying there about voter turnout and how lots of people either didn't know there were elections or, frankly, couldn't be bothered to vote. David, one thing we haven't talked about today, it was the largest constituent of people, the party that won the most votes, and that's the one that didn't win any, as in people who didn't turn out to vote. We're looking at a turnout of potentially less than 30%. That's not great, is it?
Far from it. I mean, in 2018, when these seats were last fought in the present form, it was an overall turnout nationally of 35%. Now, we are familiar, inevitably, both in parliamentary and in local elections, that there are some places with high turnouts, some places with low turnouts, and we get to the average. But 30, struggling for 30, dipping below 30, would be, a chronic, and leaves open the question of, the validity of the results. I think they are valid, but some people will say, how can that be? But secondly, the inevitable question, well, who stayed at home? And they stayed at home now. Will they stay at home in the general election? Yeah. And if they don't stay at home, who are they going to? Now, it may well be that the numbers who stay at home are, if you like, completely neutral in the sense of there's no party advantage.
Sure. Well, but as Will was demonstrating in Amber Valley, there is a vital and fundamental difference, and that is to say, were I, for example, a traditional Tory, and I'm so fed up with your lot and with Boris and the rest of it, I'm consciously going to vote Liberal Democrat. As opposed to I'm a traditional Tory and I'm a bit honked off with your lot, frankly, and I thought the national insurance thing was a bit silly. I'm going to stay at home and have a nice cup of tea. There's a fundamental political difference between those two positions, both of which are valid and legal.
Indeed, and frequently indulged by members of the great British public. But it's certainly, we've spoken so much today about the consequences of these elections for Boris Johnson, for Keir Starmer, for the Lib Dems, for the SNP, and rightly so. They should have consequences. They do have consequences. But it becomes a more complicated picture when one is talking about, in hyperbolic terms about what this means. Yeah. When one discovers that, 7 out of 10 people potentially didn't even bother.
Just very quickly, Michael, is there a kind of sense of plague in all your houses? I mean, Parliament's not exactly covered itself in glory in the last couple of months. I mean, it does seem to be scandal after scandal. Kind of hashtag gate after hashtag gate.
Well, obviously the Tories would be very relieved if it were a plague on all your houses, and I would suspect from the way the votes are coming in that is the case, because whilst the Conservatives have edged back substantially, Labour has not edged forward. So it looks like whatever is happening is a display of lack of enthusiasm for the Tories, but not a display of enthusiasm for Labour.
And final point, if I may, I'm bringing both of those points together. One of the glorious differences between local council elections and national general elections is the likelihood of somebody standing in colours other than one of the main political parties and winning is very, very remote. But we just showed in that result chart hundreds of people saying, I'm not a Tory, I'm not a Liberal, I'm not a Labour, but I really care about the potholes outside and I'm going to get something done about it, or my school or my library or whatever. That's a vibrancy, that's an upside of our local democracy.
It is indeed, but it also plays into the way in which people no longer see themselves in such tribal groups. Yeah. Quoting a quick thing, if you may, 2010, 2015, 27 general elections, 3 general elections, not 100 years apart. 50% of the people who voted in 2010, 2015, 2017 did not vote for the same party in all 3. Now, that is extraordinary, and it shows that, what now political parties have to do is not to rely upon a great tribe that's there for you, thick or thin, but actually they have to be competitive and they have to sell themselves. And to date, it seems to me the Conservatives have been more successful.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. I mean, if you like analysis, you like debate and facts like that, do stay with us. We're with you until 4 o'clock, but it is just after the half hour. Let's bring you your news.
Thank you, Darren. It's 3:34. I'm Brianna Jones in the GB Newsroom. Police are reopening their investigation into alleged lockdown breaches at a Labour gathering in Durham. Officers say they've received significant new information about the event attended by the party leader Sir Keir Starmer. He's alleged to have drunk beer with colleagues, including Deputy Leader Angela Rayner, in April 2021. Labour insists that no rules were broken. That as counting continues across the UK in local elections, with the Conservatives suffering losses in 3 symbolic London councils, Westminster, Wandsworth and Barnet, all now in the hands of Labour. But outside the capital, the outcome's quite mixed. Labour's also gained Southampton from the Tories, but lost Hull to the Lib Dems. Mariupol officials say 1 person's been killed after Russian troops fired on a car heading to evacuate civilians from the Azovstal steelworks. Ukraine has called on charity Médecins Sans Frontières to assist in the evacuation of those still trapped in the plant. It's as British military intelligence confirms Russian forces are today continuing their ground assault in the area. More than 37,000 people have come to the UK under the Ukraine visa scheme. That number's risen by more than 10,000 in just over a week. The latest government figures show around 6 in 10 Ukrainians who've been issued visas, though, haven't yet arrived in the UK. 16,000 jobs are at risk after corner shop chain McColl's confirmed it's collapsed into administration. It's after a last-minute rescue deal from supermarket chain Morrison's failed. The Queen has released the lineup of royals who will appear on the balcony of Buckingham Palace for her Platinum Jubilee Trooping the Colour celebrations. And it doesn't include Prince Andrew, Prince Harry or Meghan. However, a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex has confirmed the couple will attend the Jubilee celebrations in June along with their children. TV Online and DAB Plus Radio, this is GB News. Now it's back to Taryn and Alistair with UK Votes 2022.
Very welcome back to GB News, 24 minutes to 4. Alice now are with you until the very top of the hour with the latest on the elections. And on that, we should say in the last couple of minutes, perhaps unsurprisingly, the Michelle O'Neill from Sinn Féin, the leader of Sinn Féin in Northern Ireland, has been returned to her seat in Stormont. She's one of the first MLAs to be elected there. And Naomi Long as well, who's the leader of the Alliance Party, has also just been elected. So the results a bit slower there in Northern Ireland because they don't count overnight, starting to come in to us. So that is Michelle O'Neill and Naomi Long, both elected respectively to the Northern Irish Assembly, both leaders of the parties. Let's come back to the UK though, and let's focus on UK politics as in terms of what's happening at Westminster to a degree, because clearly Keir Starmer's now been investigated by Durham Police again over that Beergate possible breaking of lockdown rules in April of last year. Let's speak to Alex Norris. He is the Shadow Minister for Levelling Up and MP and joins us down the line. Alex, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Let's be frank about this. For months, Keir Starmer said if Boris Johnson received a fine for breaking the law, he should resign. I assume you would say the same of the leader of the Labour Party, that if he's found to have broken the law and receives a fine, he should resign.
Well, first of all, Darren, happy birthday. What a great way for you to be spending it.
You can't charm me like that, Alex.
I would never use your birthday to deflect difficult questions, Darren. I wouldn't dream of doing that. We're very clear. No rules have been broken. Of course, we will answer the questions from the police. But as we say, as has been the case throughout, this is not a new story. And no rules were broken.
Hosting a similar party in Nottingham, Alex, and somebody very senior in the party said it's 10 o'clock, it's not midnight yet, we've had a hard evening's canvassing, let's send out for curry and beer and what have you. would you not have been inclined to say, I'm not sure that's the cleverest move?
Well, I mean, I wasn't there, Alistair, but...
That's why I created an imaginary scenario, because I know you're a man of great judgment, and I just wonder whether you would be perhaps advising such people that perhaps they shouldn't have done it.
Well, the one thing I know for sure, Alistair, and the one thing I'm sure you know from your many years of experience is that in the heat of a campaign, the idea that you finish at 10 o'clock at night is for the birds. You know, campaigns are... I probably shouldn't say it publicly, but they're horrendous experiences. You work all hours and you work late and you eat food you shouldn't. You put on weight even though you're doing all that walking because you do work late. So I don't know if that addresses the hypothetical scenario you put there, but that's what happens in Nottingham.
Beers and curries for the time being. Do you think the leader, Sir Keir, is right when he says, and I quote, this is a massive turning point for Labour co-op candidates? Does it feel like that in the East Midlands? Because that's a vital territory come the general election, be it next year or the year after. Does it feel like back on track, massive turning point?
Yeah, I mean, this clearly is a turning point. You know, we've had 4 general election defeats in a row. The one, only...
Oh, no, we've lost Alex.
Back from that.
Oh, no, he is there.
We're hearing him in our ear. There we are. Sorry, you were saying massive turning point after 4 disastrous elections, suggesting that your shares climbed all the way back up to 35%, which is where you were in 2018.
Well, the lead represents our best in a decade. And what you're seeing from Cumberland down to Worthing and Crawley, you're seeing great results for us. You're seeing parliamentary seats like Workington and Hartlepool that we've lost recently. Well, they would have been won on a night like last night. So I think that's really good. To address the East Midlands point that you make, Alistair, it's slightly more challenging because, as Will said in the previous segment, there's only 3 authorities up. So I don't think we've got much of a picture from the East Midlands. But I think looking at it in the aggregate, these have been a turning point election. Are we all the way there? No, of course we're not. We had a very, very long way to go. But I think it vindicates the job that Keir's been doing. And I think it gives us real confidence to go out there, keep making the case and to persuade people that we're the right people to lead the country.
Just very finally, Alex, and quickly on this, though, but we've got David Carlin here, John Curtis is on the BBC and other people who really know what they're talking about. And they say, if you look at these results in any historical context, frankly, this isn't going to be enough to climb that big mountain of an 80-seat majority. I mean, don't Labour have to accept that? That, of course, politics is about trying to big yourself up, but there's a reality here that this is not the breakthrough that Labour really needs.
Yeah. As Yvette Cooper herself says, we are still rebuilding support. You ain't there yet.
No, absolutely. And I don't think you'll find a Labour spokesperson either yesterday or today or going into the weekend saying that we think we're there and it's just a matter of waiting for the general election. We've been in a process of changing, and I know that GB News viewers, because I've spoken to lots of them on the doorstep, wanted Labour to change and to demonstrate we've changed from 2019. I think we're showing that. This set of elections represents a turning point and, us making progress in places where we've been going backwards in recent years. But no, are we complacent about it or do we think it's finished? Far from it, which is why I'll be out, in Bulwell Market tomorrow morning with my street stall talking to people about the thing that everybody's talking about, which is the cost of living crisis. So the work carries on and we're not complacent about that.
Great to talk to you, Alex. Thank you very, very much indeed.
Thanks for having me.
No, we haven't really talked very much about the Lib Dems, but they've had a pretty good night. They've taken Hull City Council as well. It comes after support for the ruling Labour Party collapsed in the local elections. Anna Riley, our Yorkshire and Humber reporter, has been following it throughout the day. Anna, as I say, the Lib Dems must be pretty happy where you are.
Hi, Darren. Yes, they certainly are. I was there at the election count last night and it was very tense, but it was a minority win for the Lib Dems and a massive defeat for Labour. They've held the control of the council here in Hull since 2011. So for the last 11 years, they've had control. But they did have one win in terms of taking the Conservative seat from Councillor John Fareham. I spoke to Councillor John Fareham ahead of the result coming out. He did lose his seat, and I asked him if the national issues of Partygate and the rising cost of living against Conservatives would have had something to do with the local vote, and this is what he had to say.
Oh yes, undoubtedly. I mean, that's been the media narrative for so long. And Labour, of course, were trying to run with this until suddenly they came a cropper with Beergate and all the rest of it. Quite frankly, this is a sort of level of politics. It isn't my taste at all. I've fought a campaign on policies. I've put out a manifesto. The only party that did put out a manifesto, I think it was 59-page manifesto with ideas and whatnot. Now, people may not like them, but at least we did. The other two parties just stood on the nah, where vote for us, we're not the other guy. Well, that doesn't help democracy, it doesn't help politics. So I've either got re-elected or I've gone out doing what I believe in, which is proper politics and giving the public issues to talk about. And as for cost of living, well, of course, I didn't move any council tax increase. I didn't move any council rent increase. That is a major. Some people talk, some people do. I did.
Councillor Fareham there touching on Partygate with the Conservatives, but also mentioning Beergate there with Keir Starmer, which is very apt for the investigation that we've heard about today. It'll certainly be a very interesting place to follow in Hull for these next general elections to see if people do vote Lib Dem or if they keep the three remaining or current Labour MPs in power here.
Anna, thank you very much indeed. Anna Riley there for us, reflecting upon what, in my view, is quite an extraordinary result up in Hull. You're talking about what used to be John Prescott territory and Alan Johnson. Anyway, joining us now is the Lib Dem MP for Edinburgh West, another contested constituency over many years that's gone every which way. What's your overall assessment? It's a kind of open goal question, but it's a genuine one that we put to everybody else. As you now sit back and wait for the entirety of the results to flood through from Scotland, how do you feel that the Lib Dems have done UK-wide?
I think John Curtis was right when he said this is our best election since about 2010. Four council elections in a row, we've increased our seats. In Scotland, we've had a tremendous day. Here in Edinburgh, we have doubled our number of councillors. We have increased right across Scotland. North East Fife, all 11 of our candidates got elected. It's been an amazing day, a great day, and be so many good moments here. But I think the overall impression that we have all been left with is that the public have just said, and the count is still going on here, there are more results to come in, the public have said to the government, enough is enough. In Conservative seats, marginal seats in the south of England, you're seeing that we're picking up councillors in much the same way as we did in Cheshire and Amersham and North Shropshire in those by-elections. There is a trend away from this government because...
Let me butt in, Christina. Only because of time. What do you think you need? And this whole conversation's been couched in come the election, which clearly matters to you and all other colleagues. Yep. But what territory do you and Sir Ed Davey need to shift the conversation onto so that Scotland is again producing people like David Steele, people like Archie Kirkwood, when you used to produce, indeed, Ming Campbell himself, a number of, a significant number that can be toyed with. I mention it because Michael Portillo was talking about the shifting demography and psephology of Scotland. What will it take for you?
Well, first of all, David Steele's granddaughter is one of our new councillors today. She was elected in Galashiels, so there you go. I think we are on the ground that people want the Liberal Democrats to be on. We are on the ground that will allow us to take votes from the Conservatives and from Labour, because we are talking about the things that matter to people. We are focusing on the cost of living crisis, the burden that is being carried by ordinary families, by pensioners in this country, because the government is out of touch with what they need. We are in touch with what those people need. We are listening to what they are telling us, and that has been reflected in the fact that, for me, we had the most successful party today in terms of gaining seats, moving up, making an impact and sending a message to the government that they're getting it wrong. And that's because we are on the right ground. We are listening, and that's always the most important thing.
I have a feeling at the back of my mind that that's exactly what all of the parties want to talk about, and I'll bet you, more importantly, it's what the voters want to as well. Great of you to find time for us on what's a busy day, I know, and do me a personal favour and give David and Judy my love. Nice talking to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Take care.
Thank you, Christine. We have been to Nottingham, we've been to Hull, we've been to Edinburgh in the last 30 minutes. Let's end our last guests in Westminster. Nigel Nelson from the Sunday People joined us there. Nigel, as always, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We've talked an awful lot about what we think the narrative from today is. What's your impression?
Well, I think we're back to a kind of back full circle, really, because one of the main things about this election was whether or not it would trigger a leadership challenge to Boris Johnson, and it won't. The results for the Tories were disappointing, but not disastrous. It needed a disaster for the MPs to act. It hasn't happened that way. So, on the basis of this, I would have said he's safe until we get the Sue Gray report and the final police investigation. And as far as the national picture goes, well, it shows Labour have made some gains. It was good that they were able to capture Barnet, Wandsworth, Westminster, Southampton, but not quite enough. So what we're looking at, were this translated into a general election, is a hung parliament. And so we're back to the coalition days again.
Nigel, it's Alistair Stewart. Great to talk to you, and thanks for finding time for us this afternoon. Is that good news for Labour, that there's less likely, and Michael Portillo, when you said I think that's less likely that there'll be a challenge now to Boris Johnson, and Portillo in my ear said quite right too, agree with that. Is that really the best possible news for Labour?
Well, I mean, it rather depends on your point of view. They've been trying to bring the Prime Minister down for some time. So what they want to see is that the end of Boris Johnson and a new leader there. I think that Keir Starmer is quite happy to face anybody. But, I mean, at the moment, I would have thought that he's safe at least for a few weeks. It really depends on how quickly the police move and we see that final Sue Gray report, which is meant to be so devastating.
The voice you will hear will be Michael Portillo.
Well, I just want to say that they have indeed, the Labour Party, spent a lot of time trying to bring down the Prime Minister, and that isn't just because they're going through the motions. They think it is necessary to get rid of Boris Johnson to win the next election, because Boris Johnson is a formidable election winner. And I think even, you know, the rather middling results of today rather suggest that he hasn't lost his touch. Yes, London appears to be rather lost to the Conservatives, but up in the north of England, it seems that despite all that we've been through, all the scandals of various sorts, that Labour is not breaking through and that Boris must still be exercising some charm. So I think the Labour objective of getting rid of Boris Johnson is absolutely right, and it hasn't been achieved today.
Nigel, it's Alistair again. When we introduce you, and you're kind enough to join us here at GB News quite often, we often remind folk that you're the longest-serving political editor in what we all used to call Fleet Street. Hasn't Michael Portillo just hit the nail on the head that we have danced around? The fact is that at leadership level, you've got three characters contesting the vote of the British people. One's a slightly colourful, slightly whatever character. The other is a slightly dull lawyer. And the other is perhaps a little like that as well.
Well, there's always that, I suppose. The question really is whether the shine has gone off Boris Johnson. I mean, I'm not sure I quite agree with Michael that he's showing himself to be a great vote winner at the moment. I mean, these results are genuinely disappointing. The Tories have lost flagship councils through these local elections. And that was always the big consideration for Tory MPs, whether or not Boris Johnson could use his magic, win them another election. And what these results show is it looks rather unlikely now that he would.
OK, Nigel, really appreciate your time and your thoughts and your analysis this afternoon. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. We should just say, since we're wrapping up, give you a sense of where we're at now with the consols. 130 out of 200 have reported. This is the net change. The Conservatives down 222, Labour up 123, the Lib Dems up 93. So we're now ticking, and we'll bring back David Carling back into this final discussion, who's been following this all day. We're now ticking, aren't we, David, into actually 200-plus negatives for the Conservatives. Lots of that will be Scotland's. But there was a sense that actually the narrative for the government is going to get worse as the day goes on.
Yes, we thought it was a game of two halves, as we discussed, and Wales, by lunchtime, Wales and Scotland hadn't begun to filter in. Certainly, there are still some outstanding English councils to come, but also the bad news of the big defences that the Conservatives had to make in Scotland and Wales, where they were destined to get a walloping. They're coming through and feeding through, so the figures are inflating. But again, I still think, even as things go, that it will not reach the sort of pitch where people start saying, oh, come on, this means Boris has to go. We're not into that territory. And insofar as that happens, that's both vital for him, but also an interesting comment on where we are politically with all the three parties at the moment.
Didn't Nigel actually, sum it up quite well, where he said the most immediate consequence of all of this, the most important one, is that at the end of the day, Boris Johnson is now relatively secure compared to where we thought he might be.
And remember that earlier in the year, when the Conservative members of Parliament were submitting their letters in order to get a vote of no confidence, a lot of them who were not putting their letters said, no, we won't do it now.
Yes.
We'll wait for the May elections.
Yes.
Because the May elections will be absolutely outstandingly disastrous.
Yes.
And that will be the evident moment when he has to go. That hasn't happened.
And do you remember that there were people who were putting it about that they'd even submitted post-dated letters to Sir Graham Brady, the chair of the 22.
Dated the 6th of May.
My letter goes in. They've gone very quiet, that lot.
Well, I heard someone this morning saying that Boris had to change or be changed. Well, that's very different from the letters that were pouring in a couple of months ago.
Let's talk about Keir Starmer as well, very briefly, because we've got less than a minute. Can he build on this genuinely? He says turning a corner. Labour in some ways have turned a corner. I mean, they have turned a corner from where they were in 2019 with Jeremy Corbyn. There's no doubt about that.
Yes. I think it's the word massive. He said it was a massive turning point. Yeah. And I think in a way that's what we've been debating. They've turned along the bottom. And then we've been disputing, how far they've got towards their target. I don't think Labour can be very confident that they've got the right man to win, but the next 2 years will play out.
Fascinating stuff. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Michael Patillo, David Colleen, honestly, thank you very much for the last, 4, 5, 6 hours?
Well, you...
I know, six hours, we've been told.
I'm being told in my ear.
Well done, you, boss. That is it for today. There is continuing election coverage throughout the afternoon and indeed throughout the weekend here on GB News, because those results from Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales continuing to come in. Up next, it's Nana Kua, but before all of that, it's the weather. And apparently it's very nice outside. We'll see you soon.
Hello, I'm Alex Deakin with your latest weather update from the Met Office. The weekend looms large, and for most of us, it's going to be a fine weekend. It's not blue skies everywhere. There will be a fair bit of cloud around, but when the sun is out, it'll feel pretty warm. The dry weather being created by this area of high pressure that will control our weather through Sunday and most of Saturday. But if we rewind and come back to the present, we do have this weather front pushing southwards, bringing some pretty wet conditions during Friday evening across northwest England and much of Wales, and some heavy bursts of rain, some brighter colours there as it drifts across the Midlands